Hey everyone! Tonight we're stepping into the oldest written memories of humanity, carved into clay tablets thousands of years before the pyramids rose from the Egyptian sands, before the Sphinx stared out across the desert, before anything we typically associate with ancient civilization had even begun. These are the texts that represent humanity's first attempts to record their understanding of existence, their place in the cosmos, and the forces that shape their world. Before you settle in, take a moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy the journey we're taking together. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. It's always fascinating to connect with people across the globe, all of us drawn to the same ancient mysteries, separated by thousands of miles, but united by curiosity about where we came from and what the ancients knew. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's exploration together. We're going to examine what the Sumerian texts actually reveal about the time before the Anunnaki narrative took hold, before the modern interpretations and ancient astronaut theories, before everything became clouded by speculation and wishful thinking, before Zechariah Sitchin and the History Channel told us what to believe about ancient gods from the sky. The clay tablets speak for themselves, and tonight we're listening to what they have to say in their own voice, through their own symbols, without the filter of modern agendas or sensationalist interpretations. The story begins not with gods descending from the heavens in gleaming spacecraft, not with genetic experiments or gold mining operations, not with any of the dramatic imagery that has captured popular imagination in recent decades, but with something far more primal, far more fundamental to human existence. The Sumerian texts describe a time before time itself was properly established. A moment when existence itself was still finding its form, still coalescing from pure potential into something recognizable as reality. In the beginning, according to these ancient scribes who pressed wedge-shaped marks into wet clay, over 4,000 years ago, there was only Namu, not a goddess in the way we typically imagine deities today, with human form and divine power, with personalities and preferences, with the anthropomorphic characteristics that make gods relatable to human worshippers, but something more fundamental, more elemental, more abstract. Namu was the primordial sea, the cosmic ocean, the endless waters that existed before creation itself had meaning. She was not water as we understand it, not the liquid that flows in rivers or fills our cups, but water as pure potential, water as the substance of possibility, water as the matrix from which all existence would eventually emerge. The Sumerians living in southern Mesopotamia settled in the flat. Alluvial plains between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers had an intimate relationship with water that modern city dwellers can barely comprehend. Their entire existence depended on the annual flooding of these great rivers, which brought rich silt down from the mountains and deposited it across the plains, creating the fertile soil that made agriculture possible in an otherwise harsh and unforgiving environment. Water was life to the Sumerians in the most literal sense imaginable. When the rivers flooded at the right time and to the right extent, the harvest would be abundant, the cities would prosper, and life would continue. When the floods came too early or too late, too much or too little, famine threatened, cities struggled, and survival became uncertain. So when these ancient people contemplated the origins of existence itself, when they looked back beyond the founding of their cities and the establishment of their civilization to imagine what came before everything, they naturally turned to water as the primal element, the substance from which everything emerged, the creative force that made life possible. Imagine absolute emptiness, but not the emptiness of space as we understand it today with our telescopes and satellites and scientific instruments that can detect the faint radiation left over from the Big Bang. Imagine instead the emptiness that exists before space itself, before dimensions, before up and down and left and right have any meaning. This was the void that the Sumerians tried to describe when they spoke of Namu, a nothingness that was simultaneously everything, a cosmic sea containing all potential but manifesting nothing, waiting in timeless suspension for the moment when creation would begin. Namu existed alone in this primordial state, according to the texts preserved in temples and later copied by generations of scribes who understood themselves to be transmitting sacred knowledge, protecting divine wisdom from the erosions of time, She was a self-generating force of creation, a deity who required no partner, no consort, no divine marriage to bring forth the universe. This detail is profoundly significant when we compare Sumerian cosmology to the creation myths of other ancient cultures. In many mythological systems, creation requires a divine couple, a sacred marriage between male and female principles, a joining of opposites that produces something new. The Sky Father mates with the Earth Mother, and from their union comes the world we know. But the Sumerian tradition, at least in its earliest forms, describes something different. Namu was complete in herself, containing both the potential for creation and the will to actualize that potential. She was, in the truest sense, the creatrix, the mother of all things, existing before the categories of male and female had been established, before the principle of duality had entered the cosmos. Some scholars have suggested that Namu represents a memory of an earlier religious tradition in Mesopotamia, perhaps one that predated the Sumerian civilization itself, a tradition that emphasized female creative power and saw the cosmos emerging from a single divine source rather than from the union of opposites. The cuneiform tablets from Nippur, that ancient city sacred to the god Enlil located in what is now central Iraq, dating back to around 1600 years before the Common Era, but preserving far older oral traditions that had been passed down through countless generations of priests and storytellers, speak of Namu creating two beings from her own essence, from the undifferentiated substance of the primordial sea. She brought forth An, who represented the sky, the heavens, the vast dome above that covered the earth like an inverted bowl, and Kai, who embodied the earth itself, the solid ground beneath our feet, the foundation upon which all terrestrial life would eventually stand. These were not gods in the fully anthropomorphic sense that we encounter in later Mesopotamian texts, not beings with human faces and bodies who walked and talked and engaged in recognizably human activities. Instead, they were fundamental forces of nature given divine status, cosmic principles personified, the basic building blocks of reality itself. An and Kie existed in a state of unity initially, heaven and earth joined together in an undifferentiated mass, locked in eternal embrace. The tablets describe this primordial union using language that suggests both physical proximity and metaphysical identity. This cosmic embrace that held all potential within it, but had not yet actualized anything specific. There was no space between heaven and earth, no atmosphere, no realm where life could exist. Everything that would later fill the cosmos existed only as potential within this unified mass, waiting for the force that would separate them and create the space where existence could flourish. From the union of An and Ki, from the joining of heaven and earth in that primordial state before separation, came Enlil, whose name translates approximately as Lord of the Air or Master of the Breath or Commander of the Wind. Enlil's role in the creation of the cosmos as we know it was absolutely fundamental and, according to the Sumerian understanding, necessarily violent. Creation could not proceed through gentle evolution or gradual development. It required a rupture, a breaking apart, a forceful separation of what had been unified. Enlil thrust the sky upward, pushing An away from Kai, and in doing so created the space between them, the air, the atmosphere, the realm where weather happens and birds fly and humans breathe. This act of separation was the true beginning of the ordered cosmos, the moment when potential became actual, when the undifferentiated unity of the primordial state gave way to the multiplicity and diversity of creation, and carried away the heavens, rising upward to establish his domain in the celestial realm far above the earth, while Enlil claimed the earth below, or more precisely claimed the air between earth and sky as his particular domain, the space where wind and storm and breath itself originated. The space between them, this newly created gap, this atmosphere that had not existed before Enlil's violent intervention, became his kingdom, the realm he would rule over and protect. This three-tiered structure of heaven, earth, and the air between them formed the basic cosmological framework of Sumerian thought, the fundamental architecture of reality as they understood it. It was a simple model in some respects, lacking the complexity of later Greek or Indian cosmologies, with their multiple heavens and elaborate celestial hierarchies, but it captured something essential about the observable world. There was the sky above, unreachable, home to the sun and moon and stars that govern time and seasons. There was the earth below, the realm of human activity and agricultural labour, where civilization built its cities and temples. And there was the air between, invisible but absolutely essential, the medium through which rain fell and seeds travelled and breath moved. But these texts, when we examine them closely with attention to their nuances and implications, reveal something absolutely fascinating about the Sumerian understanding of time and creation. Before Enlil's act of separation, before the establishment of this ordered cosmos with its clear divisions and defined realms, there was a period of existence that the Sumerians themselves struggled to describe in their texts, a period for which they lacked adequate vocabulary or conceptual frameworks. The tablets speak of a time when only water existed, when the boundaries between salt water and fresh water had not yet been established, when the cosmic ocean was undifferentiated and all-encompassing, without division into the rivers that flowed from the mountains and the sea that received them. In later Babylonian texts, particularly the famous Enuma Elish that was composed perhaps 1,000 years after the earliest Sumerian creation narratives, this primordial water is personified as two distinct beings rather than one. Apsu, whose name refers to the fresh water that flows underground and emerges in springs and wells, represented the sweet subterranean waters, while Tiamat, whose name is etymologically related to the Hebrew word for the deep, and whose character grows increasingly monstrous in later traditions, embodied the salt water of the sea, the vast ocean that surrounded the known world. Their mingling, the mixing of fresh and salt water, produced the first generation of gods in the Babylonian tradition. But in the older Sumerian tradition that predates these Babylonian elaborations and theological developments, Namu preceded even this division between fresh and salt water, between Apsu and Tiamat. She was the totality of the primordial waters before any distinction had been made, before the categories that would structure later cosmological thinking had been established. This suggests that the Sumerian creation mythology, at least in its earliest forms, was more monistic than the later Babylonian versions, seeing ultimate reality as emerging from a single source rather than from the interaction of dualistic principles. Archaeological evidence from excavations conducted over the past century and a half supports the profound antiquity of these beliefs and their connection to real geographical locations in ancient Mesopotamia. The city of Eridu, located in southern Iraq, near what was once the shoreline of the Persian Gulf, but which is now many miles inland due to millennia of sediment deposition by the rivers, was considered by the Sumerians themselves to be the oldest city in the world, the first place where kingship descended from heaven, the birthplace of civilization itself. Modern excavations conducted by Iraqi and international teams of archaeologists have confirmed that Eridu indeed represents one of the earliest urban settlements in human history. With occupation levels dating back to approximately 5,400 years before the Common Era, making it contemporary with, or even slightly older, than the famous site of Uruk to the north. The patron deity of Eridu was Enki, also known by the Akkadian name Ea in later Semitic-speaking periods of Mesopotamian history, the god of wisdom, of fresh water that flowed beneath the earth and emerged in springs, of creation and crafts and magical knowledge. Enki occupied a special place in the Sumerian pantheon, often portrayed as cleverer than the other gods, more willing to help humanity, less bound by the rigid hierarchies and protocols that governed divine society. He was a trickster in some respects, a subversive force who worked around the decrees of more powerful but less imaginative gods to achieve what he believed to be just or necessary outcomes. Enki's temple in Eridu bore the name Iabzu, literally translating as the house of the cosmic deep waters or the temple of the primordial ocean. This wasn't merely a poetic name or symbolic designation. The temple was believed to be built upon the very spot where the primordial waters of the Iabzu first emerged into the terrestrial world, where the boundary between the cosmic ocean that existed beneath all land and the realm of human habitation was thinnest and most permeable. Priests conducting rituals in this temple, performing the daily services to the god, making offerings and reciting hymns in the ancient Sumerian language, believed they were standing at nothing less than the axis of creation, the point where the ordered world of cities and agriculture and civilization touched the primal chaos that had preceded it, and that still existed beneath the thin veneer of order, the significance of this location and this belief system cannot be overstated when we're trying to understand Sumerian cosmology and its relationship to the physical landscape in which these people lived. These ancient Sumerians, living over 5,000 years ago, in a time when writing was still a recent invention and cities were a relatively new form of human organization, conceived of their world as resting upon and emerging from a cosmic ocean of fresh water. This wasn't merely abstract theology disconnected from observable reality. It was grounded in their actual experience of the environment. Below the earth, they believed, stretched the Abzu, an endless expanse of subterranean waters from which all springs, rivers and wells ultimately flowed. When they dug wells to reach water for drinking and irrigation, when they observed springs bubbling up from beneath the ground, when they traced the rivers back to their sources in the mountains and imagined what lay beneath those sources, they envisioned this cosmic ocean, infinite and primordial, the same waters that had existed before creation itself. This wasn't merely poetic metaphor or symbolic thinking, though it certainly had those dimensions. The Mesopotamian plain is characterized by a remarkably high water table, and the Sumerians observed through direct experience that when they dug deep enough anywhere in their territory, they invariably found water. From this observation, from this consistent empirical experience repeated countless times across generations, they constructed a cosmology in which the entire world floated upon or was surrounded by primordial waters, in which the dry land of Earth was essentially an island or a bubble in an infinite ocean. The sky above was conceived as a solid dome, perhaps made of some crystalline substance, arching over the earth and keeping the waters above from falling down and drowning the world. Below the earth were the waters of the Abzu, held back by the solid foundation of the world but always present, always threatening to break through if the cosmic order failed. This cosmological model made profound sense given the Sumerian experience of floods, particularly the catastrophic inundations that could occur when the Tigris and Euphrates rivers overflowed their banks simultaneously, transforming the flat plains into an inland sea. During such floods, which are well documented in ancient texts and can be traced in archaeological layers at multiple Mesopotamian sites, the world quite literally returned to a watery state, with only the raised hells where cities stood remaining above the floodwaters. The Sumerian flood myth, which we'll examine in detail later, preserved the memory of such catastrophic events elevated to cosmic and theological significance. The texts preserved in the electronic text corpus of Sumerian literature, a magnificent resource created by scholars at Oxford University that makes thousands of Sumerian compositions available in English translation for anyone to read and study, provide remarkably detailed descriptions of this early cosmic order and the generations of gods who populated it. They speak of a time when the gods themselves were born into this newly ordered world, when the divine pantheon began to take shape through a process of divine births and sexual unions, when the empty spaces created by Enlil's separation of heaven and earth began to be filled with divine inhabitants, each with their own domains and responsibilities. But here's where the timeline becomes absolutely crucial for understanding what came before the Anunnaki narrative as it's understood in modern popular culture. The Anunnaki, according to the actual Sumerian texts when we read them carefully in their original language, or in responsible scholarly translations, were not the first gods by any stretch of the imagination. They were not even the second generation of deities. They appear relatively late in the divine genealogy, as offspring of already established gods, members of the third or fourth generation depending on how we count the generation starting from Namu. The word Anunnaki itself, contrary to the popular modern interpretations promoted by ancient astronaut theorists and their many followers, does not mean those who came down from heaven to earth or those who from heaven came. This translation, which has become almost canonical in pseudo-archaeological circles, is simply incorrect. It represents either a misunderstanding of Sumerian grammar and etymology, or a deliberate mistranslation designed to support a predetermined conclusion about ancient astronauts. The term Anunnaki actually derives from Sumerian elements that translate more accurately as princely blood, seed of An, or offspring of the prince, referring to their status as descendants of An, the sky god whose name means heaven itself, Every reputable Sumerian dictionary, every scholarly analysis of the term, every expert who has devoted their career to understanding this ancient language confirms this etymological derivation. The Anunnaki were understood in Sumerian texts as a group of deities, powerful gods certainly, but gods who emerged from the cosmological framework that already existed, who were born into a divine hierarchy that predated them by at least 2 generations. They were the children and grandchildren of the primordial deities, not the primordial deities themselves. Samuel Noah Kramer, one of the pioneering giants of Sumerian studies who devoted his entire career to translating and interpreting Sumerian texts, who published countless articles and books making Sumerian literature accessible to scholars and general readers alike, identified the Anunnaki as belonging to a specific category within the broader and more complex Sumerian pantheon. They were associated particularly with judgments of the dead, with the dark realm of the underworld where all mortals eventually travelled, and with the determination of fate and destiny. In this role, they functioned as spirits of the earth, as chthonic deities whose domain was beneath the surface world, as the 7 who decree, sitting in judgment over the souls of the deceased. This characterization is a very far cry indeed from the extraterrestrial miners and genetic engineers of modern ancient astronaut theory, the gold-seeking aliens from the planet Nibiru, who supposedly came to Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago to extract precious metals and who created humanity through genetic manipulation to serve as a slave workforce. The texts describe the Anunnaki as children of the primordial deities, born into a cosmos that already possessed structure and order, occupying a specific niche within an already established divine hierarchy, performing particular functions within the cosmic order rather than creating that order themselves. Before the Anunnaki entered the mythological narrative in their later well-defined roles, the Sumerian texts describe a world populated by other divine beings, by the gods who emerged directly from the primordial state and who established the fundamental patterns of existence. The earliest gods, those who came into being through the first generations of creation, included not just An, Ki and Enlil whom we've already discussed, but also figures like Nana, the moon god whose monthly cycle governed the Mesopotamian calendar and whose temple at Ur was one of the most important religious centers in ancient Sumer. There was Utu, the sun god who brought light and warmth to the world, who was associated with justice and truth, because the sun's light revealed everything hidden, and whose daily journey across the sky marked the passage of time. There was Inanna, perhaps the most complex and fascinating goddess in the entire Sumerian pantheon, the deity of love and warfare, of fertility and destruction, of the planet Venus, whose appearance as both morning and evening star made her seem like 2 different entities. Inanna occupied a unique position in Sumerian religion, being simultaneously associated with the most life-giving aspects of existence like sexual love and agricultural fertility, and with the most destructive forces like warfare and violent conflict. She embodied the fundamental Sumerian understanding that creation and destruction were intimately linked, that life and death were 2 faces of the same cosmic reality. These deities, along with many others whose names and characteristics fill the god lists and hymns that have survived from ancient Mesopotamia, established the fundamental patterns of existence long before the Anunnaki. Appear in the mythological narratives as a distinct group. They created the cycles of day and night through the movements of sun and moon across the sky. They established the seasons through the annual flooding of the rivers and the movements of stars across the heavens. They governed the natural phenomena upon which Sumerian life depended absolutely. The rain that fell from clouds, the storms that could destroy crops or buildings, the gentle breezes that provided relief from summer heat. The texts preserved in the Sumerian King List, one of the most fascinating and puzzling documents to survive from ancient Mesopotamia, provide an even more intriguing window into the period before the familiar historical narrative begins, before we can match names in texts with archaeological evidence, before the reigns of kings can be correlated with artifacts and inscriptions. This ancient document, composed during the 3rd dynasty of Ur around 2100 years before the Common Era, but drawing on much older sources that had been preserved in temple archives and oral traditions, begins with a remarkable statement that sets the tone for everything that follows. After the kingship descended from heaven, the text proclaims, the kingship was in Eridu. This opening formula establishes kingship itself, the institution of centralized political authority exercised by a single ruler, as a divine institution rather than a human invention. Kingship didn't emerge from social contracts or political agreements among early humans. It didn't develop gradually through the evolution of tribal leadership. It descended from heaven, was given as a gift from the gods to humanity, appeared fully formed as a divinely ordained system of governance. But then, after establishing this theological principle about the divine origins of kingship, the Sumerian king list does something absolutely extraordinary that has puzzled and fascinated scholars since the document was first discovered and translated. It names 8 kings who ruled before the Great Flood, antediluvian rulers whose reigns stretched across seemingly impossible spans of time that dwarf even the exaggerated chronologies we find in other ancient king lists. These 8 rulers governed 5 cities in succession: Eridu, Bad Tibira, Larak, Sippar and Shuruppak, and their combined reigns totaled an astonishing 241,200 years, according to the traditional interpretation of the Sumerian sexagesimal numerical system. The first of these antediluvian kings, a figure named Alalim who ruled in the sacred city of Eridu, reigned for 28,800 years. Just try to wrap your mind around that number for a moment. 28,800 years is longer than all of recorded human history from the earliest Sumerian texts to the present day. It's longer than the entire period of human agriculture, longer than the existence of any city or civilization we know about. His successor, Alalangar, reigned for 36,000 years. An even more astronomical figure, the third king, Enmenluana, ruled for 43,200 years. Modern scholars have naturally struggled to make sense of these numbers, which seem to exist beyond any reasonable interpretation as actual chronological data. Some have suggested they should be understood symbolically, rather than literally, that they represent qualities or achievements rather than years, that they encode theological or cosmological information in numerical form. Others have proposed that the term we translate as year might have represented a different unit of time in the original context, perhaps a month or even a day, which would reduce these reigns to more reasonable lengths when recalculated. If we divided 28,800 by 365, for instance, treating each unit as a day rather than a year, Alulim would have ruled for about 79 years, which is long but not impossible for a ruler. But there's another possibility that deserves serious consideration, one that the Sumerians themselves might have intended when they recorded these enormous numbers. These antediluvian rulers may have been understood as existing in a fundamentally different temporal framework than the post-flood kings, as inhabiting a kind of mythological time that operated according to different principles than historical time. The Sumerian texts repeatedly emphasize a sharp distinction between the world before the flood and the world after it, treating them as fundamentally different epochs operating under different cosmic conditions. Before the deluge, the text suggests through various subtle indicators and explicit statements, the rules governing existence were different in ways we can barely comprehend from our perspective within historical time. Time itself flowed differently, not subject to the same constraints and limitations that govern our experience. Life operated on different principles, with lifespans extended far beyond what would later become normal. The boundary between the divine and mortal realms was less rigid, less absolute, more permeable, allowing for direct contact and interaction that would become increasingly rare in the post-flood world. These 8 antediluvian kings, whose names have been preserved across multiple versions of the king list discovered at different archaeological sites throughout Mesopotamia, may have been understood to represent a mythological age, a time when gods walked the earth more directly than in later periods, when the ordered cosmos was still new and fresh from creation, when the patterns of civilization were still being established and refined. Consider the names themselves and what they might tell us. Alulim and Alalangar, the first 2 kings who ruled in Eridu, have names whose meanings are obscure in Sumerian, possibly suggesting their extreme antiquity, predating the standardization of divine and royal names. Enmenluana, Enmengalana, and the shepherd god Dumuzi ruled in the city of Bad Tibira, the second of the antediluvian cities. The prefix en in these names indicates a priestly or divine status, suggesting these rulers were not ordinary mortals, but beings with special connections to the divine realm. Dumuzi's identification as a shepherd links him to pastoral activities, to the tending of flocks that was one of the earliest forms of wealth and sustenance in ancient Mesopotamia, and also connects him to the god Dumuzi, who became famous in later Sumerian mythology as the lover of Inanna, and who died and was resurrected in an annual cycle associated with agricultural seasons. Ensipa-Zid-Anna ruled in Larak, the third antediluvian city, while Enmendur-Anna governed in Sippa, the fourth city. This last name bears intriguing similarities to the biblical Enoch, both in its sound and in later traditions that associated both figures with special wisdom and heavenly visions. Some scholars have suggested that Enmendur-Anna and Enoch might represent the same figure remembered in different cultural traditions, a king or sage who lived before the flood and who received special revelation from the gods. Finally, Ubaratutu ruled in Shurupak, the fifth and final antediluvian city, and he's identified in other texts as the father of Ziusudra, the Sumerian Noah who survived the flood. The cities themselves carry deep significance beyond merely being geographical locations. Eridu, as we've already discussed extensively, was considered the first city, the place where civilization began, the location of Enki's temple built over the cosmic waters. It represented the ideal city, the prototype from which all others derived, the place where divine and human realms intersected most perfectly. Bad Tabira, whose name translates approximately as Wall of the Copper Worker or Fortress of the Metal Workers, was associated particularly with metallurgy and craft production, with the technological innovations that transformed human life. The discovery of metalworking, the ability to extract copper from ore and shape it into tools and weapons, represented a revolutionary development in human culture, and Bad Tabira embodied this transformation. Larak's significance is less clear from the surviving texts, which mention it but don't elaborate on its particular character or patron deity. However, the city appears in various incantations and rituals associated with healing and purification, suggesting it may have been especially connected to these practices. Sippa was sacred to Utu, the sun god who was associated with justice and truth and light, and it housed one of the most important temples in all of ancient Mesopotamia, a center of learning and law where scribes were trained and legal decisions were made. Shurupak, the final antediluvian city, would become famous in later tradition as the home of Ziusudra and as the city where the flood began, the last city to exist before the cosmic catastrophe that ended the antediluvian world. What do these cities and their impossibly long-reigning kings tell us about the Sumerian understanding of prehistory, of the period before historical memory reaches? They suggest a graduated cosmology, a sophisticated view of time and existence that moved from the purely divine realm through intermediate stages toward the fully human world that the Sumerians inhabited. The antediluvian period represented a time when gods and humans, or perhaps better to say godlike beings and human-like beings, existed in much closer proximity than would later be possible. Kingship had descended from heaven, meaning that rulership itself was understood as divine gift and a sacred responsibility, but the kings who exercised this heavenly gift in the earliest times were not fully human in the way that later rulers would be. They were transitional figures, existing at the boundary between divine and mortal, partaking of both natures, able to live for thousands of years because they possessed divine qualities that ordinary humans lacked. Their extreme lifespans marked them as exceptional, as fundamentally different from the kings who would rule after the flood, as belonging to a different order of being. This is mythological thinking in its purest form, using chronology and genealogy to express theological and cosmological ideas, to trace the gradual movement from the divine to the human, from the eternal to the temporal, from myth to history. The Sumerian texts make abundantly clear, when we read them carefully and in proper context, that these antediluvian rulers existed before what we might call the Anunnaki narrative proper, before the stories of divine councils making decisions about humanity's fate, before the tales of gods complaining about human noise and deciding to send a flood to reduce the population. This chronological distinction is absolutely crucial for understanding what the texts actually say versus what modern interpreters claim they say. The Sumerian cosmology describes distinct layers of existence, identifiable stages of creation, specific periods of time when different principles governed reality. The electronic text corpus of Sumerian literature preserves a composition called Enki and Ninmah that provides crucial, detailed information about the creation of humanity itself, information that predates and provides essential context for any later stories about the Anunnaki's involvement with human beings. This remarkable text describes a time when the gods, specifically the lesser or junior gods who occupied the lower ranks of the divine hierarchy, were burdened with the backbreaking work of creation and cosmic maintenance. They dug canals to channel water for irrigation. They piled up silt to create the foundations for temples and cities. They crushed clay to make bricks for building, and they complained bitterly about their toil, about the endless labour that left them exhausted and miserable. In those days, in the days when heaven and earth were created, the text begins with a formula establishing the deep antiquity of the events it describes. In those nights, in the nights when heaven and earth were created, in those years, in the years when the fates were determined, when the Anunna gods were born, when the goddesses were taken in marriage, when the goddesses were distributed in heaven and earth. This opening situates the story at the very beginning of cosmic time, immediately after the basic structure of reality had been established, but before the world had taken its final form. The senior gods, the great deities like An and Enlil, who held supreme positions in the divine hierarchy, oversaw the work while the minor gods bore the actual toil, performing the physical labour that the cosmic order required. This divine hierarchy, with its stark division between the gods who commanded and the gods who laboured, existed before humanity entered the picture, before humans had been created to serve any purpose whatsoever. The text tells us that Enki, the god of wisdom and fresh water, lay sleeping in the deep waters of the Abzu, in the subterranean cosmic ocean that was his special domain, completely unaware of the complaints and suffering of the labouring gods. His mother Namu, that primordial deity who had existed before creation itself, gathered the tears of these suffering divine beings, collected their complaints and their anguish, and brought them to her son, rousing him from his sleep in the depths to address this problem that threatened to disrupt the cosmic order. "Can you really lie there sleeping," she asked him, "while the gods groan under their labour, while their tears fall uncollected, while cosmic order teeters on the edge of revolt?" Enki's solution to this divine labour crisis was both ingenious and fateful. He proposed creating a substitute workforce, beings who would relieve the gods of their backbreaking labour, who would take over the agricultural and construction work that was necessary to maintain the cosmos, but that the gods found so burdensome. Working in collaboration with Namu and with the birth goddess Ninmah, also known by the names Ninhursag and Nintu in different contexts and periods, Enki fashioned the first humans from clay taken from the top of the Abzu, from the primordial waters themselves, from the same cosmic substance that had existed before creation. This detail about clay coming from the Abzu is profoundly significant for understanding what the Sumerians believed about human nature and human origins. Humanity, according to this creation account, was formed from the most primal substance available, from clay infused with the essence of the cosmic waters that predated all ordered existence. We were not made from some lesser or degraded material, not assembled from the corpses of defeated demons as in some other ancient Near Eastern creation myths, but crafted from the same primordial stuff that the gods themselves had emerged from. The birth goddesses, divine midwives skilled in the creation of life, nipped off portions of this sacred clay, and through a process the text describes in somewhat obscure terms, involving divine spittle and perhaps blood, human beings came into existence. This creation narrative predates narrative and provides essential context for any later stories about the Anunnaki's role in human affairs that appear in later texts or in modern interpretations. Before the Anunnaki were described in Zecharia Sitchin's books and the ancient astronaut theory as creating humans through genetic manipulation to mine gold, before the modern theories about slave species and DNA splicing and extraterrestrial intervention, there was this older and more authentic Sumerian tradition. Humanity was created for a specific purpose, certainly, but that purpose was agricultural labour and the maintenance of temples, not mining operations or resource extraction for alien overlords. The motivation was practical from the divine perspective. relieving the gods of work they found burdensome. But the process was sacred, involving divine collaboration, primordial materials, and the transfer of something essential from the divine realm to the mortal sphere. Humans were formed from primordial clay mixed with divine essence, making them participants in both the earthly realm of matter and form and the cosmic realm of spirit and divinity. This dual nature, neither fully natural like animals nor fully divine like gods, would define humanity's special and often uncomfortable position in the Sumerian worldview. The text of Enki and Ninmah continues with a curious and revealing episode that demonstrates the experimental nature of this early creation, that shows the gods working through trial and error to discover the proper form and function for human beings. After successfully making functional humans who could perform the required agricultural labour, after demonstrating that this new solution to the divine labour problem actually worked, Enki and Ninmah engage in a contest, a divine competition where each tries to create beings with various deficiencies, unusual characteristics or extreme features, challenging the other to find appropriate roles for them in society. Ninmah creates people who are blind, unable to see the work they're supposed to do. She creates people who are paralyzed, unable to move their limbs to perform labor. She creates people with various other physical impairments, each presenting a challenge to the divine plan for human utility. And Enki, demonstrating his characteristic wisdom and adaptability, finds appropriate roles for each of them in society, showing that even those who cannot perform standard agricultural labor have value and can contribute to the community in other ways. Then Enki takes his turn, creating beings with his own peculiar characteristics, strange entities that push the boundaries of what human means, and challenges Ninmah to care for them and find their place in the cosmic order. This story, strange and perhaps even disturbing to modern sensibilities that prefer creation narratives to describe perfect divine acts producing perfect results, actually addresses profound questions about disability, purpose, social inclusion, and the place of all humans in the cosmic order, not just those who are healthy and able-bodied. It reflects a theological worldview that didn't see creation as a single perfect act that produced an ideal final form, but as an ongoing process, subject to adjustment and improvement, requiring experimentation and adaptation. It shows gods who are creative and adaptable, who learn and problem-solve, who engage actively with creation rather than simply decreeing it into existence from a position of aloof omnipotence. This experimental, process-oriented approach to creation stands in stark contrast to the ancient astronaut interpretation promoted by Sitchin and his followers, which typically portrays the creation of humanity as a deliberate genetic engineering project, carried out according to a predetermined plan with specific goals and parameters clearly defined from the start. The Sumerian text presents something far more nuanced and sophisticated, a divine craftsmanship that involved learning, trial and error, creative problem-solving, and ongoing refinement as the gods discovered what worked and what didn't. Another crucial Sumerian text, known to scholars as the debate between sheep and grain, provides additional context for understanding the early state of human existence before civilization reached its developed form, before the gifts that would make urban life possible had been granted to humanity. This composition describes the world before agriculture had been established, before the domestication of animals had transformed human diet and economy, before the establishment of the productive economic systems that would characterize Sumerian cities and make them centers of wealth and power. In the beginning, the text tells us, the earth was barren, offering nothing to sustain human life. There was no grain growing in fields, no wheat or barley that could be harvested and ground into flour for bread. There were no sheep providing wool for clothing and milk for nourishment, no goats climbing the hills, no cattle pulling ploughs through rich earth. People went naked because they had no fibres to weave into cloth, no hides to tan into leather, no protection from sun and cold except what they could improvise from reeds and wild plants. They ate grass for nourishment like animals, chewing tough wild plants that filled their bellies but provided little real sustenance, drinking water from ditches and streams without benefit of wells or irrigation systems. This was humanity in its most primitive state, according to Sumerian understanding, before the gods had granted them the technologies and knowledge that would enable civilization. Humans existed, certainly, but they lived barely above the level of animals, without the tools and techniques that would allow them to transcend their natural limitations and create something new, something that had never existed before in the natural world. They had consciousness, presumably the divine spark that distinguished them from mere animals, but they lacked the practical knowledge to use that consciousness effectively. Then, according to the text, the gods Ashnan and Lahar, who personified grain and sheep respectively, were created specifically to provide sustenance for humanity, to lift humans from their primitive state and enable them to live more comfortably, more securely, more abundantly. These were gifts from the divine realm to the human world, technologies that we might say today, though the Sumerians understood them as living beings imbued with divine essence. The establishment of agriculture, the cultivation of wheat and barley, and the domestication of sheep and goats represented a transformation in human existence, a movement from a state of bare survival, in which every day was a struggle to find enough food to sustain life, to a condition of productive culture, in which surpluses could be generated, stored, redistributed, supporting specialization of labor and the growth of cities. And this transformation, according to the Sumerian texts when we read them attentively and in proper cultural context, occurred through divine intervention, through the deliberate choice of the gods to improve human conditions, to grant humans the knowledge and the resources they needed to build something approaching civilization. This wasn't biological evolution slowly changing human capabilities over millions of years. It was cultural development, the transmission of the knowledge and technique from the divine realm to the mortal sphere, happening relatively quickly in cosmic time, if not in human time, transforming existence within a few generations. The text known to modern scholars as Enki and the World Order provides an even broader and more comprehensive picture of how the cosmos was organized in this early period after creation, but before the historical era that archaeology and epigraphy can document directly. According to this lengthy and complex composition, Enki, the god of wisdom and sweet water and creative ingenuity, surveyed the newly created world after the basic structure had been established, after heaven and earth had been separated and the gods had been born and humans had been created, and he recognized that proper management was essential. The cosmos, even though it had been created and ordered, required constant divine oversight and maintenance to avoid falling back into chaos and disorder. So Enki, acting with the authority granted to him by the sky god, and with the cooperation of other major deities, assigned various gods to oversee different aspects of cosmic existence, creating what was essentially a divine bureaucracy with clear chains of command and areas of responsibility. One deity was given responsibility for the sweet waters that flowed from springs and ran in rivers, ensuring that irrigation systems would function properly, that drought wouldn't destroy crops, that the life-giving water would continue to flow from the mountains down to the plains. Another god oversaw crops and agriculture more generally, making sure that fields produced their yields in the proper season, that seeds germinated and plants grew and harvests came at the expected times. Yet another divine being managed construction and building projects, overseeing the making of bricks and the raising of walls and the construction of temples that connected earth to heaven. Others controlled wildlife, keeping animals in their proper places and preventing them from overrunning human settlements or destroying crops. Domestic animals had their divine overseer, ensuring that flocks and herds thrived and multiplied. Even the activities of women, particularly weaving and spinning and the making of cloth, had a goddess assigned to supervise and protect them. This elaborate text reveals a Sumerian understanding of the world as requiring constant divine maintenance, rather than operating automatically once it had been set in motion. The cosmos, in Sumerian thought, didn't simply run on autopilot after creation. It needed active management, divine attention paid to every domain of existence, the continuous oversight of specialized deities who ensured that each sphere of reality functioned properly and didn't fall into disorder. This is a much more complex and sophisticated picture than the simple narrative often presented in ancient astronaut literature, where gods create humans for a specific purpose, and then largely withdraw from daily involvement in worldly affairs, except when their interests are threatened. The Sumerians saw their world as continuously sustained by divine activity, with gods actively involved in the ongoing operations of nature and civilization, present in every aspect of life from the flooding of rivers to the birth of children to the success or failure of military campaigns. The divine realm and the human realm were not separate spheres with minimal interaction. They were intimately interconnected, with the boundary between them being permeable and events in one realm affecting the other. What role did the Anunnaki play in this elaborate divine organizational structure described in Enki and the World Order and similar texts? The texts describe them as a collective group, the offspring of Anu as we've established, who functioned primarily as judges and determiners of fate, rather than as managers of natural processes or civilizational activities. They were associated particularly with the underworld, with that dark realm beneath the earth where all mortals eventually travelled after death, and with the determination of human destinies, the fixing of fates that governed what would happen to each individual soul. In the famous story of Inanna's descent to the underworld, one of the most powerful and moving compositions in all of Sumerian literature, the Anunnaki appear in their characteristic role as the 7 judges who condemn the great goddess to death in the realm of the dead. When Inanna descends into the underworld to attend the funeral of her sister's husband, when she passes through the 7 gates and loses an item of divine power at each one until she arrives naked and powerless before the throne of Ereshkigal, the Anunnaki sit in judgment. They fasten their eyes of death upon her and she dies, hanging as a corpse on a hook for 3 days until rescued by the clever beings Enki creates to retrieve her. This episode portrays the Anunnaki not as creators or managers of human civilization, not as technological beings with advanced capabilities, but as authorities over the final judgment, the ultimate fate that awaits all beings mortal and divine. They're respected and feared for this power, certainly, but they're not the focus of creation narratives or the primary actors in organizing the cosmos. They occupy a specific niche in the divine hierarchy, performing an essential function but not the founding or creative function that ancient astronaut theory attributes to them. The shift from this original Sumerian understanding of the Anunnaki to the modern ancient astronaut interpretation represents one of the most dramatic transformations in how ancient texts have been read and fundamentally misread in the modern era. The person primarily and almost solely responsible for this transformation, for creating an entirely new narrative about the Anunnaki that has captured popular imagination despite having no basis in the actual ancient texts, was Zecharia Sitchin, a Russian-born businessman and self-taught amateur scholar who published his first book, The 12th Planet, in 1976. Sitchin claimed to have translated Sumerian cuneiform tablets himself, presenting himself as someone with special access to these ancient texts and special ability to understand what they really meant beneath the surface level that professional scholars accepted. However, his actual qualifications to translate Sumerian were questionable at best and non-existent at worst. He had a degree in economics from the University of London, not in ancient languages or archaeology or any field directly relevant to understanding Mesopotamian texts. He had no formal training in Sumerian or Akkadian. He had not studied under recognized experts in the field. He had not published his translations in peer-reviewed academic journals, where other specialists could evaluate his work and point out errors. Nevertheless, Sitchin claimed that his translations revealed a hidden truth that mainstream scholars either couldn't see or deliberately suppressed. According to his central thesis, elaborated across a series of Earth Chronicles books published over 3 decades, the Anunnaki were actually extraterrestrial beings from a hypothetical planet he called Nibiru, also sometimes referred to as Planet X. This planet, according to Sitchin, orbits our Sun in a highly elliptical path that brings it close to Earth approximately once every 3,600 years, a periodicity that Sitchin claimed was recorded in ancient astronomical texts, though he never provided clear evidence for this assertion. These alien beings, according to Sitchin's interpretation, arrived on Earth approximately 450,000 years ago during the Middle Pleistocene epoch, when early humans were still evolving in Africa and when modern Homo sapiens did not yet exist. They came with a specific purpose that drove their entire agenda to mine gold from Earth's crust, extracting this precious metal that they needed for some purpose related to their home planet. Sitchin suggested, though he was vague on the exact mechanism, that the Anunnaki used gold dust to repair their planet's deteriorating atmosphere, though how this would work physically, or why gold specifically would be needed for atmospheric repair, was never adequately explained. According to Sitchin's narrative, the Anunnaki established bases in Mesopotamia, specifically in the region where Sumerian civilization would later emerge, transforming the landscape through advanced technology, setting up mining operations in southern Africa where gold deposits were rich and accessible, creating a network of facilities connected by sophisticated transportation systems that left no archaeological trace but that Sitchin claimed he could detect by carefully reading the ancient texts. They built what Sitchin called a spaceport in the Sinai Peninsula, launch facilities from which they could transport mined gold back to Nibiru or to a mothership orbiting the planet. For thousands of years, according to this scenario, the Anunnaki performed this mining work themselves, labouring in hot, difficult conditions to extract gold from deep underground. But eventually, being accustomed to a more pleasant lifestyle and growing tired of backbreaking labour, they rebelled against this work. The solution to this labour crisis was the creation of human beings through genetic engineering, splicing Anunnaki DNA with that of Homo erectus, the archaic human species that existed in Africa during this period, to produce Homo sapiens as a hybrid species capable of intelligent thought and complex labour, but sufficiently inferior to the Anunnaki that they would accept servitude. This is a compelling narrative in many ways, certainly more dramatic than scholarly interpretations of ancient creation myths. It offers a grand cosmic drama, technologically advanced aliens manipulating human evolution, ancient astronauts shaping civilization from its earliest moments. It suggests that humanity's achievements are less impressive than we think, because we owe our very existence and our civilizational capabilities to alien intervention rather than our own ingenuity and effort. It implies that we are not alone in the universe, that intelligent extraterrestrial life not only exists, but has directly influenced human development, leaving traces in our oldest texts if we know how to read them correctly. But here's the fundamental problem that demolishes this entire edifice of interpretation. Sitchin's translations and readings of Sumerian texts have been thoroughly and comprehensively debunked by actual Assyriologists and Sumerologists, scholars who have devoted their careers to learning these ancient languages, who have studied under recognized experts, who have published their work in peer-reviewed venues where other specialists evaluate their methodologies and conclusions. Let's examine some of the specific issues with Sitchin's work and the ancient astronaut theory more broadly, because these issues completely undermine the credibility of the claims. First and most fundamentally, the translation of Anunnaki itself that forms the cornerstone of Sitchin's entire interpretation. Sitchin claimed this word meant those who from heaven to earth came, suggesting extraterrestrial origins, beings who travelled from another world to our planet. But this translation is simply and demonstrably wrong. Every reputable Sumerian dictionary, from the comprehensive multi-volume Chicago Assyrian Dictionary to specialized lexicons of Sumerian terms, defines Anunnaki as deriving from elements meaning princely seed, offspring of An, or something closely equivalent. The term refers to their status as descendants of An, the sky god, born into the cosmos through natural divine reproduction, rather than arriving from outside it. This isn't a matter of scholarly interpretation or theoretical framework. It's basic linguistics, straightforward etymology, that any competent student of Sumerian could verify by consulting standard reference works. Sitchin either fundamentally misunderstood how Sumerian grammar and word formation work, or he deliberately mistranslated the term to support his predetermined conclusion about ancient astronauts. Second, the claim about gold mining that serves as the central motivation for the Anunnaki's presence on Earth in Sitchin's narrative. According to Sitchin, the Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki coming to Earth specifically to mine gold, engaging in extensive mining operations that required the creation of human workers to perform the backbreaking labour. However, when we search the actual Sumerian corpus, when we examine the thousands of texts available in the electronic text corpus of Sumerian literature and in published collections of Sumerian compositions, we find absolutely no references to gods mining gold. Zero. None. The word gold appears in Sumerian texts, certainly, as it does in texts from any culture that knew and valued this precious metal, but always in context related to temple decoration, royal treasuries, divine statues, offerings to the gods, not to mining operations conducted by the gods themselves. Sitchin never provided a specific textual citation, never pointed to a particular line in a particular tablet that describes gods engaged in mining precious metals. He mentioned titles, and phrases like Belnimiki, which he translated as Lord of Mining, and claimed was a title of Ea or Enki, but there is absolutely no justification for this translation anywhere in Sumerian or Akkadian lexicography. Scholars who actually read these languages confirm that Sitchin appears to have simply invented this title or so grossly mistranslated an actual phrase that it bears no relationship to what the text actually says. This pattern of fabrication, or extreme mistranslation, repeats throughout his work, taking real Sumerian terms and concepts and twisting them beyond recognition to fit a predetermined narrative about ancient astronauts. Third, the interpretation of Sumerian art and iconography that Sitchin and his followers have used to support the ancient astronaut theory. They point to various cylinder seals, those small carved stones that Mesopotamians rolled across wet clay to create distinctive images and marks, and to relief carvings on temple walls and palace gates, claiming these depict the Anunnaki in spacesuits, showing rocket ships launching from Earth, illustrating solar systems with extra planets including Nibiru. But actual archaeologists and art historians who have devoted their careers to studying Mesopotamian visual culture, who understand the symbolic language and iconographic conventions of ancient Near Eastern art, identify these images very differently and more accurately. The winged discs that appear frequently in Mesopotamian art, for instance, which Sitchin interpreted as spacecraft or flying vehicles, actually represent specific deities, particularly solar gods like Shamash in Akkadian tradition or Utu in Sumerian. The wings symbolize the god's ability to move across the sky, to bring light from horizon to horizon, to witness everything that happens under heaven. They're symbolic representations of divine power and presence, not technical drawings of vehicles. The horned crowns worn by divine figures in Sumerian art, which some ancient astronaut theorists have suggested might represent helmets or technological headgear, are actually standard symbols of divinity, marking figures as gods in a visual language that every Mesopotamian viewer would have immediately understood. One particularly famous example that gets cited repeatedly in ancient astronaut literature is a cylinder seal known to scholars as VA-243, currently housed in the Vorderasiatisches Museum in Berlin. Sitchin interpreted this seal as showing our solar system with all known planets plus an additional large planet, Nibiru, depicted between Jupiter and Mars. This seal, according to Sitchin and his followers, proved that the ancient Sumerians possessed knowledge of the entire solar system, including outer planets like Uranus and Neptune that weren't discovered by modern astronomy until the 18th and 19th centuries, knowledge that could only have come from extraterrestrial visitors who travelled through space and mapped the solar system. However, actual analysis of this seal by Assyriologists who read these images fluently reveals that the symbols Sitchin interpreted as planets are almost certainly stars, following standard Mesopotamian iconographic conventions where 8-pointed or multi-pointed star shapes represent stars or stellar deities. The large central circle that Sitchin identified as the sun is probably a deity or a symbolic representation of divine authority or kingship, not an astronomical body. The arrangement of these symbols follows theological and hierarchical logic rather than astronomical observation. This is not speculation or theoretical interpretation. This is straightforward reading of well-understood visual conventions by experts who have studied thousands of similar seals and images. Fourth, and perhaps most damaging to Sitchin's credibility, and to the ancient astronaut theory he promoted, is the planet Nibiru itself. Sitchin claimed, based on his interpretations of Mesopotamian astronomical texts, that the Sumerians and later Babylonians knew about this additional massive planet in our solar system. A body with an orbit so eccentric that it spends most of its time in the outer reaches of the solar system, but periodically swings close to Earth every 3,600 years. This orbital period, according to Sitchin, explained various periodic catastrophes in Earth's history and correlated with major developments in human civilization. But astronomers and astrophysicists have pointed out numerous insurmountable problems with this planetary scenario. A planet with the mass and orbital characteristics that Sitchin described would be gravitationally unstable in the solar system. Its passage through the inner solar system every few thousand years would cause massive disruptions to the orbits of the known planets, perturbations that we would clearly see in their orbital mechanics. Jupiter's orbit would show effects from repeated close encounters with such a massive body. Earth's orbit would be affected. We would see clear evidence in the structure and dynamics of the asteroid belt, in the orbits of comets, in countless ways. But we don't see any such evidence. Moreover, if Nibiru existed with the characteristics Sitchin claimed, modern telescopes and space probes would have detected it by now. We've surveyed the sky extensively using instruments far more powerful than anything available when Sitchin was writing in the 1970s and 80s. We've identified countless distant objects in our solar system, including dwarf planets like Eris and Makemake in the Kuiper belt, far beyond Pluto, objects much smaller and more distant than Nibiru would be during most of its orbit. We've tracked near-Earth asteroids, monitored comets, mapped the distribution of bodies throughout the solar system. If Nibiru existed, we would know about it. The absence of any such detection, despite decades of intensive astronomical observation, using increasingly sophisticated instruments, is absolutely telling. NASA and other major space agencies have explicitly stated multiple times that there is no evidence whatsoever for the existence of Nibiru or Planet X, as described by Sitchin. They've addressed this topic directly because the Nibiru theory has been so popular that it generated public inquiries and concerns, particularly around the year 2012, when some Sitchin followers predicted Nibiru would make a close pass by Earth, causing catastrophic destruction. No such event occurred, of course, because Nibiru doesn't exist. But the fact that respected scientific institutions felt compelled to issue public statements debunking this theory demonstrates how widely Sitchin's ideas have spread despite their lack of scientific foundation. Sitchin's hypothesis requires us to believe that ancient Sumerians living 4,000 years ago possessed detailed knowledge about a planet that remains invisible to our most sophisticated modern instruments, that they had access to information about the solar system that we, with all our telescopes and space probes and astronomical databases, still cannot verify. This is not merely implausible, it's a claim that contradicts everything we know about how knowledge is acquired, how observations are made, how information accumulates over time through systematic investigation. Now, does all of this mean that the Sumerian texts are merely myth in the pejorative sense? That they hold no value? That they're nothing but primitive superstitions that modern people should dismiss as irrelevant? Absolutely not, and this is a crucial point that often gets lost in the debates between ancient astronaut enthusiasts and their critics. The value of the Sumerian texts lies in what they actually say, in the sophisticated theological and philosophical thinking they preserve, in the window they provide into how early Mesopotamian cultures understood the world, not in what modern theorists wish they said or claim they say beneath layers of supposed code and hidden meaning. The Sumerian creation myths describe a graduated cosmology, a universe that came into being through recognizable stages, moving from the primordial waters of Namu through the separation of heaven and earth by Enlil, from the birth of the first generation of gods to the proliferation of divine beings who took responsibility for various aspects of existence, from the creation of humanity to serve the gods to the establishment of civilization under divine oversight. They portray gods who were not distant and removed from the world but actively involved in its operation, establishing order where chaos threatened, assigning responsibilities to ensure cosmic maintenance, ensuring that the structures of existence functioned properly. These gods, as the texts repeatedly show, had personalities as complex as any humans. They made mistakes, acting impulsively or without full knowledge of consequences. They engaged in contests and conflicts with each other, competing for authority or prestige or resources. They felt emotions ranging from love to jealousy to rage. They occasionally acted vindictively, punishing humans or other gods who offended them. They were divine, certainly possessing powers far beyond human capabilities, but they were also characterizable, recognizable as persons rather than abstract forces, reflecting human psychology projected onto the cosmic stage. The texts also reveal how the Sumerians understood their own civilization, the unprecedented urban culture they had created in the flat plains of Mesopotamia. They saw it not as a purely human achievement emerging from our species' innate capabilities, but as fundamentally dependent on divine gifts, on knowledge and techniques that had been granted by the gods rather than discovered through human ingenuity alone. Kingship descended from heaven rather than evolving from tribal leadership structures. Agriculture and animal husbandry were presented by divine beings like Ashnan and Lahar rather than developed through millennia of experimentation. Writing, that revolutionary technology that allowed the Sumerians to record these very texts we're discussing, was understood as a divine invention attributed to gods rather than credited to human scribes. This wasn't primitive superstition or failure to understand causation. It was a sophisticated theological framework for understanding the origins of civilization and acknowledging that civilizational development depended on accumulated knowledge passed down through generations, on techniques that had to be learned and refined, on cultural inheritance that each generation received from those who came before. By attributing these foundational technologies to divine origins, the Sumerians were emphasizing their sacred importance, marking them as essential to human flourishing, protecting them from casual abandonment or thoughtless modification. The antediluvian period described in the Sumerian king list with its 8 impossibly long-lived kings ruling over 5 sacred cities represents, in this cosmological framework, a liminal time in cosmic history. An era when the boundaries between divine and human realms were less rigid than they would later become, when rulership could be exercised by godlike beings who lived for thousands of years because they partook of divine nature in ways that later humans would not. This was a golden age in some respects, a time of close divine-human interaction when the gods walked more directly among mortals, when revelations and miracles were commonplace rather than rare. But it was also fundamentally unstable. This age of close contact ultimately ended by divine decree through the catastrophe of the flood that swept away the antediluvian world. The Eridogenesis, that oldest surviving narrative of the Great Deluge, provides absolutely crucial details about this transitional moment in cosmic history, about the destruction of the old order and the establishment of the new. The text, preserved on a badly damaged cuneiform tablet, from which about 2/3 of the content has been lost to the ravages of time, begins with a description of creation that parallels other Sumerian cosmogonic texts. The gods created humanity, the black-headed people as the Sumerians called themselves, and gave them the fundamental gifts of civilization. Cities were founded across the fertile plains of Mesopotamia and placed under the patronage of specific deities who would serve as their protectors and benefactors. Eridu, that first and holiest city, belonged to Enki, the god of wisdom and sweet water who dwelt in the cosmic ocean beneath the earth. Bad Tibera was assigned to its divine ruler, continuing the sacred tradition established at the world's first city. Larak received its patron god, who would oversee its development and protect its inhabitants. Sippar, sacred to the sun, god Utu, became a center of law and justice reflecting its patron's characteristics. Shuruppak, the final antediluvian city, completed this sacred geography of the world before the flood, each city representing a particular aspect of divine presence in the mortal realm. But then, as the text describes, in the portions that survive and as we can infer from later versions of the flood story, something went profoundly wrong with this initially harmonious arrangement between gods and humans. Humanity multiplied across the fertile plains, filling the cities with their activity and commerce and daily life. They prospered under divine protection, engaging in all the activities of civilization, building and farming and trading and reproducing, and their noise, the constant tumult of human activity, the clamour of crowded cities full of people going about their business, disturbed the gods who dwelt in temples and celestial palaces. This detail, which appears in multiple versions of the Mesopotamian flood story, including the later Akkadian Atrahasis epic, is absolutely crucial for understanding Sumerian theology and the divine human relationship as these texts conceived it. The gods didn't decide to destroy humanity because humans were evil or sinful in a moral sense, because they had violated divine commandments or fallen from an initial state of grace. The motivation was much more mundane and in some ways more disturbing. Humans were too numerous, too successful, too vibrant with life and activity. They filled the world with noise that kept the gods awake, that disturbed divine peace and tranquility. Enlil, the powerful god of air and storms who held supreme authority over the earth realm, after separating heaven from earth at the beginning of creation, found himself unable to sleep because of the constant tumult of human civilization. The cities were too crowded, he complained to the divine assembly. Humans were too loud, too busy, too present everywhere. Their noise rose up to the heavens, where gods dwelt, making rest impossible, turning what should have been peaceful divine existence into an ordeal of constant disturbance. And so, after consulting with other senior gods and receiving their grudging agreement, Enlil made the catastrophic decision to destroy humanity with a great flood that would sweep over the land, wiping away the cities and their noisy inhabitants, returning the world to the quiet primordial state it had enjoyed before humans multiplied so abundantly. This is a strikingly anthropomorphic motivation for cosmic catastrophe, showing gods who act from irritation and desire for comfort rather than from abstract justice or cosmic necessity. It reflects something profound about the Sumerian worldview and their understanding of the relationship between civilization and nature. Human civilization, for all its benefits and achievements, for all the ways it elevated humanity above animal existence, inevitably created disturbance and disruption. It changed the natural order, imposing human will upon the environment through agriculture and construction and all the other activities of civilized life, and by doing so, it inevitably created conflict with forces beyond human control, with the divine powers who preferred quiet and stability to the dynamic chaos of human activity. But one god disagreed with this decision to annihilate humanity completely. Enki, the lord of wisdom and sweet water, the cleverer god who often appeared in Sumerian texts as more sympathetic to humanity than his peers, believed that total destruction was excessive punishment for the crime of being too numerous and noisy. He recognized that humans served a useful purpose, performing the agricultural labor that the gods themselves had found burdensome, maintaining the temples and making offerings that sustained divine existence in the mortal realm. Eliminating them entirely would force the gods back to the very labor problem that had motivated human creation in the first place. The texts portray Enki as a trickster figure in this episode, clever and subversive, willing to circumvent the decrees of more powerful but less imaginative gods when he believed they were making a terrible mistake. He couldn't openly defy Enlil's decree, couldn't stand before the divine assembly and argue for humanity's preservation, because the decision had already been made and divine decrees were understood to be irrevocable once pronounced. But he could work around it, finding loopholes, using his characteristic cunning to achieve his goals without directly violating the letter of divine law. Enki appeared to Ziusudra, the king of Shuruppak, who was the last of the antediluvian rulers, the son of Ubaratutu who had ruled before him. Different versions of the story describe this crucial revelation in slightly different ways, reflecting the multiple traditions that circulated in ancient Mesopotamia about the flood and its hero. In some versions, Enki comes to Ziusudra in a dream, speaking through the medium of sleep to deliver his warning without openly defying Enlil. In other versions, he positions himself on one side of a reed wall that forms part of Ziusudra's house, speaking loudly as if talking to the wall itself, while Ziusudra on the other side of the wall overhears what is being said without Enki technically having made direct communication. This elaborate subterfuge, this careful maneuvering around the technicalities of divine law, shows the Sumerian gods as bound by their own rules and precedents, not operating with complete freedom to do whatever they wish at any moment. The divine assembly had decreed the flood, and that decree could not be revoked, could not be openly defied. But it could be circumvented through clever interpretation and strategic communication that technically didn't violate the terms while completely undermining the intent. The message Enki delivered, whether through dreams or walls or direct communication depending on which version we follow, was absolutely clear and urgent. A flood was coming, he warned Ziusudra. The assembly of the gods had decreed the destruction of humanity. The decision was final, irrevocable, beyond appeal. But you can save yourself, Enki continued, save your family, save representatives of all living species, save the seed of civilization, so that the world can be repopulated after the waters recede. Build a great boat, he instructed, giving specifications about its construction that the damaged state of the tablet has unfortunately rendered largely illegible. Make it watertight, load it with animals, prepare provisions for the coming catastrophe. The text provides some tantalizing details about this vessel's construction. In the portions that survive, though frustratingly key sections are lost due to damage to the clay tablet that preserved this story. We know that Ziusudra built the boat according to Enki's divine instructions, working presumably with help from family members and perhaps trusted servants who could keep the project secret from other gods and from the general population, who might have panicked if they knew what was coming. He loaded the boat with representatives of all animal species, presumably both wild and domestic, ensuring that the diversity of life would survive the coming flood. He gathered provisions, food and water sufficient to sustain both humans and animals through however many days or weeks the deluge would last. Then, with preparations complete and the boat sealed against the coming waters, the flood arrived with a violence that the text describes in vivid and terrifying terms that have lost none of their power, despite being recorded on clay 4,000 years ago. All the evil winds gathered together, every stormy blast from every direction, converging into a single catastrophic force. The flood swept over the cities of the half-bushel baskets, that poetic phrase referring to the standard units of measure used in Sumerian, trade and commerce, indicating that these were the productive centers of civilization being destroyed. For 7 days and 7 nights the deluge continued without pause, the massive boat tossed about on the great waters like a toy, while outside the world drowned. The cities that humanity had built with such tremendous effort over generations, those centers of civilization where temples rose to the heavens and markets bustled with trade and scribes recorded transactions in the newly invented writing, were submerged and destroyed. The ordered world that the gods had established after separating heaven from earth, the cosmos of cultivated fields and irrigation canals and urban streets, was temporarily undone, returned to the primordial state of chaos and undifferentiated waters that had existed before creation. Everything humanity had achieved, every monument they had raised, every innovation they had developed, seemed to be wiped away as if it had never existed. When the storm finally ended after that terrible week of wind and rain and rising water, when the fury of the flood exhausted itself and the waters began very slowly to recede, Ziusudra opened a window in the great boat to see what remained of the world. The sun god Utu, who had been hidden behind storm clouds for 7 days and nights, now sent his blessed light into the vessel's dark interior, illuminating the space where Ziusudra and his family and all the animals had huddled together waiting for the catastrophe to end. Ziusudra emerged onto the deck or possibly onto newly revealed land. We're not entirely certain because the text is damaged at this crucial point, and immediately his first action was to perform sacrifices to the gods. He butchered oxen as offerings to the divine powers who had both decreed the flood and provided the means of survival. He was lavish with sheep, presenting multiple animals as thanksgiving for deliverance. He prepared barley cakes and crescent-shaped bread as offerings, traditional foods associated with religious ritual. He burned juniper, that pure plant of the mountains whose fragrant smoke was believed to be particularly pleasing to gods. This detail about immediate sacrifice, about worship and thanksgiving being Ziusudra's first priority after surviving the apocalypse, is profoundly important for understanding the Sumerian religious worldview. Even though the gods, specifically Enlil, had decreed humanity's complete destruction, even though divine action had caused the catastrophe that killed everyone except this single family and their animal cargo, the proper response of the survivor was worship and propitiation and thanksgiving. The Sumerian worldview didn't include a concept of gods as purely benevolent protectors who always acted in humanity's best interest. The divine powers were recognized as capricious, sometimes helpful and sometimes hostile, sometimes preserving life and sometimes destroying it according to their own inscrutable purposes. But they were always deserving of respect and worship, always demanding propitiation regardless of their actions, because they were gods and humans were utterly dependent on their favor. The text of the Eridu Genesis breaks off after describing these sacrifices, with large portions of the tablet lost to damage and the ravages of time, but we can reconstruct what must have followed from later versions of the flood story, preserved in the Atrahasis epic and in the flood narrative incorporated into the Epic of Gilgamesh. Enlil discovered that humans had survived his attempted genocide, that his decree of total destruction had been subverted by Enki's clever intervention. He was absolutely furious, his rage at being thwarted probably intensified by the realization that another god had undermined his authority, demanding to know which deity had revealed the secret of the coming flood and enabled a human to escape. Enki admitted his role, stepping forward before the divine assembly to accept responsibility and justify his actions. He argued that humanity deserved a chance to survive, that they had not committed some heinous crime deserving of extinction, that they served useful purposes for the gods, that complete annihilation would have been excessive and ultimately counterproductive punishment for the relatively minor offense of being too numerous and making too much noise. The assembly of gods debated this crisis, argued about appropriate responses, considered the implications of Enki's defiance of Enlil's decree, and the survival of humanity against the will of the supreme god of Earth. Eventually, through processes of divine negotiation and compromise that the texts don't fully specify, they reached an accommodation. Humanity could continue to exist, but measures would be implemented to control their population and reduce the noise that had so disturbed Enlil in the first place. Some texts suggest that this is when various biological and social limitations were imposed on human existence as divine punishment or population control measures. Mortality itself, which may not have been quite so absolute in the antediluvian age, when kings could rule for thousands of years, became a fixed and unavoidable condition of human existence. Human lifespans were deliberately reduced to reasonable lengths, perhaps only a century or so rather than the multiple millennia that antediluvian rulers had enjoyed. Women's fertility was regulated through divine decree, the texts suggest, through the institution of women who would remain barren throughout their lives and through the tragically common deaths of infants before they reached maturity. These grim measures, which would cause such suffering in actual human experience, were attributed to divine policy, to deliberate decisions made by gods to keep human population from growing so large that noise would again become a problem. Some versions of the story also mention the institution of wild animals who would attack and kill humans, and of diseases that would carry people off before their time, additional mechanisms for population control imposed by divine will. Ziusudra himself received special treatment in recognition of his obedience and piety, his faithfulness in following Enki's instructions even when they required tremendous effort and must have seemed insane to observers. The gods granted him eternal life, transforming him from a mortal into something approaching divine status, making him one of the very few humans in Mesopotamian tradition who escaped death entirely. They allowed him to dwell in Dilmun, a mythical paradise located somewhere at the eastern edge of the known world, where the sun rises each morning bringing light to dispel darkness. Dilmun appears in multiple Sumerian texts as a pure and pristine land, a place of peace and abundance completely free from disease and death, and all the afflictions that plague ordinary mortal existence. It's described as a place where no lion kills, where no wolf snatches lambs, where old age and illness are unknown concepts, where life continues in perfect harmony without the conflict and suffering that characterize existence in the normal world. By placing Ziusudra there after the flood, the gods removed him from ordinary human society, preserving him as a living link to the antediluvian past, as someone who could testify to what the world was like before the catastrophe, but who would not interfere with the new post-flood order. This flood narrative, when we examine it carefully in all its surviving versions and variations, reveals several absolutely crucial aspects of the Sumerian worldview that predate and provide essential context for any interpretation involving the Anunnaki or other divine beings. First, and most importantly, it shows a complex divine hierarchy characterized by disagreement and debate rather than unified purpose. The cosmos was governed not by a single omnipotent deity, whose will was absolute and unchallengeable, but by a council or assembly of gods who made decisions through discussion and voting, who could disagree with each other about appropriate courses of action, who could even work to undermine each other's decisions when they felt strongly enough about an issue. Individual deities like Enki could and did subvert the decisions of this divine assembly when they believed those decisions were wrong or unjust, working around the edges of divine law to achieve outcomes they preferred. This portrayal of gods as operating within constraints, as bound by precedents and procedures, as unable to simply do whatever they wished at any moment, reflects a sophisticated theological understanding. The divine realm had its own rules and structures, its own hierarchies and limitations. The gods were tremendously powerful compared to humans, certainly, possessing abilities that mortals could barely comprehend, but they were not omnipotent in an absolute sense. Second, the flood story demonstrates that humanity in Sumerian thought existed at the pleasure of the gods, created to serve divine purposes, useful as long as they performed their designated roles, but potentially disposable if they became problematic from the divine perspective. Humans were neither purely good nor purely evil in this theological framework. They weren't moral agents whose ultimate fate depended on their ethical choices. They were servants whose continuation depended on their utility, on whether they served the purposes for which they had been created without causing unacceptable disruption to divine peace. Their fate was determined not by their individual moral qualities, but by their collective impact on the cosmic order and on divine comfort. This is a very different understanding of the divine-human relationship than what we find in later monotheistic traditions, where moral behavior determines ultimate destiny, and where God's relationship with humanity involves covenants and promises based on mutual obligations. Third, the narrative shows that catastrophe in Sumerian cosmology could be both cosmic in scope and survivable through proper preparation guided by divine favor. The flood was universal in its impact within the known world, destroying all the cities of civilization, wiping away everything that humanity had built. But it was also survivable for those who had divine protection and who took appropriate precautions. This reflects the real historical experience of the Mesopotamian peoples who lived in a flood-prone environment where devastating inundations could destroy years of agricultural work and require complete rebuilding of settlements. The mythological flood elevated this recurring natural disaster to cosmic and theological significance, making it an event that shaped divine-human relations and that marked a boundary between two fundamentally different ages of existence. Archaeological evidence provides absolutely fascinating context for these textual traditions, grounding the mythology in actual historical events, even while recognizing that the stories themselves have been shaped by centuries of theological reflection and narrative development. Excavations at several Mesopotamian sites, including Shuruppak itself, the city named in the flood story as the home of Zusudra, have revealed clear evidence of significant flooding events dating to around 2,900 years before the Common Era, right at the transition between the Yemdet-Nasr period and the early dynastic period, when Sumerian civilization was consolidating and city-states were emerging as the dominant form of political organization. At Shuruppak, archaeologists discovered a substantial layer of riverine sediments deposited by floodwaters, interrupting the continuity of settlement and suggesting that the city was temporarily abandoned after a major inundation before being reoccupied and rebuilt. Similar flood layers from approximately the same time period have been found at other early Sumerian cities, including Kish in the north and Ur in the south, indicating that this was a regional phenomenon affecting multiple sites, rather than a localized event at a single city. The flood deposits don't represent a worldwide deluge in the geological sense, of course. They're evidence of catastrophic but geographically limited flooding events in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley, probably caused by exceptional combinations of heavy rain in the mountains, where both rivers originated and high river levels from spring snowmelt arriving at the plains simultaneously. But for the people who experienced these floods directly, who watched the rivers overflow their banks and spread across the flat plains for miles in every direction, who saw their fields and homes and temples submerged under water, who had to flee to higher ground or drown, these events would have seemed genuinely world-ending. The Mesopotamian plain was effectively the entire world as far as these early Sumerians were concerned. They had no knowledge of distant continents or far-off lands. When the familiar landscape disappeared underwater and everything recognizable was destroyed, this was an apocalypse in the truest sense, an ending of the world as they knew it. The Sumerian flood myth preserves the traumatic memory of these catastrophic events, transforming them from natural disasters into theological narratives that explained why such terrible things happened and what they meant for humanity's relationship with the divine realm. The myth elevated specific historical floods to the status of cosmic events, making them moments when the gods intervened directly in human affairs, when the structure of civilization was temporarily dissolved and then reconstituted on a new basis. Now let's examine more closely the cosmological framework that the Sumerian texts establish in multiple compositions, because understanding this framework is absolutely essential for properly contextualizing the Anunnaki and all other divine beings within Sumerian theology. The Sumerians conceived of the universe as having three main levels or realms, a vertical structure that organized all existence into distinct but interconnected domains. At the top of this cosmic architecture was An, heaven, the domain of the sky god whose name was identical with the realm he ruled, the celestial sphere far above the earth, where sun and moon and stars moved in their eternal courses. This uppermost realm was the source of a rain that made agriculture possible, of storms that could destroy or nourish depending on their intensity, of all celestial phenomena that governed the rhythms of time and seasons. It was the dwelling place of the most powerful gods, particularly An himself, who rarely intervened directly in earthly affairs, but whose authority was acknowledged by all other deities. Heaven was remote, unreachable by ordinary humans, separate from the mortal world by an unbridgeable gap, yet intimately connected to earth through the weather and through divine will that shaped events below. In the middle of this three-tiered structure was the earth, Ki, the solid ground where humans and animals and plants existed in the manifest world of forms and activities. This was the realm of human civilization, where cities were built and fields cultivated, where daily life unfolded under the watchful eyes of the gods. The earth wasn't simply a passive stage where events happened. It was itself a divine being in some texts, the goddess Kai, who had been separated from her consort An by their son Enlil, who continued to sustain life through her fertility and stability. But the earth wasn't conceived as a simple flat surface floating in empty space, which is sometimes how we imagine ancient cosmologies in our modern simplification. The Sumerians understood the earth as resting upon, or surrounded by water, specifically by the Abzu, that cosmic ocean of fresh water that we discussed earlier as the domain of the god Enki. This subterranean realm of primordial waters represented the third major division of the cosmos in Sumerian thought, distinct from both heaven above and earth's surface. The Abzu wasn't the underworld in the sense of the land of the dead, though the two concepts were related and sometimes overlapped in mythological geography. The Abzu was specifically the realm of fresh water, the cosmic deep from which all springs and wells and rivers ultimately flowed. It was the source of fertility and life, providing the irrigation water that made Mesopotamian agriculture possible. Enki dwelt in the Abzu in a magnificent palace adorned with precious stones and metals, ruling over this primordial ocean, controlling the flow of waters that sustained existence on Earth's surface. Enki's temple in Eridu, that Iabzu we've mentioned multiple times, was understood as built directly over the point where these cosmic waters broke through to the surface world, where humans could access the sacred depth through ritual and offering. When priests performed ceremonies in this temple, they believed they were standing at the boundary between Earth and the primordial ocean, at a thin place where the veil between realms was permeable. This three-tiered cosmology was actually more complex and elaborate than it might initially appear from this simplified description. The texts describe the sky not as a single solid dome, but as multiple layers stacked one above another, usually 3 heavens, but sometimes 7 in more elaborate cosmological schemes, each made of a different precious stone that gave it distinctive characteristics. The lowest dome of heaven, the one visible to humans looking upward from Earth, was made of jasper, that semi-precious stone with its characteristic patterns and colours. This lowest heaven housed the stars, those points of light that appeared at night and that the Sumerians recognized as following regular patterns across the sky, patterns that could be used to mark the passage of seasons and to navigate across trackless deserts. The middle dome of heaven was made of a stone the Sumerians called sagelmut, though we're not entirely certain what mineral this refers to in modern geological terms. This middle heaven was the dwelling place of the Igigi, a class of gods associated with celestial phenomena and with the work of maintaining cosmic order, somewhat junior to the great gods of the Anunnaki but still divine beings worthy of respect. The highest dome of heaven, furthest from Earth and closest to pure divinity, was where An himself dwelt in splendid isolation, presiding over all existence from his remote and exalted position. Below the Earth's surface, in addition to the Abzu with its life-giving fresh water, there was also the underworld proper called Kur in Sumerian, or sometimes Irkala in later Akkadian traditions, the land of the dead where all mortal souls eventually travelled regardless of how they had lived their earthly lives. This realm was ruled by the goddess Eresh-Ki-gal, whose name means Lady of the Great Place Below, and by her consort Nagal, a god associated with war and pestilence and violent death. The underworld was consistently described in Sumerian texts as a dark and dreary place, a realm of dust and shadow where the dead existed in a grim parody of life. The dead in the Sumerian underworld ate only dust and clay, the most unappetizing substances imaginable, never enjoying the flavors of bread and beer and meat that had sustained them in life. They dwelt in darkness without the comforting light of sun or moon or stars. They wore feathers like birds, a curious detail that appears in multiple texts, perhaps suggesting their transformation into something inhuman and alien. They were separated forever from the warmth and light and joy of the upper world, condemned to this cheerless existence simply by virtue of being mortal, and therefore subject to death. This underworld was not a place of punishment in the later Christian sense of hell, where sinners suffered torments proportional to their crimes. It was simply where all dead souls went, the inevitable destination of every mortal regardless of their moral character or their achievements in life. The Sumerians had no concept of heaven as a reward for righteousness or hell as punishment for wickedness. Death was the great equalizer, sending king and slave, saint and sinner, to the same grim subterranean realm. The quality of a person's afterlife depended not on their moral choices, but on whether their family continued to perform the proper funerary rituals, pouring libations and making food offerings at their grave. The Anunnaki occupied a very specific place within this cosmological framework, particularly associated with the underworld realm, with Kur, with the domain of the dead. They served as judges of the deceased, the seven who decree sitting in solemn assembly to determine the fate of each soul that entered the land of no return. This role is completely different from and incompatible with the ancient astronaut interpretation of the Anunnaki as spacefaring technologists, as aliens who came from another planet to exploit Earth's resources. The texts consistently portray them as chthonic deities, gods of Earth and underworld, associated with fate and judgment and the inexorable boundary between life and death, not with the heavens or with extraterrestrial origins. We must conclude, based on careful examination of what the Sumerian texts actually say when read in their original languages by qualified scholars, that the period before the Anunnaki as described in ancient astronaut theory never existed. The Anunnaki didn't come to Earth from somewhere else. They were born into the cosmos as it was being formed, emerging from the union of An and Ki, part of the divine genealogy from its early stages. They had specific roles within the cosmic order, important roles certainly, but they were not the creators or architects of that order. What actually came before, according to these ancient texts, was Namu, the primordial sea, the birth of An and Ki from her waters, the separation of heaven and earth by Enlil, the proliferation of divine beings who took responsibility for maintaining existence, the creation of humanity from clay to serve as agricultural workers for the gods, the establishment of the first cities under divine patronage, the antediluvian age with its impossibly long-lived kings representing a time when divine and human realms were closer, the flood that ended that age and established new conditions for post-diluvial existence. This is what the Sumerian texts reveal. Not ancient astronauts, but ancient myths. Not genetic engineering, but clay moulded by divine hands. Not gold mining operations, but agricultural labour performed by humans to serve gods. Not extraterrestrial visitation, but theological reflection on the origins of existence and civilization. The real story is both simpler and more profound than the modern reinterpretation. Simpler because it doesn't require imagining advanced alien civilizations and interstellar travel. More profound because it represents humanity's earliest recorded attempts to understand the deepest questions about where we came from and why we exist. The location of Dilmun in Sumerian cosmic geography deserves more detailed examination because it reveals fascinating aspects of how these ancient people conceived of sacred space and the boundaries between mortal and divine realms. Dilmun was not simply a fantasy location invented whole cloth by mythological imagination. It appears to have been based on a real geographical location, probably the island of Bahrain in the Persian Gulf, which ancient Mesopotamian texts identify as a trading partner and source of valuable commodities, including copper, precious stones, and exotic woods that couldn't be found in the alluvial plains of Sumer. But Dilmun in mythology transcended its mundane geographical reality to become a sacred paradise, a liminal space existing somewhere between the fully mortal world of Earth and the fully divine realm of heaven. It was pure, the texts tell us, a place untouched by the corruption and suffering that characterized ordinary existence. No lion hunted there, meaning predation and violence were absent. No wolf snatched lambs from flocks, indicating that the natural struggle for survival didn't operate in this blessed land. No old age weakened bodies or dimmed minds, suggesting that time itself flowed differently or had less destructive impact. No disease afflicted inhabitants, no pain troubled them, no death terminated their existence. This paradise represented what the world might have been if creation had proceeded differently, if the fall from initial perfection that so many mythologies describe had never occurred. Or perhaps it represented what the antediluvian world had been like before humans multiplied too successfully and disturbed the gods with their noise. In any case, Dilmun served in Sumerian theology as a counterpoint to ordinary earthly existence, a reminder that suffering and death were not inevitable features of reality itself, but conditions imposed by divine decree or resulting from cosmic catastrophe. The fact that Zeusudra was allowed to dwell there after surviving the flood indicated his special status, his transformation from ordinary mortal into something approaching divine being. Other texts describe Enki visiting Dilmun and transforming it through his creative power. Originally, these compositions tell us even Dilmun lacked fresh water, that essential substance that Enki controlled and that made all life possible. The island was surrounded by salt water, the ocean that couldn't be drunk or used for irrigation. But Enki caused fresh water to flow there, bringing up springs from the cosmic ocean beneath the earth, making Dilmun verdant and fertile. He filled the land with plants and animals, creating a complete ecosystem that mirrored the diversity of creation itself. The cosmic geography of the Sumerians included not just these three basic realms of heaven, earth and underworld, but also these marginal or liminal spaces like Dilmun, places that existed at the edges of the known world, at the boundaries where different types of reality met and overlapped. These were locations of special power and danger, where the normal rules might not apply, where transformation could occur, where mortals might encounter the divine more directly than in ordinary civilized spaces. Understanding this complex cosmological framework helps us see why the Anunnaki, in their role as judges of the dead, were so feared and respected in Sumerian religion. They occupied the boundary between life and death, the liminal zone that every mortal would eventually have to cross. They determined fates, fixed destinies, made the final judgment that no appeal could reverse. In the underworld context where they exercised this judicial function, they held power over every human soul, power that even the great gods like Inanna had to respect when they descended to the realm of the dead. The famous myth of Inanna's descent to the underworld, preserved in both Sumerian and later Akkadian versions, provides our clearest picture of the Anunnaki in their judicial role. When the great goddess, Queen of Heaven and Earth, goddess of love and war, decides to visit the underworld to attend a funeral, she must pass through 7 gates, surrendering an item of divine power at each one. Her crown at the first gate, her necklace at the second, her breastplate at the third, continuing until she arrives naked and powerless before her sister Ereshkigal, who rules the land of the dead. The Anunnaki, described as the 7 judges, sit in assembly to hear the case against Inanna. They fasten their eyes of death upon her, that terrible gaze that strips away divine immortality and reduces even a goddess to a corpse. Inanna dies and is hung on a hook like a piece of meat, and for 3 days she remains dead until rescued by magical beings that Enki creates specifically to enter the underworld and retrieve her. This episode demonstrates that the Anunnaki's power in their own domain was absolute. able to kill even a great goddess, able to exercise judgment that the most powerful divine beings had to submit to. This portrayal is completely incompatible with the ancient astronaut interpretation. These are not technological beings with advanced equipment. They are chthonic judges, underworld authorities, beings whose power comes from their position at the ultimate boundary that all life must cross. They operate through supernatural judgment, through the eyes of death that kill by looking, not through any mechanism that could be described as technological or scientific in our modern understanding of those terms. The concept of the me that appears in multiple Sumerian texts deserves extensive examination because it reveals how these ancient people understood the transmission of civilization, the establishment of social order, and the divine origins of cultural institutions. The me were divine decrees or principles, fundamental patterns that governed various aspects of civilized existence. Scholars have translated this Sumerian word in different ways, sometimes as divine powers, sometimes as cultural norms, sometimes as cosmic principles, reflecting the difficulty of capturing its full meaning in modern languages. Recent research has emphasized understanding the me not as abstract concepts, but as actual practices, specific rituals and procedures that had to be performed correctly to maintain cosmic and social order. They were knowledge embodied in action, wisdom preserved through proper performance. The me included kingship itself, the right and ability to rule over others. They included priesthood, the specialized knowledge required to serve the gods properly in temples. They included truth and law, the principles of justice that allowed societies to function without descending into chaos. They included sexual intercourse and prostitution, both sacred and profane aspects of human reproduction and pleasure. The me encompassed art and music, the creative expressions that made life more than mere survival. They included crafts and technologies, everything from metalworking to weaving to building construction. They included warfare and weapons, the martial arts that allowed cities to defend themselves or conquer neighbors. They included descent into the underworld, suggesting that even the journey to death had to be undertaken according to proper procedure. The complete list of me mentioned in various Sumerian texts numbers more than 100 separate items, covering virtually every aspect of civilized human existence from the most exalted to the most mundane. In the myth called Inanna and Enki, the goddess Inanna travels to Eridu to visit Enki in his temple built over the cosmic waters. Enki, being a hospitable god and perhaps also being somewhat foolish when it comes to beautiful goddesses, entertains Inanna lavishly, plying her with beer and wine until his judgment is impaired. In his intoxicated state, he makes the catastrophic decision to give Inanna the me, transferring these fundamental principles of civilization from his possession to hers. The next morning, when sobriety returns and Enki realizes what he's done, he desperately tries to prevent Inanna from leaving Eridu with the me, sending his minister and various servants to intercept her and recover these precious divine powers. But Inanna and her servant Ninshubur cleverly evade these pursuers, making their way back to Uruk where Inanna is the patron goddess, successfully transporting the me from Eridu to her own city. This mythological episode served to explain why Uruk rather than Eridu became the dominant city in early Sumerian history, why political and cultural power shifted from the oldest sacred center to a newer but more dynamic urban center. But it also reveals deeper truths about how the Sumerians understood civilization and its origins. Cultural knowledge, technological expertise, social institutions, all the things that made urban life possible were not human inventions that emerged through trial and error over long periods of time. They were divine gifts, sacred knowledge that had to be properly transmitted and carefully preserved. The me had to be obtained from the gods who originally possessed them, acquired through some combination of divine favor, clever negotiation, and sometimes outright theft, as in Inanna's case. This theological understanding of culture's origins wasn't primitive superstition or failure to recognize human agency and innovation. It was a sophisticated way of acknowledging that civilization depended on accumulated knowledge passed down through generations, on techniques and practices that had to be learned rather than being innately known, on cultural inheritance that each generation received from ancestors and had responsibility to transmit to descendants. By attributing the me to divine origins, the Sumerians were emphasizing their sacred importance, protecting them from casual modification or thoughtless abandonment. The temple complexes that dominated Sumerian cities served as repositories and centers for the performance of the me, institutions where this sacred knowledge was preserved and enacted through daily rituals and seasonal ceremonies. These weren't simply religious buildings in our modern sense, separate from economic and political activity. Sumerian temples were economic powerhouses, centers of production and redistribution, institutions that managed vast agricultural estates, employed hundreds or thousands of workers in various capacities, collected taxes and tribute, and distributed resources according to complex hierarchical systems. The temple dedicated to Inanna in Uruk, called the Iana, or House of Heaven, controlled enormous agricultural lands worked by dependent labourers who received rations of food and clothing in exchange for their work. The temple maintained workshops where specialised craftspeople produced textiles, pottery, metal goods, stone carvings, and countless other products. It operated as a major trading institution, exchanging Mesopotamian grain and manufactured goods for raw materials that weren't available locally, including timber from the mountains, stones for construction and sculpture, metals for tools and weapons, exotic items from distant lands. Archaeological excavations of temple complexes have revealed extensive archives, thousands of clay tablets recording economic transactions in meticulous detail. These texts list deliveries of grain from specific fields, distributions of rations to named individuals, inventories of livestock and tools and finished products, accounts of trade missions sent to distant regions. The sheer volume and complexity of this record-keeping demonstrates that Sumerian temples were managing sophisticated economic operations on a scale that required writing for effective administration. Indeed, writing itself developed precisely to meet these administrative needs, beginning as a tool for tracking economic flows before later expanding to record literature, history, laws, and religious texts. This economic system was described in Sumerian texts as a divine institution, established by the gods when they first organized human civilization after creating humans to serve them. The king, as a representative of the divine realm in human affairs, had responsibility to ensure the proper functioning of this system, to make sure that temple lands were cultivated effectively, that workshops produced necessary goods, that trade brought in required resources, that distributions were made according to proper procedures and traditional hierarchies. The antediluvian cities named in the Sumerian king list represented, in mythological understanding, the first implementation of this divine economic and social order. When kingship descended from heaven and was established in Eridu, it brought with it not just political authority, but an entire package of civilizational technologies, practices, and institutions. The 5 antediluvian cities were the prototypes, the original examples of how the gods intended civilization to function, models that post-flood cities would attempt to recreate after the catastrophe had wiped away the original pattern. Writing, which developed in Mesopotamia around 3,200 years before the Common Era, according to archaeological evidence, making it one of the world's earliest writing systems along with the roughly contemporary Egyptian hieroglyphs, was initially a tool of economic administration rather than literary expression. The earliest Sumerian tablets that archaeologists have discovered aren't religious hymns or mythological narratives or historical chronicles. They're accounting records, administrative documents tracking the mundane but essential flows of goods and labour that made urban civilization possible. These primitive texts list deliveries of barley from specific fields to temple granaries, sometimes with the names of the farmers or administrators responsible. They record distributions of bread and beer rations to named workers, documentation that allowed temple overseers to ensure everyone received their proper allotment. They inventory livestock, counting sheep and goats and cattle, tracking their multiplication through births and their diminishment through deaths or sacrifices. They list tools and equipment, making sure that valuable metal implements weren't lost or stolen. They document the production of textiles, recording how much wool was delivered to workshops and how many finished garments were produced. Only later, once writing had been established as a practical administrative technology, did Sumerian scribes begin using this tool for other purposes. Religious hymns praising the gods and describing their attributes were among the first literary texts. Then came mythological narratives like the ones we've been examining, stories about creation and the flood and divine adventures. Legal codes appeared, systematizing the principles of justice and documenting penalties for various crimes. Historical texts emerged, recording the deeds of kings and the victories of armies. Wisdom literature developed, collections of proverbs and teachings designed to educate scribes and transmit cultural values. This trajectory from economic administration to literary and historical expression tells us something profound about Sumerian civilization and how it understood the relationship between the practical and the sacred. These were not separate domains in Sumerian thought. The temple was simultaneously a religious center dedicated to worshipping the gods and an economic hub managing the productive resources of the community. The sacred and the practical were intimately intertwined, both essential aspects of the same civilizational project. The gods themselves were understood as actively involved in economic life, not standing aloof from material concerns, but deeply engaged with the production and distribution of wealth. Each major temple was understood as the literal household of its patron deity, a divine residence where the god actually dwelt in the form of a cult statue housed in the innermost sanctuary. This statue, often made of precious materials like gold and lapis lazuli with eyes of shell and bitumen, received daily care from priests and priestesses who treated it as a living presence. Every morning the statue was awakened with hymns and prayers, washed and dressed in fine linen garments, anointed with precious oils, and presented with elaborate meals of bread, beer, meat, fruits, and other delicacies. The god consumed the spiritual essence of these offerings, while the physical substance was later distributed to temple personnel and dependents, creating a system where religious devotion and economic redistribution occurred through the same ritual process. The temple's agricultural lands, its herds and flocks, its workshops and warehouses, all technically belonged to the patron deity. The human population working these resources and benefiting from their yields existed in a tenant relationship with their divine landlord, labouring to produce surplus that supported the god's household and receiving sustenance and protection in return. This reciprocal relationship between divine and human realms, mediated through the temple and its economic operations, formed the foundation of Sumerian urban civilization. It wasn't viewed as oppressive or exploitative by the Sumerians themselves, at least not in the texts that have survived, which were generally composed by scribes working within the temple system and thus benefiting from it. It was understood as the natural and proper order of things, the way reality had been structured by the gods when they created humanity and civilization. Just as the gods had fashioned humans to relieve divine labourers of agricultural work, so humans now laboured in service of gods, maintaining temples, providing offerings, performing rituals that sustained the cosmic order. The texts describe kingship as a mediating institution within this theological economic system. The king was not himself divine in early Sumerian thought, though later rulers would sometimes claim divine status or be deified after death. Instead, the king was understood as the earthly representative of the divine realm, chosen by the gods to exercise authority over human affairs on their behalf. His legitimacy derived from divine selection, from the fact that kingship had descended from heaven as a sacred gift and had been entrusted to him as steward of this divine institution. This explains the formula that appears repeatedly throughout the Sumerian king list, with its almost liturgical repetition. After the flood swept over the earth, after the catastrophe had ended the antediluvian age, kingship descended from heaven once again, and the kingship was established in Kish, the first city to receive this divine gift in the post-flood world. This wasn't describing a literal physical descent of some object or person from the sky. It was expressing the theological principle that political authority had divine origins, that the right to rule came from the gods rather than from human consent, military conquest, economic power, or any purely secular source. Of course, in actual historical practice, rulers gained and held power through very human means, including military force, political alliances, economic resources, and personal charisma or administrative competence. But the ideology of divine kingship provided religious legitimation for their authority, transforming political power from mere domination backed by force into sacred office backed by cosmic order. This legitimation was mutually beneficial, helping kings justify their authority while giving priests and temples powerful royal patrons who protected their interests and funded their operations. The antediluvian kings, those 8 rulers with their impossibly long reigns totaling over 200,000 years, represented an ideal form of this divine kingship, according to Sumerian mythological thinking. They ruled in an age when the separation between heaven and earth was less absolute than it would later become, when gods and humans interacted more directly and frequently. These early kings were not fully human in the ordinary biological sense. They may have been understood as demigods or as beings partaking of both divine and mortal natures existing at the boundary between the two realms. Their extended lifespans, measured in thousands or tens of thousands of years depending on which figures we accept, marked them as exceptional, as fundamentally different from ordinary humans whose lives, even in the healthiest circumstances, rarely exceeded a century. They existed in a different temporal framework, experiencing time in ways that approached divine eternity rather than mortal transience. This difference wasn't merely quantitative, a matter of living longer. It was qualitative, reflecting their participation in divine nature, their special status as bridges between the mortal and immortal realms. After the flood, kingship continued, but in a more recognizably human form. The post-flood kings in the Sumerian king list still reigned for centuries rather than decades in many cases, with the first dynasty of Kish listing rulers whose reigns total over 24,000 years combined, suggesting that the boundary between mythological and historical time remained fluid for several generations after the deluge. But gradually, as the king list progresses through successive dynasties ruling from various cities, the reign lengths become shorter, more plausible, more aligned with what we know about actual human lifespans, and with the archaeological record of real rulers whose monuments and inscriptions have been discovered. The transition is gradual rather than abrupt, with no clear moment when myth ends and history begins. Early post-flood dynasties include figures like Etana, who ascended to heaven on an eagle's back, and Gilgamesh, who was 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, and who ruled Uruk for 126 years. These are still mythological or legendary figures, heroes of epic tales rather than historical personages we can document through contemporary sources. But as we move later in the king list, we begin encountering names that can be correlated with archaeological evidence, rulers mentioned in inscriptions they commissioned, kings whose monuments we can visit in museums, whose reigns we can date with reasonable confidence. This gradual transition from myth to history reflects how the Sumerians themselves understood their past, recognizing different categories of information and different degrees of certainty about events in different periods. The antediluvian section of the king list had a special character, set apart from the rest through distinctive formulae and theological framing. Some versions of the king list didn't include the antediluvian portion at all, beginning instead with the first dynasty of Kish as the starting point of the list proper, treating everything before the flood as a separate category of tradition that didn't belong in the same document with historical dynasties. This textual evidence suggests that the Sumerians distinguished between the mythological age before the flood, when conditions were fundamentally different, and the historical age after the flood, when human existence took the form they knew from their own experience. The antediluvian period represented a time of origins, when the basic structures of civilization were first established under direct divine supervision, when the patterns that post-flood humanity would attempt to recreate were set in place. It was sacred time rather than historical time, meaningful for its theological significance rather than its chronological accuracy. And crucially for our examination of what came before the Anunnaki narrative, this antediluvian period as described in actual Sumerian texts doesn't feature the Anunnaki as primary actors or creators. Instead, it describes the work of other gods, particularly the major deities like An, Enlil, Enki and Ninhursag, who created the cosmos, separated heaven from earth, fashioned humanity, and established civilization. The Anunnaki appear in these texts primarily in their later well-defined role as judges of the dead and determiners of fate, not as the founders of human civilization or the creators of the human species. This fact alone, this simple textual observation, completely undermines the ancient astronaut interpretation promoted by Sitchin and his followers. They placed the Anunnaki at the very beginning of human history, making them the primary divine actors, the beings who created humans through genetic engineering and who established civilization to serve their needs. But the actual Sumerian texts present a very different picture. One where the Anunnaki are important gods certainly, but not the primordial creators, not the founders of order, members of a later generation in the divine genealogy, rather than the first gods to exist. The fixation on the Anunnaki in modern popular culture, the tendency to see them as the central figures in Mesopotamian mythology, rather than as one group among many in a complex pantheon, stems almost entirely from Sitchin's work and the interpretive framework he created. By focusing attention on this particular group of gods and interpreting them through the lens of ancient astronaut theory, he created a narrative that has proven remarkably persistent, despite its complete lack of scholarly support and despite the overwhelming evidence against it from actual specialists in Sumerian language and culture. But we must ask ourselves why this narrative has been so successful, why it continues to attract believers and defenders, even when experts repeatedly explain its fundamental errors and misrepresentations. Part of the answer lies in the difficulty of accessing the actual Sumerian text for most people. These are written in a dead language using a complex writing system, preserved on fragile clay tablets scattered across museums worldwide. Most people lack the training to read Sumerian cuneiform and must depend on translations, and translations always involve interpretation, choices about rendering ambiguous phrases, decisions about filling gaps where texts are damaged. This situation creates opportunities for alternative interpretations, for claims that mainstream scholars are missing or deliberately obscuring the real meaning of the texts. It allows theorists like Sitchin to position themselves as possessing special insight, as seeing truths that conventional academics refuse to acknowledge. The fact that actual Sumerologists and Assyriologists have thoroughly debunked Sitchin's translations doesn't carry much weight. With people who are predisposed to distrust academic authorities, or who find the ancient astronaut narrative more compelling than conventional scholarly interpretations. There's also undeniable appeal to the ancient astronaut idea itself beyond questions of textual accuracy or scholarly consensus. The notion that intelligent extraterrestrial beings visited Earth in antiquity, that they created or modified humanity through advanced technology, that they imparted knowledge and capabilities that humans couldn't have developed independently offers something that conventional archaeology and history do not. It suggests we're not alone in the universe, that contact with alien intelligence has already occurred in our deep past. It implies that human achievements might be less impressive than we think, because we owe our civilization to outside intervention. There's an element of anti-establishment appeal as well. The ancient astronaut theory positions itself against mainstream academia, suggesting that conventional scholars are either too closed-minded to see the truth, or actively suppressing it to protect their authority and paradigms. This narrative resonates with people who feel alienated from established institutions, who are skeptical of expert authority, who want to believe in hidden truths that the powerful won't acknowledge. It offers a counter-narrative that challenges official history, that suggests the past is more mysterious and exciting than the boring story scholars tell. But the reality, as we've seen through extensive examination of what the Sumerian texts actually say, is less dramatic than the ancient astronaut theory suggests, but far more interesting when we understand it properly. Mainstream scholars aren't suppressing evidence of ancient aliens. They're reading Sumerian texts carefully in original languages, with attention to linguistic details, grammatical structures, cultural contexts, and comparative evidence from the broader ancient Near Eastern world. And what they find are sophisticated mythological narratives, complex theological systems, profound reflections on creation and human existence, extraordinary literary achievements, but no descriptions of extraterrestrial visitation or advanced technology. The Sumerian texts reveal a people who thought deeply and creatively about their place in the cosmos, who wondered about the origins of the world and of human civilization, who developed elaborate narratives to explain how reality came to be structured the way they experienced it. They created rich mythological traditions that influenced later Mesopotamian cultures, and through various channels contributed to the religious and literary heritage of the broader ancient Near East, and eventually Western civilization. These texts deserve to be read and appreciated for what they actually say, for the genuine insights they offer into ancient thought and culture, not for what modern theorists wish they said or claim they say when properly decoded. If you found value in this extensive exploration of what the Sumerian texts actually reveal about the period before historical memory and before modern reinterpretations, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more content that examines ancient mysteries with intellectual honesty, scholarly rigor, and genuine respect for the evidence. Share your thoughts in the comments about what aspects of Sumerian mythology you find most fascinating or challenging. Where are you tuning in from tonight, and what drew you to this topic? I love hearing from everyone who joins these journeys into the ancient past, learning what questions you bring and what perspectives you hold. Until next time, may your path through history's deepest mysteries be illuminated by curiosity, guided by critical thinking, and enriched by authentic wonder at what our ancestors actually achieved and actually believed. Hey everyone, welcome back. Tonight we're diving deep into something that reaches back further than most recorded history, something etched into clay tablets by hands that lived and died thousands of years before the pyramids cast their shadows across Egyptian sands. We're talking about the Sumerian texts, those ancient whispers from Mesopotamia, and what they reveal about beings called the Anunnaki, deities who the ancient world believed shaped the very fabric of human existence. Before we begin this journey through time, if you enjoy this kind of content, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel, but only if you genuinely find value in what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world, connecting across time zones over stories that transcend time itself. Now, settle in. Dim the lights if you can, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum that helps you focus. Let's ease into tonight's exploration together, because what we're about to discuss isn't just ancient history. It's a window into how our ancestors understood creation, divinity, labor, rebellion, and the very purpose of human existence. The Sumerians, those remarkable people who flourished between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is now southern Iraq, left us something profound. They left us their stories, pressed into clay with wedge-shaped marks that we call cuneiform, and these stories speak of gods who descended from the heavens, gods who toiled and created, gods who made decisions that would echo through every generation that followed. The Anunnaki. The name itself carries weight, doesn't it? It rolls off the tongue with a kind of ancient authority, a sound that seems to belong to temple chambers and torchlit ceremonies. In the Sumerian language, this term likely derives from An, the god of heaven, combined with elements suggesting princely seed or those of royal lineage. But who exactly were these Anunnaki? According to the ancient texts, they were the principal gods of the Mesopotamian pantheon, the great deities who held dominion over the cosmos, over fate itself. They were the ones who decided the destinies of mortals and immortals alike, the beings who stood at the apex of divine power. But here's where it gets interesting, where the clay tablets begin to reveal something more complex than simple god worship. The Sumerians didn't just revere these beings as distant, unknowable forces. They wrote about them with specificity, with detail, as if recording actual events, actual interactions. The texts speak of a time before humans walked the earth, a time when only gods inhabited the world. They describe how these gods organized themselves into hierarchies, how they divided labor and responsibilities, how they established cities and temples, how they even grew weary of their work. This isn't the mythology of all-powerful, effortless divinity. This is something else, something that reads more like a chronicle of beings with tremendous power, yet also with limitations, with needs, with conflicts. The ancient scribes who pressed their styluses into soft clay weren't writing fantasy, at least not as they understood it. They were recording what they believed to be the history of how the world came to be, how humanity came into existence, and why things were the way they were. And central to all of this were the Anunnaki, these gods from the heavens who, according to the texts, descended to earth with purpose and intention. To understand the Anunnaki, we must first understand the world that gave birth to their stories. Picture Mesopotamia in the 4th millennium before our Common Era, a land unlike almost anywhere else on Earth. Between two great rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, a civilization was taking root that would change the course of human history. This wasn't an easy land, not like the predictable flooding of the Nile that made Egypt's agriculture almost automatic. The rivers of Mesopotamia were wild, unpredictable, sometimes flooding with devastating force, sometimes withholding their waters when crops needed them most. Survival here required something special, something that would set the Sumerians apart from other peoples of their time. It required organization, cooperation, engineering, and innovation on a scale never before attempted. The Sumerians responded to this challenge by creating one of the world's first true civilizations. They dug canals to control water flow, built levees to prevent destructive flooding, designed irrigation systems that could water fields far from the riverbanks. They constructed massive mud brick platforms called ziggurats, stepped pyramids that rose toward the sky, topped with temples where priests could commune with the gods. They developed mathematics to survey their land and calculate harvests. They created astronomy to track the seasons and predict the best times for planting and reaping. They invented the wheel, the plough, the sail, and perhaps most importantly, they invented writing. Around 3,200 years before the Common Era, Sumerian scribes began pressing marks into soft clay tablets, marks that represented not just pictures but sounds, ideas, abstract concepts. This cuneiform script with its wedge-shaped characters would become the vehicle through which the stories of the Anunnaki would be preserved for millennia. Think about that for a moment. Writing itself, one of humanity's most transformative innovations, emerging from this land between the rivers. And what did they choose to write about? Yes, they recorded trade transactions, tax receipts, property deeds, all the mundane necessities of an organized society. But they also wrote down their myths, their cosmology, their understanding of where they came from and why they existed. They wrote about the Anunnaki. City after city rose from the Mesopotamian plains. Eridu, perhaps the oldest, sat near where the great rivers approached the Persian Gulf. Ur, whose ziggurat still stands today, became a centre of trade and culture. Uruk, with its massive walls that, according to legend, the hero Gilgamesh himself had built. Nippur, the religious heart of Sumer, where the temple of Enlil, chief of the gods, commanded respect from all the surrounding city-states. Each city had its patron deity, its protector among the Anunnaki, and each competed for prestige, wealth, and divine favour. These weren't nomadic tribes telling stories around campfires, stories that would evolve and change with each telling. These were literate, organised societies with professional scribal schools, where young men spent years learning to read and write cuneiform. They copied and recopied ancient texts, preserving them, studying them, passing them down through generations. And what these texts tell us about the Anunnaki is both fascinating and, in many ways, unexpected. The Anunnaki weren't portrayed as a single unified entity, but rather as a complex pantheon with individual personalities, domains, and relationships. At the top stood Anu, the sky god, the father of the gods, though his active role in myths was often limited. His son Enlil, the lord of wind and storm, held more practical power, serving as the executive of divine will, the one who made things happen in the physical world. Then there was Enki, also called Ea in Akkadian sources, the god of fresh water, wisdom, and magic. Enki was portrayed as clever, sometimes too clever, a deity who often sided with humanity even when other gods wanted to punish or destroy the human race. His relationship with Enlil was complex, sometimes cooperative, sometimes antagonistic, and their interactions drive many of the most important myths. Ninhursag, the mother goddess, represented fertility, birth, and the earth itself. She worked with Enki in creating humanity, mixing clay with divine essence to form the first humans. Other important Anunnaki included Nana or Sin, the moon god, Utu or Shamash, the sun god who was also associated with justice, and Inanna or Ishtar, the goddess of love, war, and fertility. One of the most complex and powerful deities in the entire pantheon. These weren't distant, abstract forces. The texts describe them eating, drinking, feeling emotions, making mistakes, learning, changing their minds. The Sumerians built massive temples for them, performed daily rituals to feed them, clothe them, maintain their statues as if the gods literally lived within their sanctuaries. The relationship between gods and humans in Mesopotamian thought was transactional, practical. Humans served the gods, provided for their needs, and in return the gods were expected to protect their cities, ensure good harvests, and maintain cosmic order. But this wasn't blind faith or simple superstition. The texts reveal a sophisticated theological and philosophical framework, one that grappled with questions of purpose, suffering, justice, and the nature of divinity itself. And at the centre of this framework stood the Anunnaki, the great gods who had shaped the world and everything in it, including humanity itself. To understand what really happened when, according to these texts, the Anunnaki came to Earth, we need to look more closely at specific myths, specific tablets, that tell the story from beginning to end. Let's start with Eridu, because that's where the Sumerians themselves said everything began. Eridu, located in what is now southern Iraq, near the ancient coastline of the Persian Gulf, holds a special place in Sumerian consciousness. According to their records, Eridu was the first city ever created, the place where civilization itself was born, the spot where kingship first descended from heaven. The Sumerian king list, one of the most important historical documents from ancient Mesopotamia, begins with Eridu. After the kingship descended from heaven, it states, the kingship was in Eridu. This wasn't just propaganda or civic pride. Archaeological excavations at Tel Abu Shahrain, the modern name for ancient Eridu, have revealed occupation layers dating back to approximately 5,400 years before the Common Era, during what archaeologists call the Ubaid period. This makes Eridu one of the oldest continuously inhabited settlements in human history, but it wasn't just its age that made Eridu special to the Sumerians. It was who lived there, or rather, who was believed to live there. Eridu was the city of Enki, god of the underground freshwater ocean called the Abzu, god of wisdom, magic, crafts and creation. His temple in Eridu was called the Iabzu, the house of the Abzu, or sometimes Enga, the house of the waters. This wasn't merely a place of worship. According to Sumerian belief, this was literally Enki's home, the place where the god himself resided, deep in the earth beneath the temple, in the Abzu where all life originated. Think about the symbolism here. Water in the desert, in the harsh Mesopotamian climate, meant life. The underground aquifer that fed springs and wells was mysterious, inexhaustible, essential. To the Sumerians, this wasn't just a natural phenomenon. It was divine, the realm of Enki, and from this watery abyss, all of creation flowed. Archaeological excavations at Eridu have uncovered something remarkable. The Iabzu temple wasn't built once and left standing. It was rebuilt, reconstructed, expanded over and over again across thousands of years. Archaeologists have identified at least 18 different construction phases, each new temple built directly on top of the ruins of the previous one, each slightly larger, more elaborate than the last. The earliest temple, dating to about 5,500 years before the Common Era, was a simple structure, just a small room with what archaeologists interpret as an altar or offering table, and a niche that might have held a statue of Enki. But even this earlier shrine showed evidence of ritual activity. Fish bones and ash around the altar suggested that Enki's favourite offering was freshwater fish, appropriate for a water god. Over the centuries, as Eridu grew in importance, so did Enki's temple. By the late 4th millennium before the Common Era, during the Uruk period, the temple had become a massive structure, with columns several meters in diameter, decorated with thousands of clay cones arranged in mosaic patterns, their heads covered in copper, and some even topped with gold. Stone statues of lions guarded the entrances. The scale of this construction is stunning when you consider the technology available at the time. Everything was built by hand, with mud bricks, reeds, and bitumen. The labour required must have been enormous, requiring coordination of hundreds or thousands of workers over decades. Why would a community invest so much effort into building and rebuilding a temple? Because according to their texts, this was the dwelling place of one of the great Anunnaki, one of the gods who had created the world and who continued to protect and provide for their city. The texts tell us that Enki was more than just Eridu's patron deity. He was central to the story of creation itself, particularly the creation of humanity. But to understand that story, we need to understand what came before humans, what the world was like when only gods walked the earth. According to the Mesopotamian creation myths, preserved in several different versions, but most completely in the Atrahasis epic and the Enuma Elish, the universe began with primordial chaos. In the Enuma Elish, this chaos was represented by two deities, Apsu, the fresh water, and Tiamat, the salt water. Their mingling gave birth to the first generation of gods, and from them more gods were born, each generation becoming more powerful, more organized. But with organization came conflict. The younger gods were noisy, disruptive, keeping their elders from rest. Apsu wanted to destroy them, but Ea, another name for Enki, discovered the plot and killed Apsu first, claiming his realm as his own. This is why Enki Ea became associated with the Abzu, the freshwater deep. He had conquered it, made it his domain, built his temple there. But the story doesn't end with Apsu's death. Tiamat, enraged by the murder of her consort, created an army of monsters to destroy the younger gods. The gods were terrified, none willing to face Tiamat's wrath, until Marduk, son of Ea, Enki, stepped forward. Marduk agreed to fight Tiamat, but only if the other gods would make him their king, their supreme ruler. They agreed, and Marduk battled Tiamat, defeating her with winds and arrows, splitting her body in two. From one half of her body he created the sky, from the other half the earth. He arranged the stars, set the moon and sun on their courses, organized the cosmos from chaos. This is the Enuma Elish's account, written down in Akkadian around 1200 years before the Common Era, though likely based on much older Sumerian sources. The Babylonians, who inherited much from the Sumerians, used this text in their New Year festival, reciting it to reaffirm Marduk's supremacy and remind themselves of how order had been established from primordial chaos. But there's another creation myth, one that focuses less on cosmic battles and more on the practical problems the gods faced. This is the Atrahasis epic, and it gives us a very different perspective on why humans came to exist. According to Atrahasis, after the cosmos was organized, after the heavens and earth were separated, after the great gods had divided their domains, there was work to be done. Someone needed to dig the canals that would control the rivers, maintain the irrigation systems that would water the fields, perform the endless labor necessary to keep the world functioning. The great Anunnaki, the senior gods like Anu, Enlil, and Enki, didn't do this work themselves. Instead, they assigned it to a group of lesser deities called the Igigi. The Igigi. This is where the story becomes fascinating because it introduces a concept that's surprisingly modern, surprisingly relatable. The Igigi were younger gods, subordinate to the great Anunnaki, and they were given all the hard labor that needed doing. The texts describe them digging the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, excavating canals, carrying heavy loads, working day and night without rest. For how long? The Atrahasis epic says they labored for 3,600 years, a symbolic number that represented 40 Nia, a Mesopotamian unit of time. 40 was a number of completeness, suggesting that the Igigi worked for a complete age, an entire era of toil and suffering, and then, inevitably, they'd had enough. The Atrahasis epic describes their rebellion in vivid terms. The Igigi gathered in secret, making plans, building their courage. Then, all together, they marched to the house of Enlil, the chief executive of the gods, the one who'd been making them work. They surrounded his dwelling in the night, and they did something dramatic and symbolic. They set fire to their tools, their spades and baskets, the implements of their labor. This wasn't a violent revolution. They didn't attack Enlil directly, but the message was clear. We will not work any longer. This ends now. Enlil woke to find his house surrounded, the night sky lit by burning tools. He was furious, terrified, calling this a declaration of war. He summoned Anu, the sky god, his father, and Enki, his brother, to decide what to do. Should they fight the Igigi? Should they punish them? But Enki, always the clever one, always the one who saw alternative solutions, suggested something different. He proposed that the Igigi's complaint was legitimate. The work was too hard, the burden too great. Even for gods, they needed a different solution, a new kind of being who could take over the labor that the Igigi refused to do anymore. They needed to create workers who would serve the gods without rebellion, without complaint. They needed to create humanity. The goddess Ninhursag, the birth goddess, the one who presided over pregnancy and childbirth, was called to help with this task. But creating a new species wasn't simple. What would these creatures be made of? How would they be given life? The answer, according to the Atrahasis epic, was both poetic and dark. They would be fashioned from clay, from the earth itself, but mixed with something divine, something that would give them intelligence, awareness, the ability to understand and follow commands. That divine element would be blood, specifically the blood of a slain god. The texts are not entirely clear on which god was sacrificed for this purpose. Different versions give different names. In some tellings it was Wiila or Wii, possibly one of the Igigi themselves, perhaps even their leader in the rebellion. In later Babylonian versions it became Geshtue or even Kingu, a figure from the Tiamat myth. But the principle remained the same. A god was killed, his blood was mixed with clay, and from this mixture the first humans were moulded. 7 males and 7 females in the first batch, created by Ninhursag with Enki's guidance and wisdom. The texts describe how she pinched off pieces of clay, shaped them, gave them form and breathed life into them. When the first humans opened their eyes, their purpose was already determined. They would take over the work that the Igigi had abandoned. They would dig the canals, tend the fields, maintain the temples, provide food and offerings for the gods. This was why humanity existed according to the Mesopotamian worldview, not as the pinnacle of creation, not as beings made in the divine image to rule over the earth, but as servants, as workers, as the solution to a divine labor dispute. It's a surprisingly pragmatic origin story, and it explains much about how the Sumerians and their successors understood their relationship with the gods. Humans were necessary, valued for their service, but ultimately subordinate, created to fulfill a need. But humanity's creation solved one problem while creating others. The Atrahasis epic continues beyond the creation story, detailing what happened as humans multiplied and spread across the earth. At first, everything seemed to be working as intended. Humans dug the canals, tended the fields, brought offerings to the temples. The gods were satisfied. The Igigi were released from their labor and presumably took their place among the other lesser deities, no longer mentioned in the myths as a separate suffering group. But humans reproduced, and they reproduced quickly. Within generations, humans had spread across Mesopotamia, building more cities, creating more noise, more activity. And this noise, according to the texts, became a problem. Enlil, who lived in the city of Nippur, found himself disturbed by the constant din of human civilization. He couldn't sleep, couldn't rest. The noise was overwhelming, a constant buzz of activity rising from the earth below. So Enlil decided to reduce the human population. The texts describe a series of disasters he sent to accomplish this. First, he sent plague, disease that swept through human communities, killing many. But Enki intervened. He advised a human named Atrahasis, whose name means exceedingly wise, to pray not to all the gods but specifically to Namtar, the god of plague, offering him special worship and sacrifice. Namtar, flattered by the attention, held back his hand and the plague subsided. Enlil tried again, this time with drought. He commanded Adad, the storm god, to withhold rain, causing crops to fail and famine to spread. Again, Atrahasis consulted with Enki, and again Enki provided a solution. Atrahasis led his people in focused worship of Adad, and Adad, like Namtar before him, was moved to mercy. The rains returned, the crops grew again, and humanity survived. This pattern repeated. Each time Enlil tried to reduce the human population, Enki found a way to thwart him, to save humanity from destruction. The relationship between these two gods, Enlil and Enki, is fascinating. They're brothers, both among the highest ranking of the Anunnaki, but they represent different approaches to cosmic order. Enlil is concerned with maintaining peace, quiet, and control. He sees humans as useful but ultimately expendable if they become too disruptive. Enki, on the other hand, seems to have a genuine fondness for humanity, or at least for individual humans like Atrahasis. He views them as his creations, beings that reflect his own cleverness and ingenuity. He's willing to bend rules, find loopholes, protect humanity even when other gods want to eliminate them. But eventually, Enlil lost patience with Enki's interference. He decided on a final solution, one that no single god could prevent, one that would require the cooperation of all the great Anunnaki. He proposed a flood, a deluge that would wipe the earth clean of humanity, allowing the gods to start over, perhaps try again with a smaller, quieter population, or perhaps give up on the human experiment entirely. The flood story appears in multiple Mesopotamian texts, and it's one of the most important myths in the entire ancient Near Eastern tradition, because it parallels so closely the biblical story of Noah and the Ark. But the Mesopotamian versions are older, much older, predating the biblical text by more than 1,000 years. The earliest Sumerian version is found in what scholars call the Eridu Genesis, or the Sumerian flood story, dating to around 1600 years before the Common Era, though likely based on even older oral traditions. In this version, the flood hero is called Ziusudra, whose name might mean life of long days, or he found life. Ziusudra was a priest-king in the city of Shuruppak, and when the gods decided to send the flood, Enki, still sympathizing with humanity, warned him through a dream, or by speaking through the wall of a reed hut, keeping technically to his oath not to directly reveal the god's plan. The text is fragmentary, with large sections missing, but the basic outline is clear. Ziusudra was told to build a boat, to seal it with bitumen, to bring aboard his family and animals. The flood came, lasting 7 days and 7 nights, and when it was over, Ziusudra offered sacrifice to the gods. The gods, particularly the goddess Inanna and the sun god Utu, were moved by his piety and granted him immortality, placing him in Dilmun, a distant paradise-like land. The Akkadian version, preserved more completely in the Atrahasis epic, gives more detail. Here the flood hero is called Atrahasis himself, the exceedingly wise human who had already survived several of Enlil's attempts to reduce humanity. When Enlil proposed the flood, he made all the gods swear an oath not to warn humanity. But Enki, clever as always, found a way around this. He didn't speak directly to Atrahasis. Instead, he spoke to Atrahasis's reed hut, ostensibly talking to himself or to the wall, loud enough that Atrahasis inside could hear every word. "Dismantle your house," Enki said to the wall. "Build a boat. Forsake possessions and save life. Make the boat equal in all directions, roof it like the Abzu so the sun cannot see inside." Atrahasis understood. He gathered the elders of Shuruppak and told them a story, a clever excuse for why he needed to leave. He claimed that Enki and Enlil had quarrelled, that Enki had commanded him to go live by the water's edge, away from Enlil's territory. The elders helped him build the boat, not realizing they were aiding in humanity's survival. Atrahasis loaded the boat with his family, animals, birds, provisions, everything he would need to survive. When Adad began to thunder, when the storm clouds gathered, Atrahasis sealed the door with bitumen from the outside and then climbed in through a hatch, sealing it behind him. The flood that followed was terrible beyond description. The texts say it was like a wild ass screaming, the winds howling, darkness total, no sun visible. Even the gods were terrified by what they had unleashed. They cowered like dogs gathered in the highest heaven, weeping at the destruction below. And here's something remarkable in the text. The gods grew hungry. Without humans to bring them offerings, to maintain their temples, to perform the daily rituals of feeding and care, the gods began to starve. They realized too late that they needed humanity as much as humanity needed them. The relationship was symbiotic, not one-directional. When the flood finally subsided, when the waters receded and land appeared again, Atrahasis sent out birds to test whether the earth was ready to be inhabited again. First a dove, which returned finding nowhere to land, then a swallow also returning, finally a raven, which did not return having found food in the receding waters. Atrahasis opened the hatch, saw dry land, and climbed out onto the side of the boat, which had come to rest on a mountain. His first act was to offer sacrifice, slaughtering animals and burning them as offerings to the gods. The texts describe how the gods smelled the sweet savour of the sacrifice and gathered around it like flies. So hungry they were after the flood and the absence of human worship. Enlil arrived, furious to discover that humanity had survived, that someone had broken the oath and warned Atrahasis. He confronted Enki, but Enki defended his actions, pointing out that Enlil's solution had been too extreme, that destroying all of humanity would have meant no more worship, no more service, no more offerings. The gods needed humans, and that meant finding a better way to manage the human population than periodic genocidal floods. A compromise was reached. Humanity would be allowed to survive, to continue serving the gods, but measures would be taken to prevent overpopulation and excessive noise. Nintu, the birth goddess, instituted several innovations. Some women would be barren, unable to have children. There would be demons that stole infants, causing what we would today call infant mortality. There would be priestesses sworn to celibacy, women who never bore children. Death would come to all humans eventually, limiting each life to a set span of years rather than the incredibly long lifespans that the antediluvian humans had supposedly enjoyed. These measures would keep the population manageable, the noise tolerable, allowing gods and humans to coexist in a sustainable relationship. Atrahasis himself was granted something special. The texts are not entirely clear, but it seems he and his wife were made immortal, taken to live in a distant place beyond normal human reach. This same story appears again in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the flood hero is called Utnapishtim, and he tells Gilgamesh about the flood when the hero seeks the secret of eternal life. The parallels between these Mesopotamian flood stories and the biblical account in Genesis are impossible to ignore. A righteous man warned by a deity, a great boat built to specific instructions, animals saved in pairs, a flood that destroys all other life, birds sent out to test for dry land, a mountain where the boat comes to rest, sacrifice offered after the flood, a divine promise or covenant established afterward. The similarities are so striking that most scholars agree there must be a direct literary relationship, that the biblical authors knew and adapted the Mesopotamian tradition, reshaping it to fit their own monotheistic theology. But for our purposes tonight, what's important is what these stories tell us about the Anunnaki, about their relationship with humanity, about their limitations and their needs. These gods were powerful, yes, capable of creating life, of bringing devastating floods, of deciding the fates of entire civilizations, but they were not omnipotent. They made mistakes, had regrets, needed humans as much as humans needed them. They argued with each other, formed factions, held grudges, changed their minds. In many ways, the Mesopotamian gods were more like powerful but fallible rulers than the transcendent, perfect deity of later monotheistic traditions. And this brings us to a key question that has sparked intense debate in modern times. What were the Anunnaki? Were they truly divine beings, gods in the traditional sense, expressions of natural forces and cosmic principles, given personality and agency by ancient imagination? Or were they, as some theorists have suggested, something else entirely? This is where we need to talk about Zecharia Sitchin and the ancient astronaut hypothesis, because no discussion of the Anunnaki in popular culture can avoid addressing these ideas, controversial as they are. Sitchin was a Russian-born American author who studied ancient Hebrew, Sumerian, and Akkadian texts, and developed a revolutionary, though hotly contested interpretation of what these texts were really describing. In 1976, Sitchin published a book called The 12th Planet, the first in a series he called The Earth Chronicles. In this work and its sequels, Sitchin argued that the Anunnaki were not mythological deities but rather extraterrestrial beings from a planet called Nibiru, supposedly a massive world with an extremely long elliptical orbit that brings it close to Earth once every 3,600 years. According to Sitchin's interpretation, the Anunnaki came to Earth approximately 450,000 years ago with a specific mission. They wanted to mine gold, which their planet needed, perhaps to reflect sunlight or repair their atmosphere. The details of why they needed gold varies in different tellings, but the core idea remains the same. Earth had abundant gold deposits, so the Anunnaki established a base here and began mining operations. Initially, Sitchin theorized the Anunnaki themselves did the mining work, but this was backbreaking labor, and eventually the workers rebelled. This rebellion of the Igigi, which we discussed earlier from the mythological texts, was reinterpreted by Sitchin as a labor dispute among the extraterrestrial workers. To solve this problem, the Anunnaki leaders decided to create a primitive worker, a being intelligent enough to follow instructions and perform complex tasks but not so advanced as to question or rebel. They took a primitive hominid that already existed on Earth, probably Homo erectus, and genetically modified it, adding their own DNA to create Homo sapiens, modern humans. This genetic manipulation, Sitchin argued, was what the creation stories were actually describing when they spoke of gods mixing clay with divine blood to create humans. The clay was the existing primitive hominid, the divine blood was the Anunnaki DNA, and the result was us. Humans were created in this interpretation as a slave species, workers in the gold mines, servants to the Anunnaki. Sitchin went further, connecting the Anunnaki to ancient sites around the world, suggesting they were responsible for building or inspiring the construction of monuments like the pyramids, Stonehenge, and other megalithic structures. He interpreted ancient art and symbolism through this lens, seeing depictions of spacecraft, astronauts, and advanced technology in cylinder seals and relief carvings. The ancient Sumerian stories of gods descending from heaven were, in Sitchin's view, literal accounts of spacecraft landing on Earth, not metaphorical or symbolic language. His book sold millions of copies and spawned a whole genre of ancient astronaut literature and television programming. Shows like Ancient Aliens on the History Channel have popularized these ideas, presenting them to audiences around the world. But here's the thing, and this is crucial to understand. Mainstream scholars, archaeologists, historians, and experts in ancient languages almost universally reject Sitchin's interpretations. They point out numerous problems with his translations, arguing that he often mistranslated Sumerian words, took phrases out of context, or assigned meanings to terms that don't match scholarly consensus. For example, Sitchin claimed that the Sumerian word for gods, Dingir, meant those who from heaven to earth came, interpreting it as a description of space travelers. But scholars note that Dingir simply means god or deity, with no implication of physical travel from another planet. Similarly, Sitchin's planet Nibiru is controversial. There is an astronomical body called Nibiru mentioned in some Mesopotamian texts, but most scholars identify it with Jupiter, not with an unknown planet with a 3,600-year orbit. NASA has repeatedly stated that there is no scientific evidence for such a planet, and its supposed orbit would be easily detectable with modern instruments. Critics also point out that Sitchin's theory requires accepting that advanced extraterrestrials capable of interstellar travel and genetic engineering would need human slaves to mine gold, a scenario that seems technologically inconsistent. If they had the technology to travel between stars, why wouldn't they have automated mining technology? Why would they need to create a biological workforce? Despite these objections, Sitchin's ideas remain popular, and they raise interesting questions about how we interpret ancient texts. Should we always assume that ancient peoples were speaking metaphorically when they described gods coming from the sky? Could there be a kernel of historical truth beneath the mythological language? These are legitimate questions, even if Sitchin's specific answers are rejected by most experts. What we can say, with confidence, is that the ancient Sumerians and their successors genuinely believed in the Anunnaki as divine beings. The texts weren't written as science fiction, or as coded accounts of alien contact. They were religious and mythological literature, expressing the author's sincere understanding of how the cosmos worked, who created it, and why humans existed. But that doesn't mean we can't find value in examining these stories closely, in taking seriously what they tell us about ancient Mesopotamian culture, worldview, and perhaps even about events, historical or natural, that might lie behind some of the narratives. The flood stories, for instance, might reflect actual catastrophic flooding in Mesopotamia's history. Archaeological evidence suggests that the region experienced several severe floods during the early Bronze Age, floods that would have been devastating to low-lying settlements. These historical events could have been incorporated into mythological frameworks, understood as divine punishment or divine will. Similarly, the creation stories reflect genuine questions about human origins and purpose. Every culture has creation myths, stories that explain where people came from and why they exist. The Mesopotamian versions are notable for their pragmatism, for their focus on humans as workers, as beings with a function to fulfill. This reflects the social organization of Mesopotamian society itself, with its complex hierarchies, division of labor, and sense that everyone had a role to play in maintaining civilization. Let's return to the texts themselves, because there's more to explore in what they actually say about the Anunnaki and their interactions with humanity. One of the most important deities in the Anunnaki pantheon was Inanna, known to the Akkadians as Ishtar. She was the goddess of love, beauty, sex, fertility, but also of war, power, and political authority. A complex, multifaceted deity who couldn't be reduced to simple categories. One of the most fascinating myths about her is called Inanna's descent to the underworld, a story that reveals much about the structure of the divine cosmos and the power dynamics among the gods. In this myth, Inanna decides to visit the underworld, the realm of the dead, ruled by her sister Ereshkigal. The reasons for this visit aren't entirely clear in the text, but it seems to be motivated by Inanna's desire for greater power, to extend her dominion even into the realm of death itself. She prepares carefully, dressing in all her regalia, her crown, her jewels, her royal robes, carrying the symbols of her authority. She travels to the gates of the underworld and demands entry. But the underworld has its own rules. As Inanna passes through each of the 7 gates leading deeper into the realm of death, she is forced to remove one item of clothing or one symbol of her power. By the time she reaches the throne room of Ereshkigal, she is naked, stripped of all her divine authority. Ereshkigal and the Anunnaki who serve as judges in the underworld, yes, the text specifically mentions the Anunnaki as judges of the dead, pass judgment on Inanna. They find her guilty of hubris, of overreaching, and they condemn her to death. Inanna is killed, her corpse hung on a hook on the wall like a piece of meat. For 3 days and 3 nights, Inanna remains dead in the underworld. Meanwhile, on earth and in heaven, everything connected to her begins to fail. Fertility stops, crops don't grow, animals don't reproduce, humans lose all interest in sex and love. The world begins to die with her. Inanna had prepared for this possibility. Before descending, she instructed her vizier, her assistant, to raise alarm if she didn't return within 3 days. The vizier does this, going to each of the great gods seeking help. Enlil refuses to help. So does Nanna, the moon god, Inanna's father. But Enki, always the clever problem solver, devises a plan. He creates 2 beings from the dirt under his fingernails, creatures that are neither alive nor dead, and sends them to the underworld with the food and water of life. These creatures gain entry by mourning with Ereshkigal, who is in pain, perhaps from childbirth or from the grief of her own isolated existence in the underworld. In her gratitude for their sympathy, Ereshkigal offers them a gift, and they ask for Inanna's corpse. They sprinkle it with the food and water of life, and Inanna revives. But there's a catch. The laws of the underworld are absolute. Someone who enters cannot leave unless they provide a substitute, someone else to take their place. Inanna must find someone to send to the underworld in her stead. Inanna returns to the upper world accompanied by demons who will seize the substitute she chooses. She finds everyone mourning her except for her husband, Dumuzi, the shepherd god who is sitting on her throne, dressed in fine clothes, apparently quite comfortable with her absence. Furious at his lack of concern, Inanna points at him, and the demons drag Dumuzi to the underworld. But Dumuzi's sister, Geshtinana, loves her brother and volunteers to spend half the year in the underworld, so Dumuzi can spend half the year in the upper world. This myth serves multiple purposes in Mesopotamian culture. It explains the changing seasons, Dumuzi's descent marking the hot, dry summer when vegetation dies, his return marking the cool season when crops grow again. But it also illustrates the power and danger of the Anunnaki, their control over life and death, fertility and barrenness, the cycles of nature and civilization. Inanna is one of the most important gods, yet even she is subject to cosmic law, to rules that even the gods cannot break without consequences. This theme appears throughout Mesopotamian mythology. The gods are powerful, but they're not above divine law. The Tablet of Destinies, a mysterious artifact mentioned in several myths, seems to represent legitimate authority, cosmic law itself. Whoever possesses it has the right to command, and even the highest gods must respect it. In one myth, the Tablet of Destinies is stolen by Anzu, a lion-headed eagle, and the gods must retrieve it to restore proper order. In the Enuma Elish, Tiamat gives the tablet to Kingu, her chosen champion, granting him authority to lead her forces. When Marduk defeats them, he takes the tablet, confirming his right to rule the gods. The emphasis on legitimate authority, on rules and laws that even gods must follow, reflects the Mesopotamian worldview. This was a civilization built on law, on written codes like the famous Code of Hammurabi, on contracts and agreements, on the idea that even the powerful must operate within accepted frameworks. The gods modelled this. They weren't arbitrary tyrants doing whatever they pleased. They held councils, debated, made decisions collectively, though Enlil and later Marduk had special authority as executors of the council's will. Another important aspect of the Anunnaki myths is how they interact with human heroes and kings. The Epic of Gilgamesh, perhaps the most famous work of ancient Mesopotamian literature, provides a perfect example. Gilgamesh was the king of Uruk, described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, suggesting one of his parents was a god, specifically his mother Ninsun, a minor goddess. The epic begins with Gilgamesh oppressing his people, overworking the men, claiming the right to sleep with brides on their wedding nights before their husbands. The people of Uruk pray to the gods for relief, and the gods respond by creating Enkidu, a wild man who lives with animals in the wilderness, to serve as a rival and match for Gilgamesh. After a confrontation that becomes a friendship, Gilgamesh and Enkidu embark on adventures together, travelling to the cedar forest to kill Humbaba, its divine guardian, and later killing the bull of heaven sent by Ishtar Inanna when Gilgamesh rejects her romantic advances. But the gods are not pleased with these acts of hubris. They decree that one of the heroes must die as punishment. Enkidu is chosen, and he falls ill, suffering for 12 days before dying, giving him time to reflect on his life and regret that he won't die in battle but in a bed. A shameful death for a warrior. Gilgamesh is devastated by Enkidu's death, mourning his friend but also becoming terrified of his own mortality. If Enkidu, strong as any man, could die, then Gilgamesh too would eventually die. This realization sends Gilgamesh on a quest for immortality, travelling to the ends of the earth seeking Utnapishtim, the flood hero who was granted eternal life by the gods. When Gilgamesh finally finds Utnapishtim, living in a distant paradise beyond the waters of death, Utnapishtim tells him the story of the flood and explains that he was granted immortality only because of unique circumstances that will never be repeated. The gods have decreed that humans must die. It's part of the order established after the flood. Immortality is not for mortals. Utnapishtim does offer Gilgamesh a chance, though. There's a plant at the bottom of the sea that can restore youth. If Gilgamesh can obtain it, he won't live forever, but he can keep returning to youth whenever he grows old. Gilgamesh dives deep, finds the plant, and begins his journey back to Uruk, planning to test the plant on an old man before using it himself. But during the return journey, when Gilgamesh stops to bathe in a pool, a serpent smells the plant, steals it, and eats it. The serpent immediately sheds its skin and slithers away renewed, which is why snakes shed their skin. According to the myth, they stole immortality from humanity. Gilgamesh returns to Uruk empty-handed, having failed in his quest, but he's gained wisdom. He's learned to accept mortality, to find meaning not in living forever, but in the legacy he leaves behind, in the great walls of Uruk he built, in the deeds he accomplished, in the stories that will be told about him after death. The epic ends with Gilgamesh showing the walls of Uruk to the boatmen who accompanied him, asking him to admire their strength and consider how they will endure long after Gilgamesh himself is dust. This is a very different view of the relationship between gods and humans than we see in many other mythological traditions. The Mesopotamian gods don't offer salvation or eternal life to their worshippers. They don't promise a blessed afterlife for the righteous. The underworld in Mesopotamian belief is a grim place where all the dead go, regardless of how they lived, a dusty, dark realm where spirits eat clay and drink dirty water. There's no heaven for heroes, no Valhalla for warriors, no paradise for the pure. Death is the great equalizer, and the gods have decreed it must be so. What the gods do offer is order, stability, protection in this life. If humans serve the gods properly, maintain the temples, perform the rituals, The gods will in return protect their cities from enemies, ensure good harvests, maintain the cosmic order that keeps chaos at bay. It's a pragmatic relationship, transactional, almost contractual. And when humans fail to uphold their end, when they become too noisy, too numerous, too troublesome, the gods respond with natural disasters, plagues, famines, floods. This worldview shaped how Mesopotamian society functioned. Kings ruled with divine mandate, claiming to be chosen by the gods, but they were still human, still mortal, still subject to divine judgment if they failed to rule justly. Priests maintained temples and performed rituals not out of abstract spiritual devotion, but because these acts were necessary to keep the gods satisfied and the world functioning. Common people worked the fields, dug the canals, built the walls, fulfilling the role that humanity had been created to serve, working for the gods through working for their earthly representatives, the kings and priests. It was a hierarchical system, but one with clear expectations and reciprocal obligations. Everyone knew their place, their role, their purpose. And at the top of this hierarchy, above even the kings, stood the Anunnaki, the great gods who had created everything and whose will determined the fate of cities, nations, and all living things. Understanding the Anunnaki means understanding this entire worldview, this way of seeing the cosmos as an ordered hierarchy, where everyone and everything has a proper place and function. But we haven't yet discussed the Enuma Elish in detail, and we should, because this 7-tablet epic is arguably the most important Mesopotamian creation text, the one that attempts to explain not just human origins, but the origins of the entire cosmos, the birth of the gods themselves, and how order emerged from primordial chaos. The Enuma Elish, which means when on high, the opening words of the text, was discovered in fragmentary form in the ruins of Ashurbanipal's library in Nineveh in the 1800s. British archaeologist Austin Henry Layard found the tablets, and George Smith first translated and published them in 1876. The tablets date to around 1200 years before the Common Era, though the myth itself is certainly much older, probably originating in Sumerian sources before being adapted by the Babylonians. The epic was read aloud during the Babylonian New Year festival, the Akitu, reinforcing Marduk's supremacy and reminding the people of how their god had created the world and established order. The story begins in a time before time, when nothing existed except the primordial waters. Apsu, the fresh water, and Tiamat, the salt water, mingled together, and from their union the first gods emerged. These first gods were Lamu and Lahamu, whose names might mean muddy or slimy, appropriate for beings born from the mixing of waters. From them came Anshar and Kishar, representing the horizon and the earth, and from them came Anu, the sky, and his son Ea, who is Enki. These younger gods were energetic, active, noisy, disturbing the peace that Apsu and Tiamat had enjoyed. Apsu complained to Tiamat, saying the noise of the young gods kept him from rest. He proposed destroying them so he and Tiamat could have peace again, but Tiamat objected. These were their children, their offspring. How could they destroy them? However, Apsu was determined. He consulted with his vizier, Mumu, and they made plans to attack the younger gods. But Ea, always clever, discovered the plot through his magical abilities. He cast a spell over Apsu, putting him into a deep sleep, and then killed him, claiming Apsu's realm, the freshwater deep, as his own. Ea built his dwelling on top of Apsu's body, establishing his home in what would become the Abzu. There, with his wife Damkina, Ea fathered a son, Marduk, who was born with exceptional qualities, double the size of other gods, with 4 eyes and 4 ears, radiating fire when he opened his mouth, perfect in every way. Tiamat, who had initially opposed destroying the younger gods, was now enraged by Apsu's murder. She created an army of monsters to avenge her consort, chimeric beings, serpents, dragons, scorpion men, and other terrors. She appointed Kingu, possibly her new consort, as the leader of her forces, giving him the Tablet of Destinies to authorize his command. The young gods were terrified when they learned of Tiamat's preparations. They held a council, trying to decide what to do. Ea, who had defeated Apsu, tried to face Tiamat but turned back, afraid of her power. Anu also tried and failed. None of the gods were willing to stand against Tiamat and her monsters. Finally, Ea suggested his son Marduk. Despite his youth, Marduk was powerful, confident, strong. Marduk agreed to fight Tiamat, but he demanded something in return. He told the assembled gods that if he defeated Tiamat, if he saved them all from destruction, they must make him their king, their supreme ruler. Whatever he decreed should become law, unchangeable even by the other gods. The gods were desperate enough to agree. They held a banquet, got drunk on beer and wine, and proclaimed Marduk their champion and future king. They tested his power by having him speak a word to make a cloth disappear, then speak another word to make it reappear. When this worked, they confirmed his authority and sent him to battle Tiamat. Marduk prepared carefully. He made a bow and arrows, carried a mace, wielded lightning, and created a net of winds to ensnare his enemy. When he confronted Tiamat, they exchanged challenges and insults. Then they fought. Marduk spread his net, catching Tiamat within it. He sent winds into her mouth when she opened it to swallow him, bloating her belly. Then he shot an arrow into her distended belly, splitting her in two, killing her. Her army of monsters tried to flee, but Marduk captured them, binding them and placing them under guard. He took the tablet of destinies from Kingu and fastened it to his own breast, claiming the legitimate authority it represented. Then Marduk turned his attention to Tiamat's corpse. He split it in half like a shellfish. From one half, he created the sky, setting up barriers to keep the primordial waters above from flooding down. From the other half, he created the earth below. He organized the cosmos, setting the stars in their courses, establishing the paths of the planets, creating the moon to mark the months and the sun to light the days. He built dwellings for the gods in the heavens, assigning each their proper place. The gods rejoiced at what Marduk had accomplished, at how he had created order from chaos, transformed threat into cosmos, made a world where they could dwell in safety and comfort. They confirmed his kingship, granting him 50 names, each representing an aspect of his power and authority. But there was still work to be done. The gods needed servants to maintain the world Marduk had created. So Marduk proposed creating humans. He asked which god had incited Tiamat's rebellion, who had been the instigator of the war. The gods identified King as the one primarily responsible. King was brought forward and executed, his blood used to create humanity. Ea mixed the blood with clay and formed the first humans. Their purpose was explicit. They would take on the labor of the gods so the gods could rest. Humanity would maintain the temples, provide offerings, do the work of keeping the world functioning. The Enuma Elish then describes how the gods, grateful for their newfound leisure, decided to build a grand temple for Marduk in Babylon. They worked for a year, creating a Sagala, the Great Temple, and the Ziggurat Etemenanki, whose name means House of the Foundation of Heaven and Earth, the ziggurat that might have inspired the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. When this work was complete, the gods celebrated with a great banquet, praising Marduk with his 50 names, establishing his cult, confirming Babylon as the center of the world. This myth served multiple purposes in Babylonian society. It explained the creation of the cosmos in detail, from the very beginning when nothing existed to the fully organized world with its cities and temples. It justified Marduk's supremacy over the other gods, showing how he earned his position through valor and wisdom, not merely through inherited authority. It explained why Babylon was the greatest city, because it was built by the gods themselves as Marduk's dwelling place. And it reminded humans of their purpose. They existed to serve the gods, a role they should fulfill with dedication and pride. The influence of the Enuma Elish extends far beyond ancient Mesopotamia. Scholars have noted numerous parallels between this text and the biblical book of Genesis. Both begin with primordial waters and chaos. Both describe the separation of waters above from waters below to create the sky. Both involve the creation of light, the firmament, dry land, celestial bodies, and finally humans, in roughly the same order. Both grant humans a specific role in the divine plan. The parallels are too numerous and too specific to be coincidental. Most scholars conclude that the biblical authors were familiar with Mesopotamian creation traditions and incorporated elements of them into their own creation account, adapting and transforming them to fit Israelite theology. Where the Enuma Elish has multiple gods creating the world through conflict and violence, Genesis has one god creating through speech alone. Where the Enuma Elish makes humans from the blood of a defeated enemy god, Genesis makes humans from dust but breathes divine spirit into them directly. Where the Enuma Elish presents creation as establishing order from chaos, Genesis presents creation as a completely new act of divine will. But both texts are addressing the fundamental questions. Where did the world come from? Where did we come from? Why do we exist? What is our purpose? The Enuma Elish's answer is pragmatic and hierarchical. The world came from conflict resolved through strength and wisdom. Humans came from divine essence mixed with earthly matter. We exist to serve the gods, to do the work they don't want to do. Our purpose is to maintain the cosmic order through our labor and worship. It's not a comforting message in the way that promises of paradise or salvation might be, but it's honest in its own way. It doesn't pretend that life is easy or fair, or that humans are the center of the universe. It presents a worldview where everyone has a role, where that role might not be glamorous, but where fulfilling it properly keeps everything functioning. And for the ancient Mesopotamians, that was enough. They didn't need to be promised eternal life or divine favor. They needed to know their place, understand their purpose, and do their part. The Anunnaki, in this framework, were the architects and administrators of reality, the ones who had created the system and who maintained it, powerful but not distant, involved but not micromanaging, deserving of worship but also bound by divine law. This complex, nuanced view of divinity is what makes Mesopotamian mythology so fascinating. These weren't simple, one-dimensional gods representing single natural forces. They were fully realized personalities with histories, relationships, conflicts, and growth. They made mistakes and learned from them. They changed their minds, formed alliances, broke oaths, showed mercy, and dispensed punishment. They were, in many ways, projections of human society onto the cosmic scale, divine versions of the kings, priests, warriors, and workers who made up Mesopotamian civilization. And perhaps that's the real point. The myths weren't meant to be scientific explanations in the modern sense. They were sophisticated ways of thinking about big questions, of organizing knowledge, of transmitting cultural values, of justifying social structures, of finding meaning in a world that often seemed chaotic and arbitrary. The Anunnaki gave the Mesopotamians a framework for understanding their place in the cosmos, and that framework helped them build one of the world's first great civilizations. The sophistication of Mesopotamian theological thought becomes even more apparent when we consider how they handled contradictions and multiple traditions. Different cities had different versions of myths. Eridu might tell a story one way, emphasizing Enki's role, while Nippur's version emphasized Enlil's importance. Rather than seeing these as contradictions that needed resolving, Mesopotamian scholars preserved multiple versions, recognizing that truth could be expressed in different ways. This pluralistic approach to religious narrative is quite modern in some respects, acknowledging that divine reality might be too complex to be captured in a single, authoritative version. The scribal schools, where young men trained to become professional writers and record keepers, taught students to copy and study all the major mythological texts, regardless of which city's tradition they represented. This created a shared cultural literacy across Mesopotamia, a common pool of stories and characters that everyone understood, even if they emphasized different aspects depending on local traditions. The concept of divine hierarchy in Mesopotamian thought deserves more attention because it shaped not just religion but political theory as well. The Anunnaki weren't all equal. Anu stood at the top as the father of gods, though his practical power was often limited, serving more as a legitimizing authority than as an active ruler. Beneath him, Enlil wielded executive authority, making decisions and ensuring they were carried out. Enki, despite being Enlil's brother and equally high-ranking, often operated semi-independently, sometimes at cross purposes with Enlil, yet both acknowledged Anu's ultimate authority. This mirrors earthly political structures where there might be a king or emperor, who held theoretical supreme power but delegated actual governance to ministers and officials who might have their own power bases and interests. The lesser gods, including the Agigi before their rebellion, occupied positions similar to administrators governors, priests in human society, essential to the functioning of the system but subordinate to the great gods. This divine hierarchy justified and reflected earthly hierarchies. Kings ruled by divine mandate chosen by the great gods, but they were not themselves divine in the same way Egyptian pharaohs claimed to be. Mesopotamian kings were intermediaries, special humans elevated above others, but still fundamentally human, still mortal, still subject to divine judgment. This is why royal inscriptions are so careful to attribute successes to divine favour, and why kings spent enormous resources on temple construction and maintenance. They were proving their worthiness to the gods and to their human subjects. When a king claimed to have received the throne from Enlil's hands, or to have been chosen by Inanna as her special favourite, this wasn't empty boasting. It was a fundamental assertion of political legitimacy, recognising that earthly power derived from and depended on divine approval. The temple economy, which we touched on briefly, was integral to how Mesopotamian society functioned, and understanding it helps us appreciate what the Anunnaki meant in practical everyday terms. Temples were not just religious institutions, they were economic powerhouses, landowners, employers, banks, distributors of aid during famines, organisers of public works. The Temple of Enlil at Nippur, for instance, owned thousands of hectares of agricultural land, employed hundreds of workers including farmers, shepherds, fishermen, bakers, brewers, weavers, craftsmen of all kinds, maintained huge storehouses of grain and other goods, and engaged in long-distance trade. The temple's economic activities were understood as serving the god, yes, but they also served the community, redistributing wealth, providing employment, ensuring food security, funding education through the scribble schools attached to temples. The daily rituals performed for the gods, which might seem like mere ceremony to us, had profound economic and social significance. When priests offered elaborate meals to divine statues, those meals were afterwards distributed to temple personnel as their wages or rations. The production of these offerings supported farmers, butchers, bakers, brewers, and many others. The fine textiles used to dress divine statues kept weavers employed. The incense and oils used in rituals created markets for traders who brought these goods from distant lands. The Anunnaki, in this sense, were the focus around which much of the economy organised itself. Serving the gods meant, in practical terms, participating in a complex economic system that supported specialised labour, trade, and cultural production. Let me talk more about the astronomical connections because the Mesopotamians were keen observers of the heavens, and they associated the great gods with specific celestial bodies and phenomena. Anu was identified with the entire northern sky, the stars of the equatorial region representing his domain. Enlil was associated with the northern stars, Enki with the southern stars. Specific major deities had planetary identifications. Inanna was Venus, the morning and evening star, and this association shaped how she was understood. Venus as the morning star represented Inanna in her warrior aspect, bright and fierce as warriors marching to battle at dawn. Venus as the evening star represented her in her aspect as goddess of love and sexuality, the star under which lovers met. Utu was naturally the sun, his daily journey across the sky representing his oversight of human affairs, particularly justice, since nothing could be hidden from the sun's all-seeing eye. Nanna was the moon, his monthly cycle from new to full to new, again representing death and rebirth, his light providing illumination during the night when the sun god rested. These weren't arbitrary associations. The Mesopotamians developed sophisticated astronomy, tracking planetary movements, predicting eclipses, calculating the length of the year with remarkable accuracy. They created the zodiac, dividing the ecliptic into 12 sections, though their zodiac was somewhat different from the one we use today. They understood the planets as wandering stars, distinct from the fixed stars, and they tracked their movements through the constellations with careful records spanning centuries. This astronomical knowledge was put to use in astrology, which the Mesopotamians invented. They believed the gods communicated their will through celestial signs, that planetary movements, eclipses, unusual phenomena in the sky all carried meaning about earthly events. This wasn't superstition in the way we might think of it. It was a sophisticated system of interpretation based on careful observation and record-keeping. When a particular celestial configuration had preceded a certain type of event in the past, they believed it would signal the same type of event in the future. They compiled vast omen texts, cataloguing thousands of celestial observations and their associated meanings. The series called Enuma Anu Enlil, which means when An and Enlil, consisted of 70 tablets containing thousands of omens related to celestial phenomena. This shows the importance of the gods not just as mythological figures, but as active presences whose movements and signs needed to be tracked and interpreted. The king employed specialists, diviner priests, who studied these omens and advised on auspicious times for important actions. Should we wage war? Check the omens. Should we begin building a new temple? Check the omens. Should the king marry? Check the omens. This integration of astronomy, astrology, and practical decision-making shows how deeply the Anunnaki were woven into every aspect of Mesopotamian life. They weren't just stories told at festivals. They were daily presences, communicating through the movements of celestial bodies, through dreams, through natural phenomena, through the outcomes of events. We should also talk about the practical aspects of worshipping the Anunnaki, because understanding what people actually did, the rituals and practices, helps us understand what these gods meant to them. Each major city in Mesopotamia had a patron deity among the Anunnaki. Eridu had Enki. Uruk had both An and Inanna. Nippur had Enlil. Ur had Nanna, the moon god. Each city built massive temples, ziggurats, for their patron god. These weren't just ceremonial structures. They were thought to be the actual dwelling places of the gods. The temples had inner sanctuaries where the god's statue resided, rooms where priests could attend to the god's needs. Each day, priests would perform rituals for the deity. They would wake the god symbolically by singing hymns. They would bathe and dress the statue, putting fine clothes on it. They would offer food, elaborate meals prepared in temple kitchens, placed before the statue as if the god would physically eat them. After a suitable time, the food would be removed and distributed among the priests and temple workers, blessed by having been in the god's presence. The temples were enormous economic enterprises. They owned vast lands, employed hundreds or thousands of workers, maintained granaries and workshops, engaged in trade. The Temple of Enlil in Nippur, for instance, was probably the wealthiest institution in all of Sumer, receiving tribute from cities throughout Mesopotamia. The priests who served in these temples were educated elites, men who had spent years in scribal, schools learning to read and write cuneiform, studying mathematics and astronomy, memorizing hymns and rituals. The high priest of a major temple was one of the most powerful people in the city, sometimes rivaling the king in influence. Ordinary people couldn't enter the inner sanctuaries of the temples. Those areas were restricted to priests. But people could offer prayers at outer courts, leave votive offerings, small clay statues or inscribed tablets asking the gods for help with specific problems. If someone was sick, they might pray to Ninurta, a healing god. If someone was going on a journey, they might pray to Utu, the sun god who protected travelers. If someone was in love, they might pray to Inanna. If someone was in legal trouble, they might pray to Shamash, the god of justice. There were also professional diviners who would interpret omens to discern the will of the gods. If the gods were displeased, special rituals could be performed to appease them. If the gods favoured a particular course of action, that could guide decisions about when to plant crops, when to wage war, when to build or renovate structures. The king himself was seen as the intermediary between the gods and the people. He was chosen by the gods, given authority by them, responsible to them. Royal inscriptions often begin with formulas like, "When Enlil gave me kingship," or "By the command of Inanna, I accomplished these deeds." The king's main duties were to maintain the temples, expand them when possible, perform the most important religious ceremonies, and ensure justice and prosperity for the people, because that was what the gods expected of their chosen ruler. When a king failed, when crops failed, or enemies invaded or plague struck, this was interpreted as the gods withdrawing their favour, punishing the king for some offence. But daily worship wasn't just grand temple rituals performed by priests. Ordinary people had their own religious practices, their own ways of connecting with the divine. Most homes had small shrines, niches in walls where figurines of household gods were kept. These were usually minor deities, personal protective spirits, or ancestral figures, but people understood them as connected to the greater Anunnaki, part of the same divine cosmos. Prayers might be offered at these home shrines before important family events, before journeys, during illness, at times of transition like weddings or childbirth. Amulets and protective inscriptions were common. Small objects inscribed with prayers or divine names meant to ward off evil spirits or bring divine protection. These weren't seen as magical in the sense of manipulating supernatural forces against the god's will. Rather, they were ways of invoking divine protection, of connecting with the Anunnaki's power in everyday life. There was also divination through dreams. Many myths describe gods communicating with humans through dreams, and this was considered a legitimate form of divine communication. Dreams were taken seriously, analysed for symbolic meaning, used to guide important decisions. Temple incubation was practiced, where someone would sleep in a temple hoping to receive a dream from the god. We also know about festivals, times when the entire city would participate in religious ceremonies. The New Year festival in Babylon, when the Enuma Elish was recited, included processions, sacrifices, ritual dramas reenacting Marduk's victory over Tiamat. The sacred marriage ritual performed in various cities involved the king ritually marrying Inanna, a ceremony meant to ensure fertility for the coming year, though scholars debate whether this was purely symbolic or involved actual sexual activity. The ritual year was structured around the agricultural cycle because fundamentally, the Anunnaki were understood as controlling the forces of nature. Planting time, harvest time, the flooding season, all these required divine blessing. Festivals mark these transitions with offerings, prayers, and rituals designed to secure the god's favour for the coming season. When we think about what it meant to worship the Anunnaki, we need to imagine not just occasional visits to temples, but a life thoroughly infused with religious consciousness. The gods were present in the movements of sun, moon, and stars. They were present in the flooding of rivers, the growth of crops, the health of livestock. They spoke through dreams, omens, unusual events. They blessed successful ventures and punished transgressions. They were, in every meaningful sense, the fundamental reality that structured existence. Let's also consider the ethical dimensions of Anunnaki worship, because this is often overlooked when people focus just on the mythological narratives. The Mesopotamians believed the gods demanded justice, truth, and proper conduct from humans, especially from kings and leaders. Multiple hymns and prayers emphasize this. Shamash, the sun god, was particularly associated with justice, and kings were expected to uphold justice as Shamash's representatives on earth. The famous law code of Hammurabi, one of the earliest comprehensive legal codes in history, begins with Hammurabi stating that Anu-Enlil named him to promote the welfare of the people, to cause justice to prevail in the land, to destroy the wicked and evil, to prevent the strong from oppressing the weak. This wasn't just political rhetoric. It reflected a genuine belief that the gods required rulers to provide justice, protect the vulnerable, maintain social order. This ethical dimension extended beyond rules about crimes and punishments. The Mesopotamians believed in a concept sometimes called misfortune or sin, not in the later Christian sense of moral failing, but more like ritual impurity or having offended the gods, often unknowingly. If someone suffered misfortune, illness, loss, this might be interpreted as indicating they had somehow displeased the gods. But rather than accepting this, fatalistically they believed it could be remedied through ritual cleansing, prayers, offerings, consulting with priests who could identify what offence had been committed and how to make amends. This system, while it could be abused by corrupt priests, also provided people with agency, with ways to respond to suffering rather than just accepting it passively. It said that your relationship with the gods mattered, that your actions had consequences, that there were ways to restore harmony when it had been disrupted. The Mesopotamians also had wisdom literature, texts that taught proper conduct and gave advice for living well. The instructions of Shurupak, one of the oldest examples dating to the mid-3rd millennium before the Common Era, gives advice from a father to his son about how to live successfully. Much of it is practical, about working hard, being careful in business dealings, choosing friends wisely. But it's framed within the understanding that the gods have established a proper order for human society, and living well means conforming to that order. Similarly, proverbs and wise sayings often reference the gods, reminding people that divine order underlies social order, that wisdom means understanding one's proper place and role. This brings us to an important point about the Mesopotamian worldview. Unlike later monotheistic traditions that often emphasized individual salvation, personal relationship with deity, and eternal reward or punishment based on moral choices, Mesopotamian religion was primarily concerned with maintaining cosmic and social order in this life. The gods weren't waiting to judge your soul after death and assign you to heaven or hell. The underworld was the same for everyone, a grim place regardless of how you'd lived. What mattered was this life, your contribution to social order, your fulfillment of proper roles, your participation in the rituals that maintained cosmic balance. Virtue wasn't about achieving personal salvation, but about being a proper member of society, fulfilling duties to family, city, king, and gods. This might seem less spiritually elevated than religions promising eternal salvation, but it had its own profound insights. It emphasized communal responsibility over individual achievement. It recognized that human meaning comes through participation in something larger than oneself. It grounded ethics in practical social needs rather than abstract principles, and it was remarkably successful, sustaining one of the world's longest-lasting continuous civilizations. The system worked, not perfectly, but well enough that it endured for 3,000 years, adapting to conquests, incorporating new peoples and ideas, yet maintaining core principles about divine order, human purpose, and the structure of cosmos and society. Now let's examine more closely how the Anunnaki myths shaped political legitimacy and power, because this is crucial to understanding their role in Mesopotamian civilization. When a new king came to power, whether through inheritance, conquest, or political maneuvering, he needed to establish legitimacy to prove he had the right to rule. This wasn't just a matter of having the most soldiers or the strongest army. It required divine sanction, recognition by the great gods that this person was their chosen ruler. Royal inscriptions are full of formulas establishing this divine choice. A typical inscription might begin, "When Anu and Enlil looked favourably upon me, when Inanna chose me from among all men, when Enki granted me wisdom, then I was made king over Sumer and Akkad." This isn't metaphor or poetic flourish. These kings genuinely believed, and wanted their subjects to believe, that their rule was ordained by the Anunnaki. How was this divine choice manifested? Through omens, primarily. Before a king ascended to the throne, diviners would examine the organs of sacrificed animals, observe celestial phenomena, interpret dreams, looking for signs that the gods approved of this candidate. If the omens were favourable, this was understood as divine confirmation. If unfavourable, another candidate might be sought, or special rituals performed to secure divine favour. Once crowned, the king's success or failure was interpreted through the same lens. Military victories proved the gods favoured him. Good harvests showed divine blessing, but defeats, famines, natural disasters, these suggested the gods were displeased, that the king had somehow failed in his duties. This system created accountability of a sort. A king couldn't simply do whatever he wanted and expect to remain in power indefinitely. He needed to maintain the favour of the priests who claimed to interpret divine will. He needed to fund temples, maintain rituals, provide justice, protect the weak, defeat enemies, ensure prosperity. If he failed at these duties, it could be claimed the gods had withdrawn their favour, providing justification for rebellion or replacement. The Anunnaki, in this way, were tools of political legitimacy but also of political resistance. An oppressive king could be challenged by priests claiming the gods were displeased. A weak king could be replaced by someone claiming superior divine favour. The ziggurat construction projects that dominated many Mesopotamian cities were partly about this political religious dynamic. Building a ziggurat was an enormous undertaking, requiring organisation of thousands of workers, massive resources, years or decades of sustained effort. A king who could complete such a project proved his organisational ability, his wealth, his favour with the gods, since surely the gods wouldn't allow such an undertaking to succeed unless they approved of the king. The ziggurats were propaganda, certainly, but they were also genuine expressions of faith, attempts to provide fitting homes for the gods who protected the city, and they were economic engines, employing workers, training craftsmen, creating demand for materials and labour. Think about what it meant for a city to have a massive ziggurat at its centre, visible from miles away, dominating the skyline. It said, "We are powerful, we are organised, we have divine favour. Our God lives here, in this magnificent structure. Come worship here, trade with us, fear our God's power, join our city under our God's protection." The ziggurat was architecture, religion, politics, economics, all combined. It was the physical manifestation of the Anunnaki's presence and power, and by extension, of the king's legitimacy and the city's importance. There was also divination through dreams. Many myths describe gods communicating with humans through dreams, and this was considered a legitimate form of divine communication. Dreams were taken seriously, analysed for symbolic meaning, used to guide important decisions. Temple incubation was practiced, where someone would sleep in a temple hoping to receive a dream from the god. We also know about festivals, times when the entire city would participate in religious ceremonies. The New Year festival in Babylon, when the Enuma Elish was recited, included processions, sacrifices, ritual dramas reenacting Marduk's victory over Tiamat. The sacred marriage ritual, performed in various cities, involved the king ritually marrying Inanna, a ceremony meant to ensure fertility for the coming year, though scholars debate whether this was purely symbolic or involved actual sexual activity. These practices show that the Anunnaki weren't abstract theological concepts to the Mesopotamians. They were living presences, beings who needed to be fed, housed, pleased, consulted. The relationship between humans and gods was intimate, immediate, practical. You didn't worship the gods because of faith or hope of salvation. You worshipped them because they were there, because they had power over your life, because maintaining good relations with them was essential to your survival and prosperity. This practical, almost business-like approach to religion might seem strange to modern sensibilities, especially if you're familiar with religions that emphasize personal spirituality, salvation, faith, and love. But it made perfect sense in the Mesopotamian context. Life was precarious, dependent on factors beyond individual control. The rivers might flood or might run dry, invaders might come, disease might strike. Having powerful protectors, even if those protectors demanded service and worship in return, was better than facing the chaos alone. As Mesopotamian civilization evolved, so did the understanding of the Anunnaki. In earlier Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki were primarily associated with Earth, and sometimes with the underworld. Later, particularly in Akkadian and Babylonian sources, a distinction emerged between the Anunnaki and another group called the Igigi, though as we discussed earlier, this distinction wasn't always consistent. Sometimes the Igigi were portrayed as younger gods who served the Anunnaki. Sometimes they were associated with the heavens, while the Anunnaki were associated with Earth and the underworld. Sometimes the terms were used almost interchangeably. In Inanna's descent to the underworld, the text mentions 7 Anunnaki who serve as judges in the realm of death, determining the fates of the deceased. This role as judges, as arbiters of destiny, appears in multiple texts. The Anunnaki weren't just creators and rulers. They were also the ones who decided what would happen, who would live and die, who would prosper and suffer. The concept of fate, of predetermined destiny, was important in Mesopotamian thought. The Tablet of Destinies that we mentioned earlier represented this cosmic decree. The gods themselves operated within a framework of fate, though the highest gods had more ability to shape it than lesser deities or humans. Humans had very little control over their destinies. They were subject to the will of the gods, the decrees of fate, the unpredictable forces of nature. This might seem fatalistic, even depressing, but it also provided a way to make sense of suffering and injustice. If something bad happened, it wasn't random. It was the will of the gods, part of the cosmic order. You might not understand why the gods decreed it, but you could accept that there was a reason, a purpose, even if hidden from human understanding. This worldview persisted throughout Mesopotamian history, from the earliest Sumerian city-states through the Akkadian Empire, the Ur III dynasty, the Old Babylonian period, the Assyrian Empire, the Neo-Babylonian Empire, right up until the conquest by Persia and the subsequent Hellenization of the region under Alexander the Great and his successors. When we look at the entire span of Mesopotamian civilization, from roughly 4000 before the Common Era to the time of Christ, we're talking about a cultural continuity that lasted longer than the time from Christ to now. That's extraordinary. And throughout that immense span of time, the Anunnaki remained central to religious thought, even as specific details changed, even as some gods rose in importance while others faded, even as new empires conquered old ones and imposed new political structures. The myths evolved, were rewritten, adapted to new contexts. When Babylon became dominant, Marduk was elevated above the other gods. But this was done by rewriting creation myths to give him the starring role, not by rejecting the earlier gods entirely. When Assyria held power, their national god Ashur was given Enlil's attributes and authority, but again, this was incorporation and adaptation, not wholesale replacement. The underlying framework remained constant. The gods, the Anunnaki, had created the world and humanity. They determined fate. They required service and worship. They maintained cosmic order, and human survival depended on maintaining proper relationships with them. This continuity influenced neighboring cultures. The Hurrians and Hittites in Anatolia adopted Mesopotamian gods and myths, adapting them to their own languages and contexts. The Canaanites, including the Phoenicians and the peoples who had become the Israelites, knew Mesopotamian myths and were influenced by them, even as they developed their own distinct religious traditions. Egypt, though it had its own ancient and sophisticated mythology, wasn't immune to Mesopotamian influence, especially during periods of increased contact and trade. The Persian Empire, when it conquered Mesopotamia, allowed local religious traditions to continue, and some Mesopotamian deities were incorporated into Persian religious thought. Later, Hellenistic culture brought Greek philosophical and religious ideas to Mesopotamia, creating syncretic traditions that blended Greek and Mesopotamian elements. But even then, even under Hellenization, the old gods weren't completely forgotten. Temples continued to function. Cuneiform texts continued to be written and copied, though increasingly Greek and Aramaic replaced them as the primary written languages. The last cuneiform text we know of was written in the 1st century of the Common Era, sometime after the birth of Christ. It was an astronomical text, continuing the tradition of Mesopotamian astronomy and astrology that had developed over millennia. After that, the knowledge of how to read cuneiform was lost. The clay tablets that preserved Mesopotamian literature were buried, forgotten, waiting to be rediscovered in the 19th century, when archaeology became a scientific discipline. When those tablets were finally excavated, translated, published, they revealed a world that had been lost for nearly 2,000 years. They showed us that many biblical stories had Mesopotamian precursors. They demonstrated that the ancient Mesopotamians had sophisticated literature, complex theology, advanced mathematics and astronomy, detailed legal codes. They gave us the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish, the Atrahasis, Inanna's Descent, and dozens of other myths and legends, and they introduced the modern world to the Anunnaki, these gods from the ancient past who had shaped one of humanity's first great civilizations. Today, the Anunnaki exist in multiple contexts. To scholars, they're important subjects of study, windows into ancient Near Eastern religion, culture, and thought. To enthusiasts of ancient astronaut theories, they're evidence of extraterrestrial contact in humanity's distant past. To modern spiritual seekers, they're archetypal forces, psychological symbols, or even actual entities that can still be worked with through ritual and meditation. To the general public, they're exotic elements of ancient mythology, names that sound mysterious and powerful. Each of these perspectives sees something different in the Anunnaki, and in some ways, each captures a different aspect of what these gods represented to the people who worshipped them. The scholarly approach gives us historical and cultural context, helping us understand what the ancient texts actually say and what they meant to the people who wrote them. The alternative theories, even when their specific claims are dubious, highlight the fact that these myths grapple with profound questions about human origins and purpose. The spiritual interpretations recognize that the Anunnaki represent powerful archetypes, psychological forces that still resonate today. And the popular fascination demonstrates that these stories still capture imagination, still speak to something deep in human consciousness. What can we conclude from all this? What do the Sumerian texts actually reveal about what happened when the Anunnaki came to Earth? If we take the texts at face value, as the ancient Mesopotamians intended them, they reveal a complex mythology of creation, order, purpose, and relationship between divine and human. They show us gods who are powerful but not omnipotent, who create but also need what they create, who judge but are also subject to cosmic law. They show us humanity created with a specific purpose, servants of the gods, workers who maintain the cosmic order through their labor and worship. They show us disasters, floods, plagues, sent by gods who are sometimes angry at humanity's noise and disruption, but also gods who can be merciful, who protect individual humans, who need humanity as much as humanity needs them. They show us heroes and kings who interact directly with gods, who receive divine blessings and divine punishments, who serve as intermediaries between the divine and human realms. If we approach the texts as containing possible kernels of historical truth encoded in mythological language, we might see memories of real events, catastrophic floods, migrations of peoples, the development of agriculture and civilization preserved in story form. The creation myths might reflect the transition from hunter-gatherer to agricultural societies, from nomadic to settled life. The flood stories might preserve memory of actual destructive floods in Mesopotamia's history. The gods themselves might represent real leaders, kings, priests, or shamans, whose deeds were magnified over time into divine status. If we entertain the ancient astronaut hypothesis, as controversial as it is, we see these myths as describing actual contact with extraterrestrial beings, interpreted through the conceptual framework available to ancient peoples. The descent from heaven becomes a literal spacecraft landing. The creation of humanity becomes genetic engineering. The gods' need for human labor becomes mining operations. The tablet of destinies becomes advanced technology. But whether we read these texts literally, metaphorically, historically, or speculatively, they remain powerful stories that have shaped human thought for millennia. They influence later religious traditions, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They provide insight into how ancient peoples understood existence, morality, purpose, and relationship with the divine. The Anunnaki, as presented in these texts, are not simple figures. They're not pure good or pure evil. They're not all-powerful or all-knowing. They're complex, multifaceted, operating within systems of cosmic law even as they shape the world. They create humanity not out of love but out of need, yet individual gods like Enki show compassion for human suffering. They send the flood to destroy humanity, yet they spare one righteous family to preserve the species. They demand worship and service, yet they provide protection and order in return. This complexity is what makes them enduringly interesting. They're not cardboard cutout deities existing to teach simple moral lessons. They're fully realized beings whose stories explore deep philosophical and theological questions. What is the relationship between creator and created? Between power and responsibility? Between individual will and cosmic order? Between justice and mercy? Between mortality and immortality? The Mesopotamians grappled with these questions in their myths, and their answers, preserved in clay tablets for thousands of years, still speak to us today. They remind us that humans have always asked big questions, have always sought to understand where they came from and why they exist. They remind us that civilization is built not just through technology and organization, but through stories, through shared narratives that give meaning to collective existence. The Anunnaki were the Mesopotamians' answer to the mystery of existence. They were the names and faces they gave to the forces that shaped their world. Whether we understand those forces as literal gods, as natural phenomena personified, as psychological archetypes, as distant memories of historical events, or as something else entirely, the stories remain powerful, remain relevant, remain worth studying and contemplating. So what happened when the Anunnaki came to Earth? According to the texts, they brought order from chaos. They created the world, organized the cosmos, established cities, invented agriculture, crafted humanity itself. They gave humans purpose, even if that purpose was service and labor. They provided a framework for understanding existence, for relating to powers greater than ourselves, for finding meaning in work and worship. They judged the dead, decided fates, sent disasters and blessings, maintained the delicate balance between chaos and order. They were, in short, the foundation of Mesopotamian civilization, the divine architects whose will shaped everything. And when we read these texts today, when we study the cuneiform tablets that preserve these stories, we're connecting with that ancient world view, seeing through the eyes of people who lived thousands of years ago, but who grappled with the same fundamental questions we still face. Where do we come from? Why are we here? What is our purpose? How should we relate to forces greater than ourselves? How do we find meaning in a world that often seems chaotic and unjust? Let's delve deeper into Mesopotamian cosmology, because understanding how they envisioned the structure of the universe helps clarify the Anunnaki's role within it. The Mesopotamians conceived of the cosmos as having three main levels. The heavens above, where the greater gods like Anu dwelt, was the highest realm, a place of divine splendor and power, where the stars moved in their ordained paths and where the fate of the world was decided in divine assemblies. Below that was the earth, the middle realm, where humans, animals and plants lived, where cities rose and fell, where the drama of mortal existence played out. This earthly realm was understood as floating on or above the Apsu, the freshwater ocean that surrounded and underlay everything, the domain of Enki. And beneath all this was the underworld, the realm of the dead, ruled by Ereshkigal and her consort Nergal, a dark place of dust and shadow where all humans eventually went, regardless of their status in life or the quality of their character. The heavens weren't just an empty expanse, they were structured, organized, divided into regions associated with different gods. The path of the sun, moon, and planets across the sky marked important divisions. The fixed stars were grouped into constellations that the Mesopotamians named and tracked carefully. Some of these constellation names have come down to us, modified through Greek translations as parts of our modern zodiac. The bull of heaven that Inanna and Gilgamesh killed in the epic became our constellation Taurus. The scales that represented divine justice became our Libra. The scorpion that guarded the eastern mountains became Scorpio. This careful observation and categorization of the heavens wasn't just astronomy for its own sake, it was theology, understanding the movements and positions of divine beings and discerning their will for earthly affairs. The earth itself, in Mesopotamian understanding, was a flat disk surrounded by cosmic waters. Mountains ringed its edges where the sky touched down, forming the horizon. These mountains were especially important in mythology, as places where earth and heaven met, where gods might descend or heroes might ascend. Specific mountains had mythological significance. Mount Mashu in the Gilgamesh epic was where the sun rose and set, guarded by scorpion people. The Cedar Mountain, where Gilgamesh travelled to kill Humbaba, represented the actual Lebanon mountains, sources of precious cedar wood but also mysterious distant places where gods dwelt. The idea that mountains were especially sacred, closer to heaven, places where earth and divine realm intersected, is found in many religions and certainly characterized Mesopotamian thought. This is one reason Zigguratis, architectural mountain, an artificial peak on the flat Mesopotamian plain where a god could dwell, and where heaven and earth could meet. The Apsu, the freshwater deep beneath and around the earth, was understood as the source of all life-giving water. The Mesopotamians knew that fresh water came from underground sources, from springs and wells. They correctly understood that rivers ultimately derived their water from rain and snow in distant mountains, but they also knew that groundwater existed everywhere beneath the surface. This aquifer, this underground ocean, was the Apsu, and Enki ruled it, making him essential to life itself. Without the Apsu's waters, crops couldn't grow, animals couldn't drink, humans couldn't survive. Enki's control over this realm made him one of the most important gods, despite his sometimes subordinate position to Enlil in the divine hierarchy. You could displease Enlil and suffer storms or political misfortune, but if you displeased Enki, the very waters of life might be withheld. The underworld was less well defined in Mesopotamian texts, perhaps deliberately so, as a place of mystery and dread. It was entered through gates, 7 of them according to Inanna's descent, each guarded, each representing progressive removal from life and light. Once in the underworld, the dead existed as shadows, shades, ghosts called Gidim, who ate clay and drank dirty water, dwelling in darkness and dust. There was no concept of judgment determining different afterlives for the righteous versus the wicked. All went to the same place. What differentiated the dead was primarily whether they received proper burial and whether living relatives performed memorial offerings for them. A ghost who received offerings, who was remembered and honoured, might exist in relative comfort in the underworld. A ghost who was forgotten, or worse, who had died violently or without proper burial, might become a dangerous spirit returning to haunt the living. This cosmology shaped how Mesopotamians understood the Anunnaki's roles. The gods weren't removed from the physical cosmos but were integral parts of it. Anu was the heavens, Enlil was the air, the space between heaven and earth, Enki was the waters below, Ereshkigal was the underworld, Utu was literally the sun, travelling across the sky each day and through the underworld each night, which is why he knew all secrets and could judge fairly, having seen everything in both realms. These weren't just symbolic associations. In Mesopotamian thought, the god and the natural phenomenon were intimately connected, perhaps even identified. To experience the sun's heat was to experience Utu's presence. To feel rain was to receive Adad's blessing or punishment. To watch stars move across the sky was to observe the Anunnaki's activities in the heavens. This meant that understanding the natural world was simultaneously understanding the divine world. Studying astronomy was studying the movements of gods. Understanding weather patterns was understanding divine moods and intentions. Learning to predict the flooding of rivers was learning to interpret when Enki would release or withhold his waters. Science and religion weren't separate categories in Mesopotamian thought as they often are for us. Natural philosophy was theological philosophy and vice versa. The priest who studied celestial omens was also an astronomer. The diviner who examined animal entrails was also, in a sense, a biologist, understanding bodily structures and looking for anomalies that might indicate divine communication. Knowledge of the natural world was knowledge of the divine will, because nature was the gods' domain and under their direct control. Now let's return to the personalities of specific Anunnaki, because these gods weren't abstract forces, but had distinct characters that shaped how they were worshipped and how myths about them developed. Enki, for instance, is perhaps the most interesting major god because he's so consistently portrayed as clever, tricky, sometimes subversive of divine order even while being part of it. In myth after myth, when there's a problem, when the other gods don't know what to do, Enki devises a solution. When the Igigi rebel, Enki proposes creating humans. When Enlil wants to destroy humanity with plague and famine, Enki finds ways to save them. When Enlil sends the flood, Enki warns Atrahasis, finding a loophole in his oath. Enki is the god who thinks outside the box, who bends rules without quite breaking them, who values cleverness and ingenuity over brute force or strict adherence to authority. This characterization of Enki might reflect his cult's position. Eridu, his city, was the oldest Sumerian city but not always the most powerful politically. Enki was one of the highest-ranking gods, but often played second fiddle to Enlil in practical matters. His cleverness might be how a cult with less raw power maintained its prestige and importance. If you can't dominate through force, dominate through intelligence. Enki is also associated with magic, incantations, secret knowledge. The priests of Enki claimed special wisdom, special access to divine secrets, special ability to solve problems through knowledge rather than power. This made the cult attractive to scribes, scholars, anyone who valued intelligence over strength. Many of the myths we have were probably written or compiled by scribes with Enki sympathies, which might explain why he's portrayed so favourably as humanity's protector and benefactor. Enlil, in contrast, is often portrayed as stern, authoritarian, concerned with maintaining order and hierarchy. He's the god who punishes transgression, who enforces divine law, who decides when humanity has become too troublesome and needs to be reduced in number or destroyed entirely. But he's not portrayed as evil or arbitrary. His concerns are legitimate from the divine perspective. How can the gods maintain cosmic order if the beings they created keep disrupting that order? How can the gods rest if humanity's noise is constant? Enlil represents necessary authority, the principle that order requires enforcement, that boundaries must be maintained, that sometimes harsh measures are needed to preserve overall stability. His conflicts with Enki represent a fundamental tension in any ordered system, between authority that maintains structure and creativity that introduces flexibility, between law that provides predictability and cleverness that finds new solutions. Inanna, Ishtar in Akkadian, is perhaps the most complex major deity because she combines so many seemingly contradictory aspects. She's the goddess of love, sexuality, fertility, beauty, but also of war, political power, and destruction. She's passionate, impulsive, vain, powerful, dangerous, and irresistible. Myths about her show both her allure and her peril. When Gilgamesh rejects her sexual advances, she responds by sending the Bull of Heaven to destroy Uruk, killing hundreds. When she descends to the underworld, all fertility on earth ceases, showing her essential role in life. But when she returns, she condemns her own husband to the underworld in her place, showing her capacity for harsh judgment. Inanna doesn't fit into neat categories of good or evil, nurturing or destructive. She embodies passion in all its forms, the life force that creates but also consumes, the desire that can build or destroy. Inanna's cult was extremely popular throughout Mesopotamian history, perhaps because she represented aspects of human experience that other gods didn't address as directly. Enlil was about cosmic order, Enki about wisdom and problem-solving, but Inanna was about passion, desire, the intensely personal experiences of love and combat, sexuality and violence. Her temples included priestesses who engaged in sacred prostitution, understood not as degrading but as honouring the goddess, participating in her power to create life through sexuality. This practice is controversial and debated among scholars, with some questioning whether it was as widespread as ancient sources suggest, but it clearly existed in some form and reflected a theology that saw sexuality as sacred, as one of the goddess's gifts to humanity. Nanna, the moon god, also called Sin in Akkadian, had a different character entirely. He was wise, elderly, the father of Inanna and Utu, associated with timekeeping since the moon's phases marked the months. His cult centered in Ur and had enormous prestige and wealth. The last kings of Babylon, particularly Nabonidus, favored Nanna's cult over Marduk's, which caused considerable religious tension. Nabonidus's mother had been a high priestess of Nanna, and he attempted to elevate moon worship above the traditional Babylonian cult of Marduk, one of the factors that led to his unpopularity and eventually to Babylon's conquest by Persia. This shows how seriously religious affiliation mattered in Mesopotamian politics. You couldn't simply invent a new religious order or arbitrarily elevate one god over another without risking popular backlash, rebellion, or divine punishment as people understood it. Utu, Shamash in Akkadian, was the sun god and god of justice. These associations made perfect sense to Mesopotamians. The sun sees everything. Nothing can be hidden from its light, making Tu the perfect divine judge who knows all deeds and can render fair judgment. The sun also travels the same path every day, predictable, reliable, making it an apt symbol for justice, which should be consistent and impartial. Legal proceedings were sometimes held at temples of Shamash, and judges invoked his name when rendering verdicts. Law codes like Hammurabi's were placed under Shamash's protection, carved on stone stelae showing the king receiving the laws from the god. This wasn't just religious theatre, it reflected genuine belief that justice was divinely ordained, that laws weren't merely human conventions but reflections of cosmic order established by the gods. Each god had their own mythology, their own corpus of hymns and prayers, their own festivals and rituals. Studying any one of them in depth could occupy scholars for careers. The point for our purposes is that the Anunnaki weren't a monolithic group but a diverse pantheon of distinct personalities, each with their own cults, their own cities, their own attributes and concerns, yet all connected through relationships of kinship and hierarchy, all part of the same divine order that governed cosmos and society. The Sumerian texts don't give simple answers to these questions, but they give profound ones, answers shaped by millennia of reflection and refinement answers that influenced much of Western and Middle Eastern religious thought. They deserve our attention, our respect, our careful study. Not because we need to believe in the Anunnaki as literal gods, but because these stories contain wisdom, insight into the human condition, perspectives on meaning and purpose that are as relevant now as they were when they were first pressed into wet clay, all those thousands of years ago. The Anunnaki came to Earth in these stories as gods, as creators, as judges, as protectors and punishers. But perhaps more importantly, they came as mirrors, reflecting back to the Mesopotamians, and to us, fundamental truths about what it means to be human, to be mortal, to be part of something larger than ourselves, and in that sense, they're still with us, still shaping how we think, still asking us the same questions they asked the ancient Sumerians. What will you make of your life? What legacy will you leave? What meaning will you find in your labour? How will you relate to the powers, whatever they may be, that shape your existence? The transmission of Mesopotamian mythology to other cultures is a fascinating story in itself, showing how these ideas about the Anunnaki and cosmic order spread far beyond their original context. The Hittites and Hurrians in Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, adopted Mesopotamian deities into their own pantheons, sometimes under new names, sometimes keeping the original names. Hurrian texts mention gods like Kamabi, Tesub and Shaushka, who scholars identify with Sumerian Enlil, Adad, and Ishtar respectively. The myths changed in the retelling, adapted to new cultural contexts, but core elements remained: creation through conflict, divine hierarchies, relationships between gods reflecting social relationships, humans created to serve divine purposes. This shows that the basic framework Mesopotamia developed for understanding reality resonated with neighbouring peoples, provided useful ways of thinking about the world that other cultures found valuable enough to adopt and adapt. The Israelites, who lived in Canaan at the crossroads of Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and eventually Hellenistic influences, certainly knew Mesopotamian traditions. The Hebrew Bible, our Old Testament, contains numerous parallels to Mesopotamian myths, sometimes as direct borrowings, sometimes as deliberate oppositions or reversals. The Genesis creation account, as we mentioned, parallels the Enuma Elish in structure and elements while transforming it theologically. Instead of multiple gods creating through conflict, one god creates through speech. Instead of humans made from the blood of a defeated enemy god, humans are made from earth but given the breath of God directly. The Garden of Eden story might relate to Mesopotamian paradise myths, particularly those about Dilmun, a mythical land of peace and plenty. The Tower of Babel story almost certainly refers to Babylonian ziggurats, understood as hubristic attempts to reach heaven that God prevents by confusing human language. The biblical flood story's dependence on Mesopotamian prototypes is undeniable. Noah's Ark parallels the boats of Ziusudra, Atrahasis, and Utnapishtim in almost every detail. The periods of flooding, the animals saved, the birds sent out to test for land, the sacrifice offered after landing, all these elements appear in both traditions. Biblical authors knew these stories and adapted them, transforming a polytheistic myth about gods who need humans into a monotheistic story about God judging wickedness but showing mercy to the righteous. This process of adaptation and transformation shows how powerful the Mesopotamian narrative frameworks were. Even when later cultures wanted to tell different theological stories, they often did so by reshaping Mesopotamian templates rather than creating entirely new narrative structures. The influence extended beyond just myths and stories. Mesopotamian concepts of divine justice, of kings ruling by divine mandate, of priests mediating between human and divine, of temples as literal houses of gods, of sacrifice and offering as maintaining proper relationships with the divine. All these influenced later religions. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all developed in regions that had been part of or influenced by Mesopotamian civilization. While these monotheistic religions transformed and repudiated many Mesopotamian concepts, they also absorbed and adapted others. The idea that kings rule by divine right, that priests perform rituals essential to community welfare, that proper worship requires specific procedures and offerings. These concepts have Mesopotamian roots even if later traditions understood them quite differently. Mesopotamian astronomy and mathematics also influenced later cultures profoundly. The Greeks learned Babylonian astronomy and built on it, developing the mathematical models that would eventually be refined by Ptolemy and later astronomers. The division of the circle into 360 degrees, of the hour into 60 minutes, the minute into 60 seconds, these sexagesimal systems come from Mesopotamia. Our 7-day week derives from the 7 visible planets known to ancient astronomers: Sun, Moon, and 5 planets, each associated with a day, and this system was Mesopotamian in origin, though it reached us through intermediate cultures. The zodiac, the 12 signs through which the sun moves, was developed in Babylonian astronomy and passed to the Greeks, who gave the signs the names we still use today, though many were translations of earlier Mesopotamian constellation names. The very concept of astrology, that celestial phenomena have meaning for earthly events, was developed in Mesopotamia and spread throughout the ancient world and persists in various forms even today. Whether one believes in astrology's truth claims or not, its influence on human culture is undeniable, and that influence traces back to Mesopotamian priests who first systematically observed the skies and looked for correlations between celestial and terrestrial events. The idea that you can read divine will or future events in the stars, in the movements of planets, in the occurrence of eclipses, this distinctly Mesopotamian approach to understanding the cosmos, became foundational to how many later cultures approached astronomy, even after the scientific revolution supposedly separated astronomy from astrology. Literature too owes debts to Mesopotamia. The Epic of Gilgamesh is recognized as one of the earliest great works of literature, and it influenced later epics, from Homer's Odyssey to Virgil's Aeneid to Dante's Divine Comedy. The structure of the hero's journey, a powerful figure who undertakes a quest, faces challenges, grows through experience, returns transformed, this narrative pattern that Gilgamesh follows and that appears in countless later works of literature and film, has deep roots in Mesopotamian storytelling. The themes Gilgamesh explores, friendship, mortality, the search for meaning, the limits of human power, the inevitability of death, these universal themes were being explored in sophisticated ways in Mesopotamia, thousands of years before European literature began. The legal tradition of written law, codes, also derives from Mesopotamia. The Code of Hammurabi, carved on a stone stela around 1700 years before the Common Era, is one of the earliest comprehensive law codes we have, and it established principles and precedents that influenced later legal systems. The idea that laws should be written down, publicly displayed, consistently applied, that punishments should fit crimes, that different classes might be subject to different rules, but all should face some form of justice, these concepts have Mesopotamian origins. When we speak of presumption of innocence, of the importance of evidence, of laws being superior to arbitrary power, we're expressing principles that were being developed in Mesopotamian courts 3,000 years ago. Even our calendar systems owe something to Mesopotamia. The Babylonian calendar was lunisolar, based on moon phases, but adjusted to keep in sync with the solar year through periodic insertion of extra months. The Hebrew calendar still uses this system, and it influenced the development of calendars throughout the ancient Near East. Our months' names, in Western languages, come through Latin, but some, like September, October, November, December, which means 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th month, but are now our 9th through 12th months because the Roman calendar was adjusted, reflect the complexity of reconciling lunar and solar cycles, a problem Mesopotamian astronomers worked on extensively and developed sophisticated solutions for. All of this shows that Mesopotamian civilization, the civilization that worshipped the Anunnaki, that built ziggurats to house these gods, that recorded their myths on clay tablets, was not some isolated ancient culture whose ideas died with them. It was foundational to much of what came after, influencing law, literature, astronomy, mathematics, religion, calendar systems, concepts of kingship and justice. The Anunnaki myths were part of this larger cultural package, this framework for understanding reality that Mesopotamia developed, and that spread throughout the ancient world, being adapted and transformed but never entirely replaced. When we study the Anunnaki today, we're not just looking at quaint ancient superstitions, we're examining ideas that shaped the development of civilization, that influenced how humans organize societies, understood cosmos, related to powers greater than themselves. These were sophisticated thinkers grappling with profound questions, and their answers, while foreign to our modern sensibilities in many ways, still have things to teach us if we approach them with respect and careful attention. And this brings us back to the question of how we should understand the Anunnaki today, in our modern, scientifically informed, pluralistic world. We can't simply accept them as literal gods in the way ancient Mesopotamians did. Most of us don't believe the sun is a god travelling across the sky in a chariot, that the moon is a deity measuring time, that underground waters are ruled by Enki. We have scientific explanations for these phenomena that are more empirically accurate and predictively useful than mythological accounts. But that doesn't mean the myths have no value. They can be understood in multiple ways, all legitimate, all offering different insights. As history, they tell us about how ancient peoples understood their world, what mattered to them, how they organized their societies, what questions they grappled with. This is invaluable for understanding human cultural development, the roots of civilization, the origins of ideas and institutions that still shape our world. As literature, they're powerful stories featuring complex characters, exploring universal themes, demonstrating sophisticated narrative techniques. They deserve to be read and appreciated as works of art, as human creativity at its finest, preserving voices from thousands of years ago that still speak to us today. As psychology, they can be read as archetypal expressions of human consciousness, as Carl Jung might interpret them. The Anunnaki represent different aspects of psyche and society, ways of being in the world, principles of order and chaos, authority and creativity, justice and mercy, all of which remain relevant to human experience even if we don't frame them in terms of literal gods. This psychological reading doesn't claim historical accuracy, but finds truth in the patterns and symbols, in what they reveal about human nature and social dynamics. As theology, they're worth studying comparatively, understanding how different cultures have conceptualized the divine, related to sacred power, sought meaning and purpose through religious frameworks. For people within monotheistic traditions, studying Mesopotamian polytheism isn't about converting to ancient paganism, but about understanding religious diversity, recognizing that different cultures have asked similar questions and developed different answers, broadening our understanding of how humans relate to transcendence. And yes, for those intrigued by ancient astronaut theories, the text can be read through that lens, looking for possible descriptions of advanced technology or extraterrestrial contact encoded in mythological language. While mainstream scholarship rejects these interpretations as unsupported by evidence, and based on mistranslations or misunderstandings, exploring them at least raises interesting questions about how we interpret ancient texts, what assumptions we bring to them, how we distinguish between literal and symbolic language, historical memory and mythological elaboration. The fact that the Anunnaki can be read in all these different ways simultaneously speaks to the richness and complexity of these myths. They work on multiple levels, containing historical information, literary artistry, psychological insight, theological reflection, all wrapped together in narratives that have survived for millennia because they speak to something fundamental in human experience. The question, what happened when the Anunnaki came to Earth, might not have a single, simple answer that satisfies everyone. But exploring that question takes us on a journey through ancient history, comparative mythology, the origins of civilization, the development of religious thought, and ultimately through reflections on what it means to be human, mortal, meaning-seeking creatures in a vast cosmos. These are the questions the Anunnaki myths raise, and these are the questions worth contemplating, regardless of whether you believe these gods were literal beings, symbolic forces, distorted memories of actual events, or purely mythological constructions. The stories endure because the questions endure. And that perhaps is the real revelation of the Sumerian texts. Not that gods once walked the earth and created humanity, but that humans have always looked to the heavens, have always sought meaning, have always told stories to make sense of their existence, have always honored those stories by preserving them, copying them, passing them down through generations. The clay tablets that contain these myths are more than historical artifacts. They're testament to the human need for story, for meaning, for connection with something transcendent. As we come to the end of tonight's exploration, I hope you found value in this journey through ancient Mesopotamia, through the myths of the Anunnaki, through the complex worldview of the Sumerians and their successors. If you enjoyed this video, please take a moment to like it and subscribe to the channel for more content exploring ancient history, mythology, and the stories that have shaped human civilization. Let me know in the comments what aspects of this topic most interested you, whether there are related subjects you'd like me to explore in future videos, and where in the world you're watching from. Thank you for spending this time with me, delving into these ancient mysteries. The past has so much to teach us, if we're willing to listen. Until next time, take care, keep questioning, keep exploring, and remember that the stories we tell about our origins shape how we understand our present and imagine our future. The Anunnaki may have been the Sumerians' answer to the mystery of existence, but we each must find our own answers, drawing on the wisdom of those who came before while forging our own understanding of what it means to be human in this vast, mysterious cosmos. Good night. Older than the pyramids, older than the oldest books you know. Before you settle in, take a moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what we do here. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. We're heading to ancient Mesopotamia, to the land between two rivers, where humanity first learned to write, first built cities that reached toward the heavens, and first recorded stories of beings who came from above. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki, descendants of heaven and earth, and what these ancient texts reveal about what happened after their arrival might change how you think about the very foundations of civilization. The story begins not with aliens or ancient astronauts, despite what popular culture might tell you, but with something far more fascinating. Real tablets, real cities, real people who lived in the dust and mud of southern Iraq 5,000 years ago, who looked up at the stars and asked the same questions we ask today. Where did we come from? Why are we here? What forces shaped our world? And they wrote down their answers in the world's first written language, preserving them in clay that would survive millennia. These weren't primitive people scrawling simple myths. The Sumerians were sophisticated urban dwellers who invented mathematics, created complex legal systems, developed astronomical charts, and built irrigation networks that transformed barren desert into fertile farmland. They were engineers, astronomers, poets, and priests, and their texts about the Anunnaki weren't meant as fiction or fantasy. These were their sacred histories, their explanations for the world they inhabited, their understanding of the divine forces that governed existence. To understand what happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth, according to Sumerian texts, we need to understand who the Sumerians were, what Mesopotamia was like, and how these clay tablets survived to tell their tales. Imagine standing on the flat plains of southern Iraq, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers wind their way toward the Persian Gulf. The land here is hot, dusty, and unforgiving. Without the rivers, nothing would grow, but with them, with careful management of their waters, this became the cradle of civilization itself. The geography shaped everything. Mesopotamia means land between rivers in Greek, though the people who lived there called it by many names. The Sumerians referred to their homeland as Kengir, the land of civilized lords. The rivers brought life, but they also brought danger. Unlike the Nile, which flooded predictably each year, the Tigris and Euphrates were temperamental. They could bring devastating floods with little warning, washing away entire settlements. They could shift course, abandoning cities that depended on them. This unpredictability shaped Sumerian religion and mythology profoundly. Their gods, like their rivers, were powerful and capricious. The earliest settlements in southern Mesopotamia date back to around 6000 BCE, but what we recognize as Sumerian civilization emerged around 4000 BCE during what archaeologists call the Uruk period, named after one of the greatest cities of the ancient world. Uruk, the city of the legendary King Gilgamesh, grew to cover more than 2 square miles, with a population approaching 100,000 people. This happened at a time when most of humanity still lived in small villages or followed herds as nomadic pastoralists. Uruk was revolutionary. Other great cities followed. Eridu, which the Sumerians believed was the first city ever created, established directly by the gods. Ur, whose royal tombs would later yield treasures of gold and lapis lazuli. Nippur, the religious centre where Enlil himself was said to dwell. Lagash, Kish, Shrupak, each an independent city-state with its own ruler, its own patron deity, and its own ambitions. These cities were connected by canals and trade routes, sharing a common language and culture, yet frequently at war with one another over water rights, territory, and prestige. The Sumerians didn't build with stone, which was scarce in the river plains. They built with mud, brick, sun-dried or kiln-fired, creating massive temple complexes called ziggurats that rose in stepped tiers toward the sky. These weren't just places of worship. They were economic centres, administrative headquarters, and astronomical observatories. The priests who served in these temples weren't just religious officials. They were accountants, astronomers, engineers, and scribes who managed the complex irrigation systems that made civilization possible. And it was these scribes who developed writing, not to record poetry or prayers initially, but to keep track of grain stores, livestock, and labour. The earliest tablets from Uruk, dating to around 3300 BCE, are accounting records, pictographs showing jars of oil, heads of cattle, measures of barley. But from these humble beginnings, cuneiform script evolved into a sophisticated writing system capable of expressing abstract concepts, legal codes, mathematical formulas, astronomical observations, and eventually mythology. The myths came later, but they incorporated older oral traditions that may have stretched back centuries or even millennia before anyone thought to write them down. When Sumerian scribes finally began recording their sacred stories around 2500 BCE, they were preserving traditions that already felt ancient to them. These stories explained how the world came to be, where humans came from, why we suffer, why we die, and what our relationship to the divine powers should be. At the centre of these myths stood the Anunnaki, a word that appears throughout Sumerian and later Akkadian texts, with varying meanings and contexts. The term itself is disputed among scholars, but most translate it as something like those of royal blood or princely offspring. In the earliest texts, Anunnaki seems to refer to the great gods collectively, the offspring of An, the sky god, and Kai, the earth goddess. These were the major deities who shaped the cosmos and governed the world. In later texts, the meaning shifts slightly. Sometimes Anunnaki refers specifically to the gods of the underworld, the 7 judges who decree the fates of the dead. Sometimes it means the gods who reside on earth, as opposed to the Igigi, the gods who live in heaven. The Babylonian creation epic, the Enuma Elish, mentions 600 Anunnaki, 300 assigned to heaven and 300 to earth and the underworld. The number seems symbolic rather than literal, suggesting a vast divine hierarchy. But who were these gods individually? What were their personalities, their domains, their conflicts? The Sumerian pantheon was complex, with dozens of named deities and countless minor gods and goddesses. At the top stood An or Anu, the sky itself, father of the gods. But An was distant, removed from day-to-day affairs. The god who actually ran things was Enlil, lord of the air, supreme deity of the Sumerian pantheon, whose temple at Nippur was considered the religious centre of all Mesopotamia. Enlil was not a kind god. He was stern, powerful, quick to anger, and absolutely dedicated to maintaining divine order. He separated heaven from earth at the beginning of creation. He controlled the winds and storms. He decreed the fates of cities and kings. When humans became too noisy, too numerous, too troublesome, it was Enlil who decided to destroy them with a great flood. He represented authority, discipline, the harsh necessities of cosmic order. His sacred number was 50, and his symbol was the horned crown that marked divine majesty. Working alongside Enlil, sometimes in cooperation and sometimes in subtle opposition, was Enki, also known by his Akkadian name Ea. Where Enlil was stern and authoritarian, Enki was clever and compassionate. He was the god of fresh water, of the subterranean ocean called the Abzu, which the Sumerians believed fed all rivers and springs. But more importantly, he was the god of wisdom, magic, crafts, and trickery. Enki loved humanity. He created us, shaped us from clay, breathed intelligence into us, and repeatedly saved us from Enlil's wrath. The goddess Ninhursag, sometimes called Nintu or Mami, was the mother goddess, the one who actually formed humans from clay mixed with divine blood. She represented fertility, birth, and the earth's productive power. She was originally Anne's consort before that role passed to other goddesses, and she held a position of great importance in the early pantheon. Some texts call her the mother of all gods and humans, and her role in creating humanity was central to Sumerian understanding of their own origins. Then there was Inanna, later known as Ishtar, goddess of love, sex, fertility, and war. She was Enki's daughter or niece depending on the text, and she was passionate, ambitious, and dangerous. Her myths often involve her descending to the underworld, stealing divine powers from Enki while he's drunk, or causing chaos through her romantic entanglements. She represented the unpredictable, passionate aspects of existence, both creative and destructive. Nano or Sin was the moon god, Enlil's son, who measured time and governed the calendar. Utu or Shamash was the sun god, source of light and justice. Ereshkigal ruled the underworld. Nergal was the god of plague and war. Ninutta was the warrior god and flood hero, and dozens of other deities filled specific roles in the cosmic order. Each city had its patron god who dwelt in the central temple, but all recognized the supremacy of the great Anunnaki, who governed from Nippur and the heavens above. This divine hierarchy reflected Sumerian society itself. Just as the gods had a king in Enlil, the cities had human kings who claimed divine sanction. Just as the gods had councils where they debated and decided the fates of the world, Sumerian cities had assemblies of elders. The relationship between gods and humans was understood as one of master and servant, creator and creation, but also as a kind of family relationship, with all the complexity that implies. According to the texts, the Anunnaki didn't just exist in some abstract heavenly realm. They walked the earth, dwelt in temples, ate and drank, had emotions and conflicts, made plans and carried them out. And the most important plan they ever made, according to Sumerian mythology, was the creation of humankind. But humans weren't created out of love or as some grand cosmic experiment. We were created to serve, to labour, to relieve the gods of work they found too burdensome. The story of human creation appears in several texts, but the fullest account comes from the Atrahasis epic, an Akkadian work from around 1700 BCE that drew on much older Sumerian traditions. This epic lays out the entire sequence of events, from the beginning of divine civilization to the Great Flood and beyond. It's a remarkable document, both in its scope and in what it reveals about how Mesopotamians understood their place in the cosmos. At the beginning, according to Atrahasis, the great gods, the Anunnaki, lived in a world that already existed but wasn't yet organized for agriculture or civilization. The earth was wild, uncultivated, without cities or fields. Someone needed to do the work of digging irrigation canals, planting crops, managing the rivers, building infrastructure. But who? The great gods certainly weren't going to do manual labor themselves. That would be beneath their dignity. So the labor fell to the Igigi, the lesser gods, the young gods, the divine workforce. For 40 years, some texts say 3,600 years, the Igigi dug canals, built dikes, maintained the irrigation systems that would eventually support Mesopotamian civilization. They worked without rest, without reward, growing more exhausted and resentful with each passing season. The work was backbreaking. The great gods demanded more and more. The Igigi finally reached their breaking point. The rebellion began at night. The Igigi gathered in secret, discussing their grievances. They were gods, divine beings, yet they were being treated like slaves. This was intolerable. They decided to confront Enlil directly. In the darkest hours before dawn, they surrounded Enlil's temple at Nippur, setting fire to their tools, their symbols of forced labor. They shouted and banged on the gates, demanding an audience with the Supreme Lord. Enlil woke to the sound of divine rebellion. He was terrified, according to the text, which is remarkable. The god who ruled heaven and earth was frightened by the revolt of his own subjects. He sent for Anu, his father, and for Enki, his brother. A divine council convened to address the crisis. What should be done? How could order be restored? Enlil's first instinct was harsh punishment. Find the leaders of the rebellion and execute them. Make an example that would cow the others back into submission. But Enki, always the voice of wisdom and compassion, offered a different solution. Why not create an entirely new class of beings to do the work? Beings who weren't divine, who could labor without complaint, who could be commanded without rebellion. Why not create humans? The council agreed, though not without reservations. But how would these creatures be made? What would they be made from? Here the mother goddess Ninhursag stepped forward. She knew the secret of creation, the formula for bringing life from lifeless matter. But she needed materials, divine materials. One of the gods, a lesser deity named Wielu or Geshtu-A, volunteered to be sacrificed for this purpose. His role was specific. He possessed TMR, intelligence or understanding. His death would give humans the spark of divine consciousness, even as they remained mortal and subservient. Wielu was killed in the assembly of the gods. His blood was collected, mixed with clay from the earth, the very soil that would need to be cultivated. Ninhursag took this mixture and began to shape it, forming the first human beings. But she didn't create just one. She created 14, 7 males and 7 females, using her divine saliva to activate the clay, speaking incantations over each form as it took shape. The creation itself was magical and mechanical at once. Some texts describe Ninhursag pinching off pieces of the clay mixture, forming them into shapes, then placing them in what sounds like an artificial womb where they would gestate for a specific period. This wasn't instantaneous divine creation, but something more like a manufacturing process, methodical and reproducible. When the first humans emerged, they were unlike anything else in creation. They had bodies like the beasts of the field, but minds touched by divinity through Wi'elu's sacrificed blood. These first humans were called to their purpose immediately. They were shown how to work the fields, how to dig the canals, how to maintain the irrigation systems that fed the great cities of the gods. And they performed these tasks willingly, or at least without the capacity to refuse. The Igigi gods were freed from their labor at last, and the Anunnaki were pleased with their solution. The great cities could now grow and prosper without divine labor. Humanity would bear that burden. But something unexpected happened. Humans, created to be servants, began to multiply. The text says we were exceedingly fertile. What started as a small workforce of 14 became hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands. We spread across the land, cultivating more and more territory, building not just divine infrastructure but our own settlements. We developed culture, language, social structures. We weren't just laboring. We were living, creating, thriving. And we became noisy. This detail appears in every version of the early human story in Sumerian mythology. Humanity's noise disturbed the gods, particularly Enlil, whose rest was interrupted by our constant clamour. Some scholars interpret this literally, the sounds of human activity disturbing divine peace. Others see it as metaphorical, representing humanity's growing independence, our increasing boldness, our refusal to remain silent and subservient. Either way, we became a problem that needed solving. Enlil's solution was characteristically harsh. If humans were multiplying too quickly and becoming too troublesome, reduce their numbers. He sent a plague to devastate the population. Humans cried out to the gods for help, and Enki heard their prayers. He told the people to stop worshipping all gods and focus their prayers and offerings solely on Numtar, the plague god, essentially bribing him to withdraw the disease. The plan worked. Humanity recovered. Enlil tried again. This time he sent a drought, withholding rain, causing crops to fail and famine to spread. Again humans suffered and cried out. Again Enki intervened, this time instructing people to pray and sacrifice only to Adad, the storm god, who responded by bringing rain. Humanity was saved once more, and the population continued to grow. Enlil attempted a third solution, instituting widespread famine through some other means, perhaps locusts or crop failure. Once more Enki found a way to help, this time causing fish to swarm in the rivers and seas in such abundance that humans could sustain themselves even without successful harvests. Each time Enlil tried to reduce the human population, Enki found a way to preserve it. Finally, Enlil lost patience with these half measures. If gradual reduction wouldn't work, complete destruction was necessary. He would send a flood, a deluge so massive that every living thing on Earth would drown. No survivors, no second chances. Humanity would be wiped out, and perhaps the gods would try again with a new creation, one more obedient and less troublesome. Or perhaps they would return to the original plan of having the Igigi do the work after all. But there was a complication. Enlil made all the gods swear an oath not to reveal the plan to humanity. If humans knew what was coming, they might prepare, might survive. The flood had to be a complete surprise. The gods gathered in council and swore their oaths. All of them, including Enki, who loved humanity more than cosmic order, who had saved humans again and again from Enlil's wrath. How could Enki honor his oath and still preserve his creation? The solution Enki devised shows why he was called the god of wisdom. He couldn't tell a human about the flood directly without breaking his oath. But there was no oath against talking to walls, so Enki went to the home of a man named Atrahasis, which means exceedingly wise, a pious man who had always honored the gods properly. Enki stood outside this man's reed house and began speaking to the wall, describing in detail the flood that was coming, explaining how it could be survived, giving specific instructions for building a boat. Atrahasis, inside his house, heard every word. The god had kept his oath technically. He had told the wall, not the man. But the message was received. Atrahasis understood that he had days, perhaps hours, to act. He began building immediately, following Enki's detailed specifications. The boat needed to be large enough to hold Atrahasis, his family, and examples of every animal species. It needed to be waterproof, sealed with bitumen. It needed to have specific dimensions to ride out the storm. Atrahasis worked with desperate speed, and his neighbors must have thought him mad, building a massive boat in the middle of dry land, talking about floods that seemed impossible. When curious neighbors asked what he was doing, Atrahasis told them a lie that Enki had provided. He was building this boat because Enlil had rejected him, and he was going to leave the city and go down to the Abzu to live with Enki in the subterranean ocean. This explanation seemed to satisfy people, or at least they didn't interfere with his strange construction project. Atrahasis gathered his family, loaded the boat with supplies and animals, and waited. The flood began exactly as Enki had warned. The sky darkened. Thunder rolled across the heavens. Rain began to fall, but not normal rain. This was a deluge, water pouring from the sky as if the heavens themselves had burst open. The rivers overflowed their banks. The canals backed up and spilled across the fields. Water rose. Higher and higher, swallowing houses, drowning livestock, pulling people under. The screaming of humanity must have been terrible, but it was soon drowned out by the roar of the flood itself. The storm raged for 7 days and 7 nights. Some texts say 6, others claim longer. Atrahasis and his family rode out the tempest in their boat, tossed by waves, surrounded by the sounds of destruction, knowing that outside their vessel the entire world was dying. Every city they had known, every person they had loved, every familiar landscape was being destroyed by divine wrath. The texts describe the violence of the flood in vivid detail, comparing it to warfare, to the screams of battle, to childbirth, to every metaphor for chaos and suffering they could imagine. And the gods themselves were horrified by what they had done. This detail is remarkable. The gods who had authorized the flood, who had agreed that humanity needed to be destroyed, were not prepared for the reality of that destruction. When the waters rose and the screaming began, the gods fled to the highest heaven, cowering like dogs against the outer walls of the cosmos. The mother goddess Ninhursag wept, lamenting that she had helped create humanity, only to see them destroyed. She cried out that the humans were her children, and now they filled the sea like the spawn of fish, drowned and lifeless. Even Ishtar, who had supported the flood plan, was overcome with grief. She swore by the lapis lazuli beads around her neck that she would never forget this tragedy, that the memory of the dead would be preserved. The gods were hungry too, because without humans there were no sacrifices, no offerings, no food prepared in the temples. They began to realize that destroying humanity meant destroying their own source of sustenance and worship. They had made a terrible mistake. When the seventh day dawned, the rain stopped. The waters began to recede. The ark came to rest on a mountain, Mount Nasir in some versions of the story. Atrahasis opened a window and looked out at a drowned world, silent and still. He released a dove, which returned because it found nowhere to land. He released a swallow, which also returned. Finally, he released a raven, which found carrion to feed on and did not come back, signalling that the waters had receded enough for life to begin again. Atrahasis disembarked and immediately built an altar and offered a sacrifice to the gods, slaughtering one of each animal and burning the meat as an offering. The gods smelled the sweet savour of the sacrifice and gathered around like flies, desperate for the food they had been denied during the flood. They were starving. They needed humanity's offerings more than they had realized. The destruction of humans had been a disaster for gods and mortals alike. Enlil arrived at the sacrifice and was furious. Humans had survived. How? Who had betrayed the plan? The gods all looked at Enki, who had always been humanity's defender. Enlil demanded an explanation. Enki defended his actions calmly. He had not technically broken his oath, and besides, destroying all humanity had been a mistake. Look how the gods suffered without human offerings. Look how Ninhursag wept for her creation. There had to be a better way to manage the human population. A compromise was reached. Humanity would be allowed to continue, but measures would be put in place to prevent overpopulation from becoming a problem again. The mother goddess, with Enki's help, instituted what amounted to population control measures. Some women would be infertile, some babies would not survive childbirth, some priestesses would be required to remain celibate. Additionally, human lifespans, which had been tremendously long before the flood, would be drastically reduced. Death would claim humans far more quickly than it had before. Atrahasis himself was rewarded for his faithfulness. Along with his wife, he was granted immortality and taken to dwell at the mouth of the rivers in the faraway place where the Tigris and Euphrates flowed into the sea. He became something like a demigod, a human who had transcended mortality through divine favour. His story would be remembered and retold for thousands of years, incorporated into other epics, influencing other cultures' flood narratives. The survivors of the flood, Atrahasis' family and descendants, repopulated the earth. They rebuilt cities, re-established agriculture, reinstituted the worship of the gods. But things were different now. The relationship between humanity and the divine had changed. Before the flood, humans were simply servants, tools created for a purpose. After the flood, there was a sense of covenant, of mutual dependence. The gods needed humanity's worship and offerings. Humans needed divine favour and protection. It was a relationship of exchange, still unequal but more reciprocal than before. The establishment of cities and kingship came next. The gods decided that humanity needed structure, governance, divine sanction for authority. Kingship was lowered from heaven to the city of Eridu first, according to the Sumerian king list. The first kings reigned for impossibly long periods, thousands of years, suggesting they were semi-divine, or perhaps the numbers represent dynasties rather than individuals. After the flood, the king list says, kingship descended from heaven, again, this time to the city of Kish, and the reigns became more realistic in length. These early kings were understood to be chosen by the gods, ruling with divine mandate. They weren't gods themselves, with a few exceptions, but they were the intermediaries between heaven and earth, responsible for maintaining the cosmic order, building and maintaining temples, ensuring justice, protecting their cities from enemies, and organizing the labor necessary to maintain the irrigation systems that kept civilization alive. The institution of kingship was deeply tied to the temples and priesthood. In early Sumerian society, the distinction between king and high priest was often unclear. The temple complexes were both religious and economic centers, managing vast estates, directing agricultural production, storing grain surpluses, and organizing craft production. The king's palace and the god's temple were the twin pillars of urban life. Life after the Anunnaki's arrival, after human creation, after the flood and the re-establishment of society, became what we recognize as Sumerian civilization. The gods had created humans to work, and work we did, but we also developed art, literature, law, science, and philosophy. We weren't just slaves grinding away at divine commands. We built something magnificent. Consider the city of Uruk at its height around 3000 BCE. It covered over 2 square miles, protected by massive walls that tradition attributed to Gilgamesh himself. At the centre stood 2 great temple complexes, one dedicated to Anu and the other to Inanna. These weren't simple shrines, but massive architectural achievements. The White Temple stood on a ziggurat 40 feet high, its whitewashed walls gleaming in the sun, visible for miles across the flat plains. Inside, priests performed daily rituals, making offerings to maintain cosmic order. The city had distinct neighborhoods: the temple district with its priests and administrative workers, the market quarter where merchants traded goods from across the known world, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, copper from Oman, cedar from Lebanon. The residential areas where craftspeople lived and worked: potters, weavers, metalworkers, each with their own guilds and specializations. The streets were narrow and winding, houses built of mud brick, often 2 stories tall with courtyards in the center. People lived structured lives. The day began at dawn with prayers and offerings to household gods. Men went to work in the fields or workshops. Women managed households, though some also worked as priestesses, brewers, or textile workers. Children played in the streets and began learning their parents' trades from an early age. Scribes attended school in the Adaba, the tablet house, learning the hundreds of signs that made up cuneiform writing. Writing itself was a gift that had divine origins. Nabu, the god of writing and wisdom, was said to have taught humans this art, though in practice it developed gradually from simple record-keeping to complex literature. The earliest tablets are purely functional lists and receipts, but by 2500 BCE, scribes were composing hymns, prayers, myths, proverbs, and wisdom literature. The most famous Sumerian literary works date from this period. The Epic of Gilgamesh, though it exists in its fullest form in a later Akkadian version, originated in Sumerian poems about the legendary king of Uruk. These early poems told of Gilgamesh's adventures with his friend Enkidu, his quest for immortality after Enkidu's death, and his eventual acceptance of human mortality. The epic engages with profound questions. What does it mean to be human? How should we face death? What is the relationship between civilization and wilderness? What responsibilities do rulers have? Other literary works included hymns to various gods, lamentations over destroyed cities, wisdom literature instructing young scribes in proper behavior, and myths explaining natural phenomena. The Descent of Inanna told how the goddess traveled to the underworld and was killed by her sister Ereshkigal, only to be rescued through Enki's trickery. Enki and Ninhursag related various creation stories and divine conflicts. The Curse of Agad explained why the city of Akkad was destroyed by divine wrath. These texts weren't just entertainment, they served as moral instruction, religious education, and cultural preservation. They were copied and recopied by generations of scribes, with each copy potentially introducing small variations. Through this process of transmission, the stories evolved while maintaining their core elements. When later cultures, the Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians, conquered and absorbed Sumerian territories, they adopted these myths and adapted them to their own languages and theological frameworks. The transition from Sumerian to Akkadian dominance happened gradually over centuries. The Akkadian language, a Semitic tongue unrelated to Sumerian, had always been spoken by some groups in Mesopotamia. Around 2300 BCE, Sargon of Akkad united much of Mesopotamia under his rule, creating the first known empire in history. Sargon was not Sumerian but Akkadian, and he promoted his language and culture. Yet Sargon also honoured Sumerian traditions. He appointed his daughter Enheduanna as High Priestess of Nanna at Ur, and she became one of history's first named authors, composing hymns in both Sumerian and Akkadian. She wrote passionate poems to Inanna, complex theological texts exploring the goddess's power, and political propaganda supporting her father's regime. Her work shows how Sumerian and Akkadian cultures were blending, creating a hybrid civilization that would endure for millennia. The myths adapted too. The Akkadians adopted the Sumerian pantheon, but gave the gods new names. Anu remained Anu, but Enlil sometimes became Elil, Enki became Ea, Inanna became Ishtar, Nanna became Sin, Utu became Shamash. The myths themselves were translated and sometimes modified. New gods entered the pantheon, most notably Marduk, who would eventually replace Enlil as the supreme deity in Babylonian theology. The Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic, represents this theological shift. Dating to the late 2nd millennium BCE, though possibly based on older materials, it tells a story of cosmic conflict and divine hierarchy that both echoes and transforms the older Sumerian myths. In this version, the universe begins with two primordial entities, Apsu, the fresh, water, and Tiamat, the saltwater ocean, representing male and female principles, chaos and potential. From the mingling of their waters, other gods are born, including Anu and Ea. These younger gods are noisy and disturbing, annoying Apsu, who decides to destroy them. Ea, clever as always, discovers the plot and strikes first, killing Apsu and taking over his domain, the fresh waters beneath the earth. Ea settles in this realm, marries Damkina, and fathers a son, Marduk, who is described as perfect in every way, with 4 eyes that see everything and 4 ears that hear all. Tiamat, enraged by Apsu's death, creates an army of monsters to avenge him. She appoints King, one of her offspring, as commander and gives him the Tablet of Destinies, which grants the power to decree fates. The younger gods are terrified. None of them dare face Tiamat in battle. Not Anu, not Ea, none of the great powers of the early pantheon, but Marduk, young and ambitious, offers to fight Tiamat on one condition. If he succeeds, he must be made supreme king of the gods. The gods agree. They have no choice. Marduk arms himself with powerful weapons, the 7 winds, a flood storm, a lightning bolt, a net woven by the gods. He faces Tiamat in single combat. When she opens her mouth to devour him, he sends the winds into her belly, inflating her so she cannot close her jaws. Then he shoots an arrow down her throat, piercing her heart and killing her. He captures King and takes the Tablet of Destinies for himself. Then comes the act of creation. Marduk splits Tiamat's corpse in half, using one half to create the dome of heaven and the other to form the earth. From her eyes flow the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. From her breasts arise mountains. He arranges the stars and constellations, sets the moon and sun in their courses, establishes the calendar and seasons. He's reorganizing chaos into cosmos, creating order from Tiamat's defeated body. Finally, Marduk proposes creating humans to serve the gods. He asks which of Tiamat's army was responsible for the rebellion. The gods identify Kingu, who is executed. From King's blood, mixed with earth, Ea creates humanity. We are made from the blood of a rebel god, which explains our troublesome nature in Babylonian theology. We are created to perform the labor that the gods no longer wish to do, exactly as in the earlier Sumerian accounts. But now there's an added element: we carry rebellion in our very blood. The Enuma Elish served as the foundation myth for Babylonian civilization, explaining not just cosmic origins but also political realities. Marduk's supremacy reflected Babylon's rise to political dominance. The epic was recited during the New Year festival, the Akitu, in a ritual that renewed creation and reaffirmed the king's divine mandate. The festival lasted 12 days and involved processions, purification rituals, symbolic combats, and a sacred marriage ceremony. It was the high point of Babylonian religious life. But even as Babylon rose and Babylonian theology elevated Marduk to supreme status, the older Sumerian traditions persisted. Scribes continued to copy Sumerian texts. Priests learned Sumerian as a liturgical language, much as Latin was used in medieval Christianity. The myths of Enlil, Enki, and the other Anunnaki remained foundational to Mesopotamian culture. The flood story in particular was retold endlessly. The Sumerian version with Ziusudra, the Akkadian Atrahasis, the Babylonian Gilgamesh epic, which incorporates the flood as a story within a story, all these versions circulated and influenced each other. When Hebrew scribes composed Genesis, They drew on Mesopotamian flood traditions, creating the story of Noah that would become the most famous flood narrative in Western culture. The parallels are too close to be coincidental. A righteous man warned by a god, instructions to build an ark, animals saved in pairs, a dove sent out to find land, a sacrifice offered after the waters recede. But there are important differences too. In Genesis, one god is responsible for both sending the flood and saving Noah. There's no conflict between different deities. The reason for the flood is human sin, not overpopulation or noise, and the focus is on moral righteousness rather than just ritual piety. These changes reflect the theological concerns of Hebrew monotheism, but the basic story structure comes from Mesopotamia, preserved in texts that were old when Genesis was being composed. Other Mesopotamian myths influenced biblical narratives as well. The Garden of Eden story echoes Sumerian myths about Dilmun, a paradise where there is no sickness or death. The Tower of Babel story reflects Mesopotamian ziggurat construction and concerns about divine human boundaries. The creation of humans from earth appears in both traditions. These parallels don't necessarily mean direct copying. Some could be independent developments from shared cultural contexts, but they show how deeply Mesopotamian mythology influenced the wider ancient Near East. Life in Mesopotamia after the Anunnaki's establishment of civilization continued for thousands of years with remarkable continuity. Cities rose and fell, empires conquered and crumbled, languages shifted from Sumerian to Akkadian to Aramaic. Rulers came from different ethnic groups: Sumerians, Akkadians, Amorites, Kassites, Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians. But the fundamental patterns of urban life, the irrigation agriculture, the temple economies, the cuneiform writing, the mythological traditions, all these persisted. The great cities of Mesopotamia became legendary. Babylon, with its towering ziggurat that may have inspired the Tower of Babel story, its hanging gardens which may have been real or mythical, its massive walls and impressive gates. Nineveh, capital of the Assyrian Empire, whose royal library preserved thousands of tablets, including the most complete version of the Gilgamesh epic we possess. Whose ziggurat still stands partially today, whose royal tombs yielded incredible treasures. These cities were marvels of the ancient world. But they were also vulnerable. The irrigation systems that made Mesopotamian civilization possible required constant maintenance. Neglect them for even a short time and canals would silt up, fields would become waterlogged and saline, crops would fail. Political instability often led to agricultural collapse, which led to famine, which led to more instability. It was a fragile system, always balanced on the edge of disaster. Eventually, the great Mesopotamian civilizations did fall. The Assyrian Empire collapsed in the 7th century BCE, destroyed by a coalition of Babylonians and Medes. The Babylonian Empire that replaced it lasted less than a century before Cyrus the Great of Persia conquered Babylon in 539 BCE. Under Persian rule, Mesopotamian culture continued but increasingly blended with Persian and later Greek influences. When Alexander the Great conquered the region in 331 BCE, Hellenistic culture began to dominate. The cuneiform writing system, which had preserved Sumerian and Akkadian texts for 3 millennia, gradually fell out of use. The last known cuneiform text dates to 75 CE, an astronomical tablet. After that, the knowledge of how to read cuneiform was lost. The myths of the Anunnaki, the stories of Enlil and Enki, the Epic of Gilgamesh, all these became forgotten, buried under millennia of desert sand and the ruins of fallen cities. They remained forgotten until the 19th century, when archaeologists began excavating the mounds of Mesopotamia. The first major discoveries came from Nineveh, where Austin Henry Layard uncovered the Palace of Sennacherib and later the Library of Ashurbanipal. This library contained thousands of tablets, including multiple copies of the Gilgamesh epic, the Enuma Elish, and many other literary works. In 1872, George Smith, working at the British Museum, deciphered the flood story from the Gilgamesh tablets and recognized its similarity to the biblical flood narrative. His announcement caused a sensation. Other sites yielded more treasures, Excavations at Ur revealed the famous royal tombs with their gold and lapis lazuli treasures. Digs at Nippur uncovered thousands of tablets, many of them Sumerian literary texts. Slowly, painstakingly, scholars learned to read cuneiform, first the simpler Akkadian, then the more complex Sumerian. They compiled dictionaries, grammars, and catalogues of texts. They debated meanings, compared versions, reconstructed damaged tablets. The picture that emerged was astonishing. Here was a sophisticated literature, legal codes, scientific and mathematical texts, historical records, all from a civilization that had been completely forgotten. The Sumerians, who had invented writing and urban civilization, who had created works of art and literature of surprising power and beauty, became known again. Their myths and legends could be read in the original languages. Their gods, the Anunnaki, emerged from obscurity. But with this rediscovery came misunderstanding and sensationalism. In the 1970s, Zecharia Sitchin published a series of books claiming that the Anunnaki were not gods, but ancient astronauts, aliens from a planet called Nibiru, who came to Earth to mine gold and genetically engineered humans to serve as a slave labor force. Sitchin claimed to be translating Sumerian texts, but professional scholars pointed out that his translations were wildly inaccurate, cherry-picking phrases, mistranslating words, and inventing meanings that had no basis in the actual texts. Despite being thoroughly debunked by experts in Sumerian language and literature, Sitchin's ideas gained popular traction. They appealed to people who wanted ancient mysteries and exotic explanations for human origins. They fit into a broader pattern of ancient astronaut theories that denied ancient peoples the credit for their own achievements. Instead of recognizing the Sumerians as brilliant innovators who developed writing, mathematics, astronomy, law, and literature, Sitchin's narrative attributed these achievements to alien intervention. This does a disservice to the actual Sumerian texts, which are far more interesting and sophisticated than Sitchin's reductionist readings suggest. The myths of the Anunnaki aren't crude accounts of alien visitors, but complex theological and philosophical explorations of existence, suffering, mortality, duty, and the relationship between the human and divine. They grapple with profound questions. Why do we suffer? Why must we die? What is our purpose? How should we live? What responsibilities do we have to each other and to the divine? The creation of humanity in the Atrahasis epic isn't just about making slaves. It's about the nature of work and society, about the conflicts between authority and compassion, about how civilizations balance competing needs. Consider what the texts actually say. Humans are created from clay and divine blood, from earth and heaven mixed together. We are both material and spiritual, mortal and yet touched by divinity. We are made to work, yes, but work isn't presented as merely drudgery. Agricultural labor, irrigation, building. These activities transform wilderness into civilization. They create order from chaos. In a sense, humans continue the creative work of the gods, shaping the earth into something habitable and productive. The conflict between Enlil and Enki over humanity's fate reflects different aspects of divine nature and perhaps different aspects of human experience. Enlil represents order, law, discipline, the harsh necessities of maintaining civilization. Enki represents wisdom, compassion, creativity, the impulse to preserve life even when it's troublesome. Neither is purely good or evil, both are necessary, and humans, caught between these competing divine impulses, must navigate a world that is both ordered and chaotic, ruled by law, but also dependent on mercy. The flood story operates on multiple levels. On one level, it's an etiological myth explaining why humans die young, why childbirth is dangerous, why some women are infertile, natural phenomena that ancient people needed to explain. On another level, it's a moral tale about divine justice and mercy, about the consequences of angering the gods, but also about divine compassion. On yet another level, it may preserve folk memories of actual catastrophic floods that occurred in Mesopotamian history, events so traumatic they were incorporated into the mythological framework. Archaeological evidence does suggest that major floods occurred in Mesopotamia in the early 3rd millennium BCE. Excavations at Ur revealed a thick layer of water-deposited clay, separating older occupation levels from newer ones. Similar flood layers have been found at other sites. These floods weren't worldwide, the geological evidence rules that out, but they may have seemed universal to people whose entire known world was the river valleys of Mesopotamia. A flood that destroyed every city they knew about might well be remembered as a flood that destroyed the world. The historical Atrahasis, if he existed, might have been a ruler who successfully prepared for and survived such a flood, perhaps by building grain stores or organizing refugees, actions that became mythologized over generations into the story of building an ark. Or the story might be entirely mythical, a way of explaining humanity's survival through catastrophes, attributing it to divine favor and human wisdom working together. What matters for understanding what happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth, according to Sumerian texts, isn't whether the stories are literally historically accurate. What matters is what they reveal about how the Sumerians understood their world, their history, and their relationship to the divine. They saw themselves as created by the gods for a purpose, yes, but also as participants in an ongoing story of civilization building. They weren't passive servants, but active agents who developed agriculture, writing, mathematics, astronomy, law, and literature. The gifts of civilization were attributed to divine sources. Enki gave humans knowledge of farming, fishing, metalworking, and magic. He established the Emmi, the fundamental principles that governed all aspects of civilization, from kingship to music to sexual intercourse. Inanna famously stole many of these Mi from Enki while he was drunk, bringing them to her city Uruk, which is why Uruk became a great center of culture and power. These stories encode the idea that civilization is divine in origin, that culture and technology are sacred gifts that should be honored and preserved. The temples served as centers for preserving and transmitting this knowledge. Scribal schools trained generations of young men, and occasionally women, in the art of cuneiform writing. Mathematical texts taught complex calculations needed for surveying fields, calculating grain stores, and planning irrigation projects. Astronomical tablets recorded the movements of stars and planets, developing predictive models for eclipses and planetary conjunctions. Medical texts catalogued diseases and treatments. Legal text preserved law codes and court decisions. The Code of Hammurabi, dating to around 1750 BCE, is the most famous Mesopotamian legal document, but it's part of a long tradition of law codes going back to the Sumerian or Namu Code from 2100 BCE and probably earlier unpreserved examples. These codes show sophisticated legal thinking, distinguishing between different types of offences, calibrating punishments to crimes, protecting the rights of women and children at least to some degree, and establishing the principle that justice should be public, codified, and consistent. The astronomical knowledge developed in Mesopotamia was particularly impressive. Babylonian astronomers could predict lunar eclipses with remarkable accuracy. They developed a sophisticated mathematical astronomy that influenced Greek and later Islamic and European science. The zodiac, the division of the sky into 12 constellations through which the sun appears to move, originated in Babylonian astronomy. The 7-day week derives from the observation that there are 7 visible celestial bodies that move against the background of stars, the sun, moon, and 5 planets known to ancient astronomers. Mathematics in Mesopotamia used a base 60 counting system, which is why we still divide hours into 60 minutes and minutes into 60 seconds, why circles have 360 degrees. Babylonian mathematicians could solve quadratic equations, calculate square roots and cube roots, work with Pythagorean triples, and handle complex problems in geometry and algebra. Mathematical texts were used both for practical applications like surveying and for teaching, with many tablets presenting problems and solutions in a format similar to modern textbooks. All of this knowledge, this sophisticated intellectual culture, was understood as existing within a framework established by the gods. The Anunnaki had created the world, created humans, established the principles of civilization, and continued to oversee and interact with human affairs. Kings claimed divine mandate. Laws were understood as reflecting divine will. Temples served as the link between heaven and earth. The cosmic order, the Me that Enki guarded and Inanna stole, was the foundation of all civilized life. What happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth, according to Sumerian texts, was the emergence of everything that made life meaningful. Not just biological existence, but culture, law, art, knowledge, community. The gods gave humans the capacity to labor, yes, but also the capacity to think, create, love, worship, and build. We were created to serve, but in serving we became something more than the gods initially intended. We became civilized, a word that derives from civis, city, but that in Sumerian terms meant participating in the cosmic order established by the divine powers. The relationship between humans and gods in Mesopotamian thought was never simple or one-dimensional. Gods were powerful, but not omnipotent. They could be capricious, angry, jealous, but also compassionate, wise, and protective. They needed humans as much as humans needed them. Without human worship and offerings, the gods would starve, as they did during the flood. This mutual dependence created a kind of covenant, though not in the biblical sense of a formal agreement. Rather, it was an understood relationship of reciprocal obligations. Humans provided worship, offerings, temple maintenance, and obedience to divine will. Gods provided protection, fertility, victory in war, just rule, and the continuation of cosmic order. When either side failed in their obligations, disaster could result. If humans grew too proud or neglected the gods, divine punishment might follow. If gods were unjust or cruel, they might face rebellion from other gods or lose their worshippers' devotion. The Epic of Gilgamesh explores this relationship in profound ways. Gilgamesh, 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, possesses godlike strength and ambition but is ultimately mortal. His best friend Enkidu is created by the gods to challenge Gilgamesh but becomes his companion instead. When Enkidu dies, Gilgamesh is confronted with the inevitability of his own death despite his semi-divine nature. He journeys to find Utnapishtim, the flood survivor who was granted immortality, seeking the secret of eternal life. Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh the flood story, explaining how he gained immortality, but makes clear that this was a unique occurrence that cannot be repeated. The gods will not grant immortality to Gilgamesh no matter how great his deeds. However, Utnapishtim does tell Gilgamesh about a plant that grows at the bottom of the sea, a plant that can restore youth. Gilgamesh retrieves this plant after a difficult underwater journey, but on his way home while bathing in a pool, a serpent steals the plant and eats it, immediately shedding its skin and becoming young again. Gilgamesh returns to Uruk empty-handed, having failed in his quest for immortality. But he has gained wisdom. He looks at the great walls of Uruk, the city he built, and realizes that this is his immortality, not personal eternal life but the legacy of his works, the civilization he helped create. The text ends with a kind of acceptance of mortality, not as a defeat but as a recognition of what it means to be human. We die, yes, but we can create things that outlast us. We can build cities, write poems, establish laws, leave a legacy. This conclusion resonates with the broader Mesopotamian worldview. Life is finite, often difficult, filled with suffering and uncertainty. The gods are powerful but capricious. Death comes to all, and the afterlife, the underworld ruled by Ereshkigal, is a gloomy place where the dead exist as shadows, eating dust and clay. There is no heavenly reward for the righteous, no punishment for the wicked beyond what befalls them in life. Justice must be done on earth, because there is no cosmic balance that will be restored after death. Given this worldview, what matters is how one lives, the relationships one builds, the work one accomplishes, the reputation one earns. The Mesopotamian conception of the afterlife emphasized the importance of being remembered. To be forgotten after death was a kind of second death, a complete annihilation. To be remembered in songs and stories, to have one's name preserved in inscriptions, to leave behind children and works, this was the only immortality humans could hope for. This may seem bleak to modern sensibilities shaped by religions that promise eternal life, but it also has a certain nobility. It places tremendous emphasis on moral action in the present, on building a just society, on creating beauty and knowledge, on fulfilling one's responsibilities to family and community. You cannot defer virtue to gain a heavenly reward. You must be just, compassionate, wise, and generous now, in this life, because this is all there is. The Anunnaki in this framework were not distant, abstract deities, but active participants in human affairs. They could be pleased or angered by human behavior. They could intervene in history, choosing kings, destroying cities, sending plagues or prosperity. But they were not all-knowing or all-powerful. They made mistakes, as the flood story shows. They had conflicts among themselves. They could be deceived, as Enki deceived Enlil to save humanity. They were, in many ways, like humans writ large, possessing human emotions and flaws but on a cosmic scale. This anthropomorphic quality of Mesopotamian deities has sometimes been criticized as primitive compared to more abstract conceptions of divinity in later religions, but it also made the gods relatable, comprehensible to ordinary worshippers. You could understand why Enlil was angry about noise because you yourself had been kept awake by loud neighbours. You could sympathize with Inanna's jealousy because you had experienced similar emotions. You could appreciate Enki's cleverness because you valued wisdom and cunning yourself. The temple rituals maintained the relationship between humans and gods on a daily basis. Every morning, priests would wake the divine statues, wash and dress them, offer them meals of bread, beer, meat, and fruit. Musicians would play hymns, incense would be burned. The routine was elaborate and precisely defined, because the gods were understood to actually dwell in their statues, and those statues needed to be cared for properly. The statues themselves were crafted with great skill from valuable materials, cedarwood, gold, lapis lazuli, imported from distant lands at great expense. The making of a divine statue was a sacred act, accompanied by rituals that transferred divine presence into the crafted object. Once consecrated, the statue was the god, not just a representation, but an actual embodiment. To damage or destroy a divine statue was to attack the god themselves, which is why conquering armies would often carry off defeated cities' divine statues, demonstrating that they had captured the gods along with the territory. The temple economies were complex systems managing agricultural land, livestock, workshops, and trade. Thousands of people worked for the temples as farmers, shepherds, craftspeople, merchants, and administrators. The temples paid wages in barley rations and wool, maintained storehouses for emergencies, and redistributed wealth to some degree. They were not exactly charitable institutions, but they did provide employment and a safety net for at least some of the population. The creation of this temple system, this entire structure of Mesopotamian urban civilization, was attributed to divine instruction following the flood. The gods had destroyed the old world, and then worked with humanity to build the new world according to divine principles. The me that governed civilization covered everything from farming techniques to sexual practices to political authority. They were the operating instructions for civilization, the software that made the hardware of human society function properly. Different cities claimed to possess different me, which reflected their economic specializations and political importance. Uruk had the me of kingship and warfare, partly because of Inanna's theft from Enki. Eridu had the me of wisdom and magic, as the city of Enki. Nippur had the me of religious authority, as Enlil's city. Ur had the me of commerce and mathematics, as the city of the moon god Nanna, who measured time. Each city's patron deity granted it particular strengths and responsibilities within the larger cosmic order. Wars between cities were understood as conflicts between their patron deities, fought through human agents. When one city conquered another, it meant that city's god had proven stronger, but the defeated god wasn't destroyed, just subordinated. The victorious city would often incorporate the defeated city's deity into their pantheon at a lower rank. This theological flexibility allowed Mesopotamian religion to adapt to changing political realities while maintaining continuity. The Akkadian conquest of Sumer around 2300 BCE didn't destroy Sumerian religion, but adapted it. The Sumerian gods remained in the pantheon with Akkadian names. The myths were translated and continued. The theological framework persisted. Similarly, when the Amorites established the Babylonian kingdom around 1800 BCE, they adopted Mesopotamian gods and myths while elevating Marduk, originally a relatively minor deity, to supreme status. This process of theological adaptation and innovation continued throughout Mesopotamian history. Gods rose and fell in importance depending on the political fortunes of their cities. New gods entered the pantheon as foreign peoples were incorporated into Mesopotamian culture. Theological concepts evolved as priests and scholars debated the nature of the divine and the meaning of ancient texts. But the core mythology, the stories of the Anunnaki, remained central. Enki and Enlil continued to represent different divine attributes and approaches to governing the world. The creation of humanity from clay and divine blood continued to explain human nature as both earthly and touched by divinity. The flood story continued to teach lessons about divine power, human vulnerability, and the importance of wisdom and piety. The quest for immortality, as explored in Gilgamesh, continued to resonate with people who faced their own mortality. These myths were not just ancient stories, but living traditions that shaped how people understood their world. When a farmer dug an irrigation canal, he participated in the work the Agigi gods had once done and humans were created to do. When a king administered justice, he fulfilled the divine mandate granted to rulers. When a scribe copied a tablet, he preserved the knowledge that the gods had given humanity. Every aspect of civilized life was embedded in this mythological framework. The texts themselves were considered sacred, not in the sense of being inerrant divine revelation, but as precious repositories of divine wisdom and cultural memory. Tablets were stored in temple and palace libraries, catalogued and cared for. When tablets became too damaged to read, they were copied onto new tablets, though copyists sometimes introduced errors or variations. Comparing different versions of the same text, which modern scholars do routinely, shows how myths evolved over time while maintaining their essential elements. The discovery and decipherment of these texts in the 19th and 20th centuries revealed to the modern world a literature that had been lost for nearly 2 millennia. Reading the Atrahasis epic or the Enuma Elish or the Epic of Gilgamesh in the original languages, or even in careful modern translations, gives us direct access to how ancient Mesopotamians thought about the most fundamental questions of existence. These are not primitive mythmakers, but sophisticated thinkers grappling with timeless problems. What happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth, according to the actual Sumerian and Akkadian texts rather than sensationalized modern reinterpretations, was the emergence of a complex civilization that lasted for 3,000 years. The gods created humans to work, and humans did work, transforming the river valleys of Mesopotamia into productive, agricultural land, building the first cities, inventing writing, developing mathematics and astronomy, creating sophisticated legal and political systems, and producing remarkable works of art and literature. This civilization wasn't perfect. It was marked by warfare, slavery, social inequality, and environmental degradation from over-irrigation. The texts themselves don't shy away from acknowledging the harshness of life, the arbitrariness of divine favour, the inevitability of death. But within those constraints, the Mesopotamians built something extraordinary. They asked profound questions and offered answers that still resonate today, even if we no longer worship Enlil or Enki. The relationship between the human and the divine, as understood in Mesopotamian mythology, was one of mutual dependence but fundamental inequality. Gods were stronger, longer lived, and held the power to decree fates. But they also needed humans. Without our labour, the earth would return to wilderness. Without our worship, the gods would go hungry. This mutual need created a kind of cosmic balance, unstable and frequently disrupted, but ultimately sustainable across millennia. Modern scholarship has revealed that Mesopotamian mythology influenced many later traditions. The flood story appears not just in Genesis, but in traditions throughout the Mediterranean and Near East. The concept of cosmic law, or divine order, influenced Greek philosophy. Mesopotamian astronomical knowledge was transmitted to Greek and later Islamic scientists. Mathematical techniques developed in Babylon were adopted by cultures around the world. But we don't need to trace every influence to appreciate these texts on their own terms. They stand as remarkable achievements of human creativity and wisdom. The Sumerians, looking at the same stars we see, the same rivers, the same fertile plains that supported their civilization, asked where it all came from and what it all meant. Their answer was the mythology of the Anunnaki, Gods who created the world and humanity, who maintained cosmic order despite conflicts among themselves, who flooded the earth and then established civilization anew. Whether we interpret these myths as literal history, as encoded astronomical knowledge, as political propaganda, as moral instruction, or as sophisticated theological philosophy, they remain valuable windows into the minds of people who lived thousands of years ago. They show us that ancient people were not so different from us. They feared death, loved their children, valued wisdom and justice, created beauty, and sought meaning in a world they could not fully control or understand. The Anunnaki, as portrayed in the texts, were not alien overlords, but divine archetypes representing different aspects of existence. Enlil was order and authority, necessary but harsh. Enki was wisdom and compassion, creative but sometimes subversive of order. Ninhursag was life and fertility, nurturing but also finite. Inanna was passion and power, energizing but dangerous. Each god embodied particular forces, and together they maintained the balance that allowed civilization to exist. Understanding what happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth means understanding this entire framework, not reducing it to simplistic alien visitor stories or dismissing it as primitive superstition. The Sumerian texts reveal a sophisticated understanding of the human condition, our place in the cosmos, our relationship to nature and to each other. They show us how one of humanity's earliest civilizations made sense of their world and passed that understanding down through generations. The physical tablets that preserve these stories are themselves remarkable artifacts. Some are small, fitting in the palm of your hand, inscribed with tiny cuneiform signs. Others are large, heavy objects requiring both hands to lift. Some are pristine, with clear, legible text. Others are fragmentary, broken by the weight of millennia, requiring painstaking reconstruction to read. Each represents hours of work by an ancient scribe, carefully pressing a reed stylus into soft clay, forming each wedge-shaped sign with practiced precision. These scribes probably didn't imagine that their work would be read thousands of years later by people speaking languages they never heard of, living in places they never knew existed. They were doing their jobs, copying text for their temple libraries, creating fresh copies to replace worn-out tablets, sometimes adding their own colophons, identifying themselves and explaining when and why they made the copy. I, Nabuzukupkenu, scribe of Sippar, wrote this tablet in the month of Nisan, for my own learning and for the preservation of knowledge. Such colophons give us glimpses of individual people, reaching across millennia. When we read these texts today, whether in museum collections, university libraries, or online databases, we are part of a chain of transmission that stretches back to the earliest days of writing. The stories of Enki and Enlil, the creation of humanity, the Great Flood, the quest for immortality, these narratives have survived the fall of empires, the extinction of languages, the destruction of cities, the loss of entire civilizations. They survived because people, generation after generation, considered them worth preserving, worth copying, worth passing on. In a sense, this is the ultimate answer to what happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth, according to Sumerian texts. What happened was memory. Human beings developed the capacity not just to live in the present, but to preserve the past and imagine the future. Writing allowed experiences, stories, and knowledge to transcend individual lifetimes. A scribe in Uruk could read the same poem that had been composed in Nippur centuries earlier. A priest in Babylon could perform rituals based on texts from Sumerian times. And we, today, can read these stories and connect with the thoughts and beliefs of people who lived 5,000 years ago. This continuity of tradition, this preservation of cultural memory, was itself a divine gift according to Mesopotamian thought. Nabu, god of writing and wisdom, son of Marduk, was the patron of scribes. To write was to participate in divine activity, to preserve the me, to maintain civilization against the forces of chaos and forgetfulness. Every copied tablet was an act of cosmic maintenance, keeping the world ordered and the past alive. The great library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh contained over 30,000 tablets, collected from across the Assyrian Empire. Ashurbanipal, king in the 7th century BCE, was himself a literate man, unusual for a monarch, and he took pride in his library. His colophon appears on many tablets. I, Ashurbanipal, king of the world, king of Assyria, on whom Nabu and Tashmetu bestowed broad understanding and deep insight, who mastered the scribble art completely, who learned the wisdom of Nabu. He saw his library as securing his own immortality, preserving his name and his glory. When Nineveh fell in 612 BCE, destroyed by a coalition of Babylonians and Medes, the palace burned. But many of the clay tablets, rather than being destroyed by the fire, were baked hard, preserving them for modern archaeologists to discover 2,500 years later. This accidental preservation gave us the most complete versions of many Mesopotamian texts, including Gilgamesh, Atrahasis, and the Enuma Elish. The irony is profound. The destruction of the library ensured the survival of its contents. The final centuries of cuneiform culture saw Mesopotamian civilization under foreign rule, first Persian, then Greek, then Parthian. The old cities declined. Babylon was gradually abandoned. The irrigation systems neglected silted up. Fields that had fed hundreds of thousands became salt-encrusted wastelands. The great temples fell into ruin. The old gods were forgotten, replaced by new deities, Ahura Mazda of the Persians, Zeus and the Olympians of the Greeks, eventually Christ and Allah. But even as Mesopotamian civilization ended, its influences persisted. Greek astronomers learned from Babylonian star catalogues. Jewish rabbis incorporated Mesopotamian myths into biblical commentaries. Islamic scholars translated mathematical and astronomical texts. The zodiac, the 7-day week, the division of circles into 360 degrees, the base 60 counting system still used for time measurement, all these Mesopotamian innovations became fundamental to later civilizations. The myths themselves, even when no longer believed, continued to influence storytelling traditions. The Divine Council, gods debating the fate of mortals, appears in traditions from Norse mythology to Christian angelology. The flood hero appears in stories from Greece to India. The quest for immortality, the friendship between civilized and wild men, the descent to the underworld. These narrative patterns established in Mesopotamian literature recur throughout world mythology and literature. So what happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth? According to Sumerian texts, civilization happened. Agriculture, cities, writing, law, mathematics, astronomy, literature, all the foundations of complex society emerged in the land between the rivers under the governance of the great gods. Humans were created to serve, but in serving we became creators ourselves, building on the divine template to develop our own innovations and traditions. The texts tell us that this process was neither smooth nor inevitable. The gods made mistakes. They destroyed humanity and then regretted it. They fought among themselves. They were capricious and sometimes cruel. But they also gave humans tremendous gifts: intelligence, the capacity for culture, the ability to transform the world through labor and wisdom. And through it all, through flood and famine, war and peace, the rise and fall of cities and empires, humanity persisted, preserving memory, creating meaning, building civilization. The Sumerian scribes who first wrote these stories down couldn't have imagined a world where their cities would be ruins, their language dead, their gods forgotten. But they knew that memory was sacred, that knowledge needed to be preserved, that the stories of how the world came to be and how humans came to be civilized were worth the labor of pressing signs into clay. They were right. Those clay tablets outlasted bronze, outlasted empires, outlasted the civilization that created them. When we read the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Atrahasis epic or the Enuma Elish today, we are doing what those scribes hoped someone would do. We are remembering. We are preserving the past. We are making meaning from ancient words. In a very real sense, we are continuing the work that the Anunnaki began when they created humanity. The work of maintaining civilization, preserving knowledge, creating order from chaos. The actual Sumerian texts, freed from alien astronaut nonsense and read in their proper historical and cultural context, are far more interesting than any sensationalized reinterpretation. They show us a sophisticated civilization grappling with the fundamental questions of existence. They reveal complex theological ideas about the nature of divinity, the meaning of creation, the problem of suffering, and the inevitability of death. They demonstrate that ancient people were not primitive or credulous, but thoughtful, creative, and deeply concerned with understanding their world. The Anunnaki were not aliens. They were the divine powers as understood by one of humanity's first great civilizations. They represented the forces that governed the cosmos, the sky and earth and water, the sun and moon, fertility and warfare, wisdom and order. They were the explanation for why the world was the way it was, why humans suffered and died, why some were powerful and others weak, why civilization existed with all its benefits and burdens. This theological framework served Mesopotamian society for 3,000 years, adapting as political circumstances changed, incorporating new ideas as cultures mixed, but maintaining its core elements. It provided a shared understanding of the world that made cooperation possible. It sanctioned laws and supported rulers. It explained natural phenomena and gave meaning to human existence. It created a rich literary and intellectual tradition that influenced civilizations throughout the ancient Near East and beyond. When we ask what happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth, we're really asking what it means to be civilized, what it costs to maintain order, what we owe to each other and to the forces beyond our control. The Sumerian answer, preserved in texts that survived millennia, is complex and not entirely comforting. We're created to serve, but service can be meaningful. We must labor, but labor can transform wilderness into gardens. We will die, but we can leave behind works that outlast us. The gods are powerful, but not always just, which means we must create justice ourselves. These are not simple myths for simple people. They are profound meditations on the human condition, created by people who built one of history's great civilizations with nothing more than mud bricks, human ingenuity, and the waters of 2 rivers. They looked at the stars and imagined the gods who created them. They looked at the earth and imagined how it came to be separated from heaven. They looked at their cities and imagined divine blueprints. They looked at their own mortality and imagined the flood that once destroyed and the wisdom that preserved. The Anunnaki, as they appear in the actual Sumerian texts, rather than in modern misinterpretations, were divine archetypes embodying different aspects of existence and different approaches to the challenges of maintaining cosmic order. Enlil the lawgiver, stern and unyielding. Enki the trickster, compassionate and creative. Ninhursag the mother, nurturing but finite. Inanna the lover and warrior, passionate and dangerous. Together they created the framework within which human civilization could emerge and flourish. And emerge it did, from the first small farming villages in the 6th millennium BCE to the great cities of the 3rd millennium, Uruk with its 100,000 inhabitants, Ur with its golden treasures, Nippur with its sacred temple, Babylon with its towering walls. These cities were marvels, unprecedented in human history, made possible by irrigation agriculture, writing, mathematics, metallurgy, and complex social organization. All of this emerged in the land between the rivers, and all of it was attributed to divine instruction and intervention. The legacy of this civilization extends far beyond the archaeological ruins scattered across Iraq. It extends into our modern world through mathematical concepts, astronomical knowledge, legal principles, literary motifs, and religious ideas that have been transmitted through multiple cultural intermediaries over thousands of years. When you check the time on your watch, you're using Sumerian base 60 mathematics. When you read Genesis, you're encountering stories shaped by Mesopotamian mythology. When you see the zodiac, you're looking at Babylonian astronomy. When you expect written laws to be publicly displayed and consistently applied, you're benefiting from principles first established in Mesopotamian law codes. So take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary achievement represented by these ancient texts. They are humanity's first attempts to write down our stories, our laws, our knowledge, our beliefs. They show us where writing itself came from, a Mesopotamian invention that spread throughout the world and became the foundation for all subsequent literature, science, history, and philosophy. They preserve the voices of people who lived and died thousands of years ago, but who asked the same questions we ask, who feared the same things we fear, who hoped for the same things we hope for. What happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth? According to the Sumerian texts, what happened was us. Humanity emerged from clay and divine blood, mortal but touched by heaven, created to serve but capable of creating ourselves, destined to die but able to build things that outlive us. We are the continuation of the story that began in the Council of the Gods, when Enki proposed making humans to bear the burden of civilizing the earth. We are still bearing that burden, still transforming wilderness into cultivation, still building cities, still preserving memory, still asking why. The Sumerian scribes who pressed their style into wet clay 5,000 years ago could not have imagined this moment. You reading or hearing their stories in a language they never knew, in a world they could not have conceived. But they would understand the impulse that led you here, the desire to know where we came from, what forces shaped our world, what stories our ancestors told to make sense of existence. They shared that impulse. They honored it by writing it down, by preserving it, by passing it on. And now, thousands of years later, their stories survive. The cities are ruins, the kings are dust, the gods are forgotten. But the words remain, pressed into clay, waiting to be read, ready to teach us something about ourselves and our ancestors, about the long journey from the first cities of Mesopotamia to wherever we stand today. Before we end tonight's journey, I want to thank you for joining me in exploring these ancient texts. This is what makes history alive, not just memorizing dates and names, but reading the actual words of people long gone, understanding their thoughts and beliefs, connecting with their humanity across vast gulfs of time and culture. The Anunnaki may be gone, if they ever existed, as the Sumerians believed, but their stories remain, and those stories still have the power to move us, to make us think, to help us understand ourselves. If you enjoyed this journey into ancient Mesopotamia and the Sumerian understanding of divine creation, civilization, and humanity's place in the cosmos, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Share your thoughts in the comments. Let me know what aspect of Sumerian mythology interests you most, or suggest other topics you'd like me to explore in future videos. There's so much more to discover in these ancient texts, and I'm excited to continue exploring them with you. Thank you for watching, thank you for thinking, and thank you for keeping these ancient stories alive by listening to them and sharing them. Until next time, sleep well, dream deeply, and remember that we are all part of a story that began thousands of years ago in the dust and clay of Mesopotamia, when someone first pressed marks into clay and made thoughts permanent, when someone first looked at the stars and imagined gods, when someone first asked where we came from and why we're here. These are still our questions. The answers, or at least some of them, are waiting in the tablets of ancient Sumer. But before we truly end, let's delve even deeper into some specific aspects of these remarkable texts, because there's so much more to explore about what life was actually like after the Anunnaki established civilization, according to Sumerian sources. Consider the daily religious practices that maintained the relationship between humans and gods. These weren't occasional rituals performed only during festivals. They were constant, elaborate, and absolutely essential to maintaining cosmic order. Every temple in every city performed daily rituals following patterns that were believed to have been established by the gods themselves at the beginning of time. The day in a Sumerian temple began before dawn. Temple servants would enter the inner sanctum where the god's statue resided. They would open the doors or curtains that had been closed for the night, symbolically waking the deity. Then began the morning toilet. The statue would be washed with pure water brought from sacred sources, anointed with fine oils, dressed in fresh linen garments, and adorned with jewelry. Musicians would play hymns announcing the god's awakening. Incense burners would be lit, filling the sanctuary with fragrant smoke. Then came the morning meal. Tables would be set before the statue with offerings of bread, dates, figs, beer, wine, and meat from sacrificed animals. The god was understood to consume the spiritual essence of the food, while the physical remains would later be distributed to the temple personnel as payment for their service. This wasn't symbolic. The Sumerians genuinely believed that the gods needed these offerings for sustenance, just as humans needed food. Throughout the day, there would be additional rituals, prayers at noon, offerings in the evening, and finally the closing ritual at night, when the statue would be prepared for sleep and the sanctuary sealed. This routine was performed every single day, without fail, for hundreds and eventually thousands of years. The continuity of these practices was considered essential to maintaining the god's presence in the city and ensuring divine favour. The priesthood responsible for these rituals was highly specialised. There were different classes of priests with different roles. The Enel high priest, often a member of the royal family, oversaw the entire temple complex. The Sangha priests managed the temple's economic activities, the vast agricultural estates and workshops that belonged to the temple. The Ishi priests performed purification rituals and exorcisms. The Gala priests were musicians and singers who performed the sacred hymns. Female priestesses, the Naditu, served goddesses like Inanna and played important roles in fertility rituals. Training for the priesthood began in childhood. Young boys and occasionally girls from elite families would be sent to the Aduba, the tablet house or scribal school, where they would spend years learning to read and write cuneiform. They would copy hundreds of tablets, memorizing Sumerian literature, learning mathematical tables, studying the stars, and absorbing the vast body of knowledge necessary to serve the gods properly. The curriculum was rigorous. Students began with simple signs and syllables, copying them over and over until the movements became automatic. They progressed to word lists, learning the Sumerian names for hundreds of objects, animals, plants, and concepts. Then came literary texts, myths, and hymns that had to be memorized and copied perfectly. Mathematical instruction included multiplication tables, division problems, area calculations for surveying fields, and volume calculations for measuring grain storage. Astronomical tablets taught the movements of celestial bodies and the calendar system. The texts themselves reveal the structure of the school day. Students would arrive at dawn and work until midday, then have a break before returning for afternoon sessions. The teacher, called the Umir or master, was a stern figure who did not hesitate to use the rod to enforce discipline. Tablets survive containing student complaints about beatings for poor work or misbehaviour, suggesting that Sumerian education was not gentle, but it was effective. The literate elite it produced maintained Mesopotamian civilization for millennia. Beyond the daily temple rituals, there were annual festivals that brought entire cities together in massive communal celebrations. The most important was the New Year festival, which lasted 12 days and involved processions, feasting, ritual combats, and sacred marriages. During this festival, the creation myth would be recited in full, reminding participants of how order was established from chaos. The king would participate in rituals that renewed his divine mandate to rule. The statue of the city's patron deity would be paraded through the streets, allowing common people who never entered the inner temple to see their god. These festivals were times of both celebration and anxiety. The New Year marked a moment of cosmic vulnerability when the forces of chaos threatened to overwhelm order. The rituals performed during the festival were understood as helping the gods maintain cosmic stability. If the rituals were performed incorrectly, if any detail was missed or any participant failed in their role, disaster might follow. The fate of the entire city, indeed the entire world, depended on getting every detail right. The sacred marriage ritual performed during some festivals involved the king and a high priestess enacting the union of the god and goddess, usually Inanna and Dumuzi. This ritual was understood to ensure fertility for the coming year, both agricultural fertility and human fertility. The hymns sung during this ritual were explicit and sensual, celebrating sexual union as a divine creative force that maintained life and abundance. Agricultural fertility was always precarious in Mesopotamia. Unlike Egypt, where the Nile's predictable annual flood brought rich silt and water to the fields, Mesopotamian rivers were unpredictable and dangerous. A flood at the wrong time could destroy crops. Insufficient flooding meant drought and famine. Even in good years, the irrigation systems required constant maintenance. Canals had to be dredged regularly to prevent silting. Dikes had to be reinforced. Water distribution had to be carefully managed to prevent some fields from being overwatered while others dried out. The organization of this irrigation work was one of the primary functions of early Sumerian government. City-states maintained corvée labor systems, where citizens were required to contribute work time to maintaining the canals. These work gangs, Thousands of men labouring together under the supervision of overseers dug new canals, repaired old ones, and built the infrastructure that made civilization possible. The parallel to the myth of the Igigi gods labouring at irrigation before humans were created is obvious, and probably intentional. The myths provided a divine precedent for the labour organisation that actually kept society functioning. The agricultural cycle determined the rhythm of life. Planting season came after the fall flooding subsided, around October or November. Barley and wheat were the staple crops, along with dates from the palm groves that lined the canals. Throughout the winter, fields had to be weeded and protected from birds and rodents. Irrigation water had to be carefully regulated. Spring brought the harvest, a critical time when everyone in the community participated in cutting, threshing, and storing the grain. The success or failure of the harvest determined whether the city would eat well or starve for the coming year. Storage of the harvested grain was centralized in temple and palace granaries. These massive mud brick structures could hold thousands of bushels of grain, providing insurance against bad years and supplies for the non-agricultural population, craftspeople, priests, soldiers, and administrators. The management of these granaries was complex, requiring careful accounting to track incoming harvests, outgoing rations, losses to spoilage and vermin, and reserves for planting next season's crops. This accounting need was one of the driving forces behind the invention of writing. Trade was another essential element of Mesopotamian civilization. The river plains lacked many essential resources. There was no stone suitable for building or sculpture, no metal ores for bronze making, no timber for shipbuilding or roof beams. All these had to be imported from distant lands through trade networks that stretched across the ancient Near East and beyond. Lapis lazuli came from Afghanistan, cedar from Lebanon, copper from Oman and Anatolia, tin from unknown sources possibly as far away as Central Asia. Merchant caravans travelled these routes, facing dangers from bandits, hostile tribes, difficult terrain, and unpredictable weather. Sea trade through the Persian Gulf brought goods from the Indus Valley civilization, carnelian beads, ivory, exotic woods. Overland routes crossed the desert to Syria and Anatolia, or east toward the Iranian plateau. These merchants were often representatives of temple or palace economic enterprises, but there were also private merchants who traded on their own account, risking their capital for potential profit. The trade goods moving out of Mesopotamia included textiles, especially fine woolen cloth that Mesopotamian weavers were famous for producing, grain surpluses in good years, dates and date products, and finished manufactured goods. The Sumerians were skilled metalworkers who could cast bronze tools and weapons, create jewellery from gold and silver, and craft elaborate vessels and ceremonial objects. They produced cylinder seals, small stone cylinders carved with intricate scenes that could be rolled across clay to leave an impression, used to mark property and authenticate documents. These seals provide remarkable insights into Sumerian life and beliefs. Thousands survive in museums and private collections worldwide. They show scenes of gods and worshippers, mythological creatures, ritual activities, daily life, hunting, warfare, banqueting. Each seal was unique to its owner, like a personal signature, and the quality of carving varied from crude to exquisitely beautiful, depending on the skill of the artist and the wealth of the patron. The scenes on cylinder seals often depict the gods, and these depictions give us our best visual evidence for how Sumerians imagined the Anunnaki. Gods were shown as human in form but larger than mortals and distinguished by their horned crowns and elaborate garments. Enki is often depicted with flowing streams of water emerging from his shoulders, symbolizing his control of the rivers. Inanna appears with weapons and associated with the lion. Shamash, the sun god, radiates light, sometimes shown as flames rising from his shoulders. The iconography was standardized enough that even without accompanying inscriptions, scholars can usually identify which deity is being depicted. The relationship between humans and gods shown on these seals is one of worship and supplication. Mortals approach the gods with hands raised in prayer, or they are led into divine presence by intermediary deities. Sometimes the seal shows the god granting favour to the worshipper, presenting them with flowing water or vegetation symbols of divine blessing. Other scenes show the gods in council, seated on thrones, discussing matters among themselves while humans stand at a respectful distance. The physical appearance of the gods in Mesopotamian art evolved over time. early depictions are simpler, more stylized. By the Akkadian period, around 2300 BCE, divine images become more naturalistic, showing individual facial features and elaborate costuming. The gods are shown wearing multiple horned crowns, the number of horns indicating their rank in the divine hierarchy. The supreme gods like Enlil and Anu wear crowns with 7 pairs of horns. Lesser deities might have 3 or 5 pairs. Human rulers sometimes wear simple horned crowns, showing their semi-divine status as intermediaries between heaven and earth. The artistic depiction of mythology extends beyond seals to relief sculptures on palace walls, paintings on pottery, and especially the votive statues placed in temples. These statues, carved from stone or modelled in terracotta, represented worshippers in perpetual prayer before the gods. A wealthy individual might commission a statue of themselves to be placed in the temple, where it would pray on their behalf even when they weren't physically present. The statue's prayer would continue indefinitely, earning divine favour for the patron. These votive statues are immediately recognisable by their distinctive style. Enormous eyes inlaid with shell and lapis lazuli, hands clasped at the chest in prayer, simplified bodies often just suggesting the form beneath long garments. The huge eyes were particularly important, representing the worshipper's attentive gaze toward the divine, their vigilant observation of sacred space. The effect is haunting. These statues stare at you across 4,000 years with an intensity that still feels devotional. The mythology recorded in texts was also depicted in visual art, though often in abbreviated or symbolic form. The combat between the god Ninurta and the demon Anzu appears on seals and reliefs. The goddess Inanna, Ishtar's descent to the underworld, is represented symbolically. The flood story appears rarely, but when it does, it shows a boat riding, waves with the flood hero making an offering. These images weren't just decorative, they were theological statements, reminding viewers of divine power and mythological precedents. The physical spaces where the gods dwelt, the temples, were architectural expressions of cosmic order. The ziggurat, the stepped pyramid that served as the base for the god's shrine, represented the cosmic mountain where heaven and earth met. Its vertical structure symbolized the axis mundi connecting the underworld, earth and heaven. Ascending the ziggurat's ramps or stairs, one moved closer to the divine realm, leaving the mundane world below. The largest ziggurats were enormous structures. The ziggurat at Ur, dedicated to Nanna the moon god, measured over 200 feet on each side at its base and rose to a height of 60 or 70 feet. It was built of millions of mud bricks, faced with fired bricks set in bitumen mortar. The corners were aligned to the cardinal directions with impressive precision. Ramps led to successive levels, finally reaching the shrine at the top where the god's statue resided. Inside the temple complex surrounding the ziggurat were many other buildings, courtyards where worshippers gathered, subsidiary shrines for other deities, administrative offices, storage rooms, workshops, living quarters for priests and temple workers. The whole complex functioned as a small city within the city, a sacred precinct separated from ordinary urban space by high walls. These temples were constantly being rebuilt and renovated. Mud brick construction is not permanent. Walls deteriorate, foundations settle, roofs leak. Every few generations, a temple would need major repairs or complete reconstruction. Kings gained prestige by sponsoring temple building projects, and foundation deposits commemorating these projects provide much of our information about Mesopotamian royal history. The king would describe how he rebuilt the temple according to ancient plans, returning it to its original divinely ordained form. The claim to be restoring ancient plans was important. Mesopotamian culture was deeply conservative in some ways, always looking backward to an ideal past when the gods established civilization. Innovation had to be framed as a restoration, returning to original divine intentions rather than creating something new. This conservatism helped maintain cultural continuity across centuries, but it also meant that actual innovations, and there were many, had to be credited to divine sources or presented as rediscoveries of ancient knowledge. The legal system is a good example of this conservative innovation. Law codes like the famous Code of Hammurabi present themselves as eternal divine law given to humanity at the beginning of time, now being recorded and promulgated by the king. but comparing different law codes from different periods shows clear evolution and adaptation. New economic circumstances required new regulations, changing social structures necessitated different approaches to family law, yet each new code claimed to be revealing eternal principles, not inventing new ones. The Code of Hammurabi, inscribed on a massive stone stele and smaller clay tablets, contains nearly 300 laws covering everything from murder and theft to marriage and divorce, from property disputes to medical malpractice. It's famous for the principle of proportional justice, an eye for an eye, though in practice this only applied to equals. Punishments varied based on social class. If a noble injured another noble, they received the same injury. If a noble injured a commoner, they paid a fine. If a commoner injured a noble, they faced severe corporal punishment. This explicit hierarchy of social classes, nobles, commoners, and slaves, reflects the stratified nature of Mesopotamian society. Slavery existed, though it was different from later forms of chattel slavery. Many slaves were war captives or people who had fallen into debt and sold themselves or family members to pay obligations. Slaves had some legal protections. They could own property, conduct business, purchase their freedom. But they remained property of their masters, subject to sale, inheritance, and severe punishment for disobedience. Women's position in Mesopotamian society was complex and varied over time and between cities. In early Sumerian society, women appear to have had significant legal rights. They could own property, conduct business, serve as witnesses in legal cases, and even serve as priestesses wielding religious authority. Royal women sometimes ruled as regents or queens in their own right. The Sumerian king list records Kubaba, a tavern keeper who became queen of Kish and founded a dynasty. But over time, and particularly under later Babylonian and Assyrian rule, women's rights became more restricted. Laws increasingly placed women under the authority of fathers and husbands. Adultery laws became asymmetrical, harshly punishing women, but largely ignoring men's sexual conduct outside marriage. Women's ability to own and control property was limited. Their testimony in court was given less weight. The patriarchal structure of society became more rigid. Yet even in these later, more restrictive periods, some women exercised significant power and influence. High priestesses of major temples controlled vast resources and wielded religious authority. Women in merchant families sometimes managed business affairs. Royal women in the palace influenced politics and policy. The gap between legal limitations and actual practice could be substantial, with capable, well-connected women finding ways to exercise agency despite formal restrictions. The position of women in mythology reflects these complex realities. The goddesses of the Mesopotamian pantheon were powerful figures. Inanna, Ishtar was the goddess of war and love, both traditional and transgressive, simultaneously embodying and challenging gender, norms. Ninhursag was the creator goddess, source of all life. Ereshkigal ruled the underworld with absolute authority. These were not passive, secondary divine figures, but active, powerful beings who shaped the cosmos and human fate. Yet the myths also reflect patriarchal structures. The supreme deities were male, Anu, Enlil, Enki. The divine councils were dominated by male gods. Goddesses often achieved their goals through sexuality and seduction, rather than direct power. The tension between powerful female deities and patriarchal divine hierarchy mirrors tensions in human society, where women could wield significant influence within certain spheres while formal authority remained male. Family structure was the foundation of Mesopotamian society. The extended family, including multiple generations living in one household compound, was the basic economic and social unit. Marriages were arranged by families, usually to create economic alliances and strengthen kin networks. Love might develop after marriage but wasn't considered necessary beforehand. The primary purposes of marriage were economic cooperation and reproduction, particularly producing sons to inherit property and continue the family line. Contracts governed marriage, as they governed most aspects of Mesopotamian life. Marriage contracts specified the bride price paid by the groom's family to the bride's family, the dowry provided by the bride's family, and the conditions under which the marriage could be dissolved. Divorce was possible, though easier for men than women. A man could divorce his wife for various reasons, including infertility, but he had to return her dowry. A woman could divorce her husband only under specific circumstances, and she faced social stigma and economic vulnerability afterward. Children were highly valued, especially sons, but childhood was not sentimentalized as it often is in modern Western culture. Children were expected to contribute to household labor from an early age and to show absolute obedience to parents. Sons inherited property and social position from fathers, though inheritance systems varied between cities and periods. Some systems divided property equally among sons, others gave preference to the eldest, still others allowed fathers to designate preferred heirs regardless of birth order. Education was limited to elite families who could afford to send sons to scribal schools. Most children learned their parents' occupations through apprenticeship, working alongside adults from early age. Girls were trained by mothers in household management, weaving, cooking, and other domestic skills. By early teens, most people were considered adults, ready for marriage and adult responsibilities. Life expectancy was much lower than today. Many children died in infancy from disease, malnutrition, or accidents. Women faced high mortality risks from childbirth. Men might be killed in warfare, accidents, or violence. Living to old age, which might mean the 40s or 50s, was an achievement worthy of respect. The elderly who survived were honoured for their wisdom and experience, but they were also vulnerable if they could no longer work and had no family to support them. Disease was constant and often fatal. Mesopotamians understood some diseases as natural phenomena caused by bad food, contaminated water, or environmental conditions, but many illnesses were attributed to supernatural causes, divine punishment, demonic possession, or sorcery by enemies. Treatment therefore involved both practical medicine and magical rituals. Medical texts catalogued symptoms and treatments, some remarkably effective. Mesopotamian physicians knew how to set broken bones, suture wounds, perform minor surgery, and prescribe herbal remedies. They made poultices from plants, administered mineral compounds, used animal products for medicinal purposes. Some of their remedies had genuine therapeutic value, others were useless or even harmful, but the empirical observation underlying their practice was sound. Alongside practical medicine stood therapeutic rituals performed by exorcist priests, the Ashipu. These practitioners diagnosed supernatural causes of illness through divination, reading omens in the livers of sacrificed animals or the patterns of oil dropped into water. Having identified the cause, they would perform elaborate rituals to drive out demons, lift divine curses, or counter the effects of sorcery. These rituals involved incantations, purification with water and fire, fumigation with incense, and the manufacture of protective amulets. From a modern perspective, these magical treatments seem superstitious and ineffective, but they provided psychological comfort to patients and families, gave them a sense of control over frightening illnesses, and sometimes their herbal components had legitimate therapeutic effects. More importantly, they were part of a coherent worldview that made sense of suffering and provided frameworks for dealing with it. Death, when it came, was feared not for physical pain but for the nature of the afterlife. The Mesopotamian underworld, Kur or Irkala, was a gloomy realm beneath the earth where the dead existed as shadows eating dust and clay. There was no heavenly reward for the righteous, no punishment for the wicked beyond what they experienced in life. All the dead, regardless of virtue or status, went to the same dreary place. The only differences in the underworld related to burial practices and descendants' remembrance. Those who were properly buried with appropriate offerings fared slightly better than those whose bodies were left unburied. Those who had living descendants to pour libations and make offerings at their graves received some benefit. The childless dead, who had no one to remember them, suffered the worst fate, complete neglect and oblivion. This belief system placed enormous emphasis on having children, especially sons who could perform the necessary funeral rites and ongoing memorial obligations. It also encouraged proper burial practices, which could be elaborate for the wealthy. Royal tombs at Ur contained not just the king's body, but dozens of retainers who apparently willingly drank poison and were entombed with their ruler, continuing to serve him in death as they had in life. Whether these retainers truly went willingly or were coerced is debated, but the practice shows how seriously the Sumerians took the provision for afterlife needs. Ghosts were real and potentially dangerous in Mesopotamian belief. The dead who were improperly buried, who died violently, or who were not remembered by descendants could return as malevolent ghosts to trouble the living. Illnesses might be attributed to ghostly attack. Nightmares were caused by dead relatives demanding attention. Elaborate rituals existed for appeasing angry ghosts and ensuring that the dead remained peacefully in the underworld where they belonged. The mythology around death and the underworld is extensive. The descent of Inanna is the most famous underworld myth, telling how the goddess travelled to the land of the dead to attend a funeral, possibly her sister Ereshkigal's husband. Inanna had to pass through 7 gates, at each surrendering one of her divine powers symbolized by items of clothing and jewelry. Finally, she stood naked and powerless before Ereshkigal, who killed her with a glance and hung her corpse from a hook. 3 days and nights passed before Inanna's loyal servant Ninshuba, following Inanna's instructions, sought help from the gods. Enlil and Nanna refused to help, saying Inanna had brought this on herself by entering the underworld. But Enki, compassionate as always, devised a plan. He created 2 beings from the dirt under his fingernails, neither male nor female, and sent them to the underworld with food and water for Ereshkigal, who was mourning. Grateful for their sympathy, Ereshkigal granted them a wish, and they asked for Inanna's corpse. Bringing Inanna back to life, they led her toward the upper world, but there was a catch. Underworld law required that if someone left, another must take their place. Demons followed Inanna, demanding a substitute. She refused to sacrifice her faithful servants, but found her husband Dumuzi sitting on her throne, apparently not mourning her death. Enraged, she designated him as her replacement. Dumuzi fled, pursued by demons, but was eventually caught and dragged to the underworld. His sister Geshtinana mourned so sincerely that a compromise was reached. Dumuzi would spend half the year in the underworld, while Geshtinana took his place. Then they would switch. This myth explained the agricultural cycle, the seasons when the earth was fertile and when it lay dormant. Dumuzi represented vegetation that dies and is reborn, the eternal cycle of life and death that governed agricultural existence. The journey through the underworld and the return to life became a pattern for later myths and religious ideas. The descent through multiple stages, the loss of power and identity, the death and rebirth, the sacrificial substitute, these motifs appear in many later traditions. They spoke to deep anxieties about mortality and hopes for renewal, even as Mesopotamian theology officially denied any hope of escaping death's finality. Magic and witchcraft were serious concerns in Mesopotamian society. People believed that sorcerers could curse enemies, causing illness, impotence, business failure, or death. Elaborate counter-magic existed to protect against such attacks. Clay figurines of enemies could be buried with curse tablets. Protective amulets were worn. Incantations were recited. Rituals involving sympathetic magic, burning effigies of demons or washing away evil influences were performed. The line between legitimate priestly magic and illegitimate sorcery was defined by social authorization. Priests performed rituals that benefited the community and individual clients openly, with divine sanction. Sorcerers worked in secret, harming others for personal gain or revenge without divine approval, but the techniques were often similar, showing that the distinction was more about social legitimacy than methodology. Divination was practiced constantly at all levels of society. Before any major decision, kings, generals, and wealthy individuals would consult diviners to read omens. The most prestigious form of divination was extispicy, examining the liver and other organs of sacrificed sheep. The liver was seen as a microcosm reflecting divine intentions, and trained diviners could read dozens of features: the shape of particular lobes, the colour and texture, the presence of abnormalities, to determine whether the gods favoured a proposed action. Other divination methods included oil divination, dropping oil into water and interpreting the patterns formed, smoke divination, reading the rise and movement of incense smoke, and dream interpretation, analysing dreams for divine messages. Astronomical omens were particularly important. Eclipses, planetary positions, unusual weather phenomena all carried significance. Massive omen catalogues recorded traditional interpretations. If the liver is shaped thus, the king will die. If Mars appears in the constellation of the Scorpion, there will be war, and so on. These divination practices rested on the belief that the gods communicated their will through signs in nature. The universe was not random but ordered according to divine plan, and those who knew how to read the signs could discern that plan. This gave diviners enormous influence, as kings relied on their advice before military campaigns, diplomatic negotiations, and major building projects. A negative omen could cancel planned actions, while a positive omen might encourage risky ventures. The relationship between divination and fate was complex. Mesopotamians believed in fate, the idea that certain outcomes were predetermined by the gods. But they also believed these fates could potentially be altered through proper ritual action, through appeasing the gods, through magic, or through divine mercy. Divination helped identify what fate the gods had decreed so that humans could either accept it or attempt to change it through appropriate responses. This tension between fate and free will, between divine omnipotence and human agency, runs through Mesopotamian thought. The gods were powerful and could decree fates, but they were not omniscient or unchangeable. They could be persuaded, deceived, or even forced to change their minds by sufficiently powerful magic or appeals. Humans were subject to divine will but not completely powerless. We could influence outcomes through proper behavior, ritual observance, and clever action. Warfare was a constant feature of Mesopotamian life, with city-states frequently fighting over water rights, territory, trade routes, and prestige. Sumerian cities maintained professional soldiers and could conscript citizen militia in times of need. Weapons evolved from stone and copper to bronze and eventually iron. Armies consisted of infantry armed with spears, axes, and bows, protected by leather or bronze armor and large shields. Chariots, introduced around 2000 BCE, provided mobile platforms for archers and gave armies new tactical options. Siege warfare was particularly important in a region dominated by walled cities. Siege equipment included battering rams, siege towers, and tunneling under walls. Defenders could pour boiling oil, shoot arrows from walls, and sortie out to attack besiegers. Sieges could last months or even years, with victory often depending on which side ran out of food first. Victory in war was attributed to divine favour. Kings claimed their conquests were undertaken at divine command and with divine assistance. Battle accounts describe gods fighting invisibly alongside human armies, striking terror into enemies. Defeat was explained as divine punishment for some failing, or as the enemy's god temporarily proving stronger. This theological framework justified warfare as an extension of divine will and cosmic order. Captives from defeated cities faced enslavement, execution, or deportation. Entire populations might be relocated to prevent rebellion, a practice the Assyrians later perfected. War was brutal, and victory celebrations included displaying defeated enemies' heads on stakes, taking parts of enemy bodies as trophies, and publicly humiliating captured rulers. These practices demonstrated the victor's power and the god's favour. Yet warfare also had limits. Truces could be negotiated, peace treaties concluded, diplomatic marriages arranged to cement alliances. The same cities that fought each other in one generation might ally in the next against common enemies. Trade continued even between hostile cities because economic interdependence transcended political conflict. Merchants operated under divine protection, with attacks on them considered sacrilege that brought divine punishment. The military campaigns and diplomatic relations between cities over centuries created a shared political culture across Mesopotamia. Cities recognized each other's legitimacy, honored treaties, exchanged ambassadors, and participated in a common international system. This system was always unstable, constantly reshaping through conquest and alliance, but it provided some structure to interstate relations and helped prevent complete anarchy. The great empires that eventually unified Mesopotamia, the Akkadian Empire under Sargon, the Ur-3 Empire, the Old Babylonian Kingdom under Hammurabi, and later the Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian empires, built on these earlier patterns of city-state interaction. They claimed to be restoring ancient unity, reuniting the land that the gods had originally intended to be one kingdom under one ruler. Empire was framed as a return to cosmic order, with the imperial king acting as shepherd of all peoples under divine mandate. But empires were unstable, requiring constant military enforcement and administrative oversight to maintain. When central authority weakened, the system fragmented back into competing city-states and regional kingdoms. This cycle of unity and fragmentation repeated throughout Mesopotamian history, each empire rising with claims of restoring ancient glory, each eventually collapsing and giving way to the next. Through all these political changes, the fundamental patterns of Mesopotamian civilization persisted. The irrigation agriculture, the cuneiform writing, the ziggurat temples, the legal codes, the astronomical observations, the mythological traditions, all these continued with remarkable stability. Cultural continuity transcended political disruption. The myths of the Anunnaki were copied and recopied, adapted and updated, but never fundamentally changed. Enlil remained Enlil, Enki remained Enki. The creation of humanity from clay remained central to self-understanding. This cultural resilience is remarkable and speaks to the power of the mythological and religious framework that gave Mesopotamian civilization its identity. Even when cities fell and dynasties ended, even when foreign peoples conquered and ruled, the basic worldview persisted. The gods still dwelt in temples, still required offerings, still decreed fates, still explained why the world was as it was. What happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth, according to the full scope of Sumerian and Babylonian texts, was the creation of a complete civilization with all its complexity, brutality, beauty and sophistication. It was agriculture and warfare, poetry and accounting, law and magic, divine order and human agency, all existing together in constant tension and occasional harmony. What happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth, according to the full scope of Sumerian and Babylonian texts, was the creation of a complete civilization with all its complexity, brutality, beauty and sophistication. It was agriculture and warfare, poetry and accounting, law and magic, divine order and human agency, all existing together in constant tension and occasional harmony. Before we truly conclude, let's explore one more crucial aspect of this story: the remarkable journey these texts took from the ancient world to modern scholarship, because understanding how we know what we know adds another layer of depth to our appreciation of these ancient narratives. When the last cuneiform tablet was inscribed sometime in the 1st century CE, the knowledge of how to read and write in cuneiform died with the scribes who possessed it. For nearly 2,000 years, the myths of the Anunnaki, the stories of human creation, the epics of Gilgamesh and Atrahasis, all these texts existed physically in the ruins of ancient cities, but were completely incomprehensible. Travellers to Mesopotamia described the strange brick-shaped objects covered with wedge-shaped marks, but no one could read them. European interest in Mesopotamia initially focused on biblical connections. Christians wanted to find physical evidence for stories in the Old Testament, particularly the Tower of Babel and the Flood. In the early 1900s, archaeological expeditions began excavating the great mounds that marked ancient city sites. These mounds, called tells in Arabic, had accumulated over centuries as mud brick buildings decayed and new structures were built on top of the ruins. Layer upon layer of human occupation created artificial hills that rose above the surrounding plains. The first major discoveries came from Nineveh, where Austin Henry Layard excavated the palaces of Assyrian kings in the 1840s. His finds caused a sensation in Europe: massive stone reliefs showing winged bulls with human heads, battle scenes, royal hunts, and depictions of Assyrian conquest. But more important for understanding Mesopotamian literature were the tens of thousands of clay tablets found in the palace libraries. Layard and his colleagues shipped these tablets back to the British Museum, where they sat in storage for years because no one could read them. The decipherment of cuneiform required decades of patient work by multiple scholars. The breakthrough came from the Behistun inscription in Persia, a massive rock carving containing the same text in 3 languages: Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian. Since Old Persian could be partially read, it provided a key to deciphering the other scripts. Henry Rawlinson played a crucial role, copying the Behistun inscription while dangling from a cliff face, risking his life for scholarship. Edward Hincks, Julius Oppert and others worked on identifying individual signs and words. Slowly, painfully, the cuneiform syllabary was reconstructed. By the 1870s, scholars could read Akkadian, the Semitic, language of Babylon and Assyria with reasonable accuracy. Sumerian proved much harder. It was a language unrelated to any known language family, with complex grammar and thousands of signs. Early scholars struggled to distinguish Sumerian texts from Akkadian ones. Some thought Sumerian was merely an archaic form of Akkadian. It took decades to recognize that Sumerian was a completely separate language, preserved in bilingual dictionaries that Babylonian scribes had created to help them read ancient texts. The first major translation triumph came in 1872, when George Smith, a self-taught Assyriologist working at the British Museum, deciphered and translated the flood story from the 11th tablet of the Gilgamesh epic. Smith announced his discovery at a meeting of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, causing enormous excitement. Here was a flood narrative predating Genesis, showing that the biblical story had Mesopotamian antecedents. The discovery made headlines, funded further expeditions, and revolutionized understanding of ancient Near Eastern literature. Smith himself led an expedition to Nineveh, hoping to find missing portions of the Gilgamesh epic. Remarkably, he succeeded, finding fragments that filled some gaps in the narrative, but the expedition cost him his life. He fell ill with dysentery and died in Aleppo on the journey home. His work, however, continued through others, and gradually more tablets were discovered, translated, and published. Excavations expanded to other sites. Ancient seat of the moon god, yielded royal tombs filled with gold treasures and evidence of human sacrifice. Nippur, the religious center of Sumer, produced thousands of tablets, many containing Sumerian literary texts that had been copied in scribble schools. Lagash, Kish, Uruk, Babylon, all the great cities were excavated, each contributing to the growing corpus of cuneiform texts. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Estimates suggest that over 500,000 cuneiform tablets have been excavated, and many more remain buried. Most are mundane administrative documents, receipts, contracts, legal records, the paperwork of ancient civilization. But among them are the literary, religious, and scientific texts that reveal Mesopotamian intellectual culture, hymns, myths, epics, wisdom literature, medical texts, mathematical tables, astronomical observations, omen collections, law codes, royal inscriptions, and personal letters. Organizing, cataloguing, and translating this vast archive has been the work of generations of scholars. Major research projects have created comprehensive dictionaries of Sumerian and Akkadian. The Pennsylvania Sumerian Dictionary and Chicago Assyrian Dictionary are monumental achievements, each running to multiple large volumes, analyzing thousands of words with examples from hundreds of texts. These dictionaries enable more accurate translations and help scholars understand subtle nuances in ancient terminology. Digital technology has revolutionized access to these texts. The Electronic Text Corpus of Sumerian Literature, ETCSL, provides transliterations and translations of Sumerian literary texts freely online. The Cuneiform Digital Library Initiative, CDLI, aims to catalogue and make available images of all published cuneiform texts. Scholars can now access tablets from collections worldwide without travelling to museums, compare different versions of text instantly, and use computational tools to analyse patterns across thousands of documents. This technological transformation has accelerated research and enabled new types of questions. How did scribal schools teach writing? What patterns exist in economic documents that reveal trade networks? How did literary texts change over time as they were copied and recopied? Digital humanities approaches are revealing new insights into Mesopotamian civilization that earlier scholars couldn't have discovered. But technological sophistication hasn't eliminated fundamental challenges. Many tablets are fragmentary, broken by time, looting, or archaeological excavation. Reconstructing original text from scattered fragments is like assembling jigsaw puzzles where most pieces are missing and you don't have a picture to work from. Sometimes fragments from different tablets can be joined, restoring lost passages. Other times gaps remain unfillable, leaving frustrating lacunae in our knowledge. Translation itself involves constant interpretation and debate. Cuneiform signs can have multiple meanings depending on context. Grammar rules must be inferred from usage patterns since no ancient grammar textbooks survive. idiomatic expressions may not translate directly into modern languages. Scholarly translations often include brackets indicating uncertain readings, parentheses showing added words needed for English to make sense, and footnotes discussing alternative interpretations. Reading ancient texts is never straightforward. Moreover, the tablets themselves raise questions about authenticity and provenance. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, excavation standards were poor. Objects were often removed without proper documentation, mixed between sites, or sold on the antiquities market. Modern excavations maintain rigorous records, but many tablets in museum collections lack clear provenance information, making it difficult to determine when and where they were created. The illegal antiquities trade continues to plague the field. Wars in Iraq and Syria in recent decades led to massive looting of archaeological sites, with thousands of tablets stolen and sold to private collectors. Some eventually surface in museums or auctions, others remain in private hands, inaccessible to scholars. This ongoing destruction of archaeological context is a tragedy, erasing irreplaceable information about ancient civilization. Despite these challenges, our understanding of Mesopotamian culture has grown exponentially since the first cuneiform decipherments. We can now read royal inscriptions in the king's own words, follow the daily operations of temples through their administrative archives, trace economic transactions across generations of merchant families, read private letters revealing personal concerns and relationships, and study the full corpus of Mesopotamian literature in its original languages. This scholarly achievement has revealed a civilization of remarkable sophistication. The mathematical texts show advanced algebraic thinking, with problem sets that could challenge modern students. Astronomical tablets demonstrate centuries of careful observation and sophisticated predictive models. Medical texts show empirical approaches to diagnosis and treatment. Legal codes reflect complex thinking about justice, social order, and conflict resolution. Literary texts display sophisticated narrative techniques, complex characterization, and exploration of profound philosophical questions. The Anunnaki, within this scholarly understanding, emerge not as ancient astronauts, but as the gods of a sophisticated polytheistic religion. They were divine personalities with complex relationships, representing natural forces, social principles, and aspects of human experience. They provided explanatory frameworks for understanding the world and human existence. They sanctioned social institutions and political authority. They gave meaning to suffering and hope in the face of mortality, even if that hope was limited. Understanding Mesopotamian religion requires acknowledging that these people genuinely believed in these gods. They weren't primitive dupes fooled by clever priests, though priests certainly wielded power. They were intelligent people making sense of their world, using the intellectual tools available to them. The gods explained why rivers flooded, why diseases struck, why some people prospered while others suffered, why death came to all. The myths provided narratives that made existence comprehensible within a coherent worldview. Modern readers approaching these texts must balance several perspectives. We can appreciate the literary artistry, the skill of the poets and storytellers who created these narratives. We can analyze the social functions, how myths legitimized political power, reinforced social norms, and maintained cultural cohesion. We can examine the theological sophistication, the complex thinking about divine nature and human-divine relationships. We can trace historical influences, how these stories evolved and spread to influence other cultures. But we should also try to understand these texts as their original audiences did, as sacred narratives revealing fundamental truths about existence. The creation of humans from clay and divine blood wasn't just an origin story, but a profound statement about human nature. We are both earthly and divine, material and spiritual, mortal and yet touched by eternity. The flood wasn't just a story about divine punishment, but an exploration of justice, mercy, and the relationship between authority and compassion. The Epic of Gilgamesh wasn't entertainment, but a meditation on mortality, friendship, the meaning of civilization, and the proper use of power. It asked questions that remain relevant. What does it mean to be human? How should we face death? What responsibilities do rulers have to those they govern? What balance should exist between ambition and acceptance, between striving and contentment? These aren't primitive questions. They're fundamental human concerns, explored with sophistication and insight. When we read that Enlil sent the flood because human noise disturbed his sleep, we might first think this is petty anthropomorphism, a childish projection of human pettiness onto divine beings. But deeper reading reveals more complexity. The noise might represent humanity's growing independence, our refusal to remain quiet and submissive, our increasing boldness in claiming space and agency. Enlil's response represents the authoritarian impulse to crush dissent and maintain absolute control. Enki's intervention represents the compassionate impulse to preserve life even when it's troublesome. The story explores tensions between order and freedom, authority and mercy, that remain relevant in any society. Similarly, the creation of humans as servants to the gods might initially seem to be justifying slavery and oppression. But it can also be read as acknowledging the reality that work is necessary for civilization, that transforming wilderness into cultivated land requires labor, that society depends on people fulfilling necessary tasks. The question isn't whether work must be done, but how to organize it fairly, how to ensure that those who labor receive just compensation, how to prevent the powerful from exploiting the weak. These remain pressing questions today. The relationship between humans and gods in Mesopotamian thought, one of mutual dependence despite power inequality, mirrors relationships within human society, between rulers and subjects, parents and children, employers and workers. The gods needed human offerings as much as humans needed divine favor. This mutual dependence created obligations on both sides. If gods were too harsh, humans might turn to other gods. If humans were too rebellious, gods might destroy them. The tension created by this mutual dependence drove much of Mesopotamian myth and ritual. Modern interpretations that reduce these myths to alien visitation stories miss all this richness. They flatten complex theological and philosophical explorations into simple, literal narratives about extraterrestrial mining operations. They attribute to aliens what should be credited to human genius: the invention of agriculture, writing, mathematics, astronomy, law, architecture, and literature. They assume ancient people were too primitive to develop these innovations themselves, which is both incorrect and insulting. The actual Sumerian texts show people who were fully as intelligent and creative as modern humans, working with the knowledge and technology available to them, asking profound questions, creating sophisticated answers, building remarkable civilization. They didn't need alien intervention to invent writing. They needed complex administrative demands, economic record-keeping, and the insight that marks in clay could preserve information. They didn't need extraterrestrial instruction to develop mathematics. They needed to survey fields, calculate grain stores, and solve practical problems. The Anunnaki, as understood within Mesopotamian culture, were expressions of how the Sumerians and Babylonians understood the divine forces governing existence. They were the power behind the storm that could destroy crops or bring needed rain. They were the wisdom that guided righteous kings and clever craftspeople. They were the fertility that brought children and abundant harvests. They were the justice that, imperfectly and inconsistently, tried to maintain social order. They were, in short, humanity's attempt to understand and relate to powers beyond human control. This understanding makes the texts more valuable, not less. They become windows into how one of history's great civilizations thought about fundamental questions. They show us alternative ways of conceptualizing divinity, morality, social order, and human purpose. They demonstrate that there are many ways to create meaning and structure existence, that our modern Western assumptions about religion, ethics, and society are not universal or inevitable, but contingent historical developments. The transmission of these ideas across cultures and millennia shows their power and resonance. When Hebrew scribes in the 1st millennium BCE composed Genesis, they drew on Mesopotamian traditions they knew from Babylonian exile or earlier cultural contact. They adapted the creation narrative, the garden paradise, the flood story, transforming them within a monotheistic framework but preserving core narrative structures. These stories then passed into Christianity and Islam, reaching billions of people who have no idea of their Mesopotamian origins. Similarly, Greek philosophers encountered Mesopotamian thought through Persian intermediaries and incorporated some ideas into their own systems. The concept of cosmic order, of divine law governing the universe, of the relationship between earthly and heavenly justice. All these show Mesopotamian influence on Greek philosophy, which in turn shaped all of Western intellectual history. Mesopotamian astronomical knowledge passed through Greek, Islamic and European hands, becoming the foundation for modern astronomy. Mathematical techniques developed in Babylonian scribal schools influenced Greek mathematics and eventually global mathematical practice. Legal principles established in Mesopotamian law codes influenced later legal systems throughout the Near East and Mediterranean world. Even Mesopotamian mythology that didn't directly transfer to other cultures still shaped the general narrative patterns and archetypes that recur throughout world literature. The hero's quest for immortality, the descent to the underworld, the divine council debating human fate, the catastrophic flood survived by a chosen few, the theft of divine powers, the separation of civilization and wilderness, all these narrative patterns established in Mesopotamian literature appear in countless later works from countless cultures. Understanding these connections helps us appreciate the unity of human cultural development. We're not isolated modern people looking at completely foreign ancient cultures. We're participants in continuous traditions that stretch back thousands of years, often without our realizing it. When we measure time in hours and minutes, we're using Babylonian base 60 mathematics. When we identify zodiac constellations, we're seeing patterns Mesopotamian astronomers defined. When we expect written laws to be publicly displayed, we're following principles established by Mesopotamian law codes. And when we tell stories about creation, floods, heroes seeking immortality, or the relationship between gods and mortals, we're continuing narrative traditions that began in Sumerian temples and scribal schools 5,000 years ago. The specific details change, the theological frameworks shift, the cultural contexts transform, but the underlying questions and narrative patterns persist because they address fundamental aspects of human existence that transcend any particular time or place. What happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth? A tradition of thought, story, and culture emerged that has shaped human civilization ever since. Not through alien intervention, but through human creativity, intelligence, and the hard work of maintaining civilization generation after generation. The Sumerians looked at their world, asked how it came to be, and created profound mythological answers. Their descendants preserved those answers in clay, and eventually scholars learned to read those preserved texts, making ancient wisdom available again. We are the latest recipients of that tradition, reading Gilgamesh and Atrahasis and Enuma Elish in translation, learning about Enki and Enlil and Inanna, understanding how the Mesopotamians explained human creation and the Great Flood. We can accept their answers, reject them, or modify them according to our own beliefs. But we should first understand them accurately, in their full complexity and sophistication, giving the ancient Mesopotamians credit for their remarkable achievements and insights. The clay tablets that preserve these stories are fragile. Many have been destroyed over the centuries by human conflict, environmental damage, or simple neglect. Many more remain buried in unexcavated tells or sit in museum storage waiting for scholars to study them, but enough survive, enough have been excavated, catalogued, translated, and published that we can reconstruct Mesopotamian civilization in remarkable detail. We can read their words, understand their thoughts, appreciate their achievements. This is perhaps the ultimate answer to what happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth. Memory survived. Despite the fall of cities, the death of languages, the collapse of civilizations, the sacred texts were preserved. Not perfectly, not completely, but sufficiently that we can still hear ancient voices speaking across millennia. We can still encounter Gilgamesh grieving for his friend, Atrahasis building his ark, Enki saving humanity from Enlil's wrath, Inanna descending to the underworld. These stories live because people, generation after generation, considered them worth preserving. Scribes copied them carefully, libraries stored them protectively, archaeologists excavated them professionally, scholars translated them accurately. And now, in the 21st century, anyone with internet access can read the Epic of Gilgamesh, can study the Atrahasis creation narrative, can explore the Enuma Elish, Ancient wisdom has become universally available in ways the original authors could never have imagined. So as we conclude this journey through Sumerian texts and Mesopotamian mythology, remember that you're participating in a very old tradition. You're doing what those ancient scribes hoped someone would do, reading their words, engaging with their ideas, keeping their stories alive. You're continuing the chain of transmission that stretches from Sumerian temple schools through Babylonian libraries to British museums and digital archives, and finally to this moment, right now, as you hear or read these words. The Anunnaki may be gone, if they ever existed outside Mesopotamian imagination. The cities they dwelt in are ruins. The civilization that worshipped them has vanished. But the stories survive, the profound explorations of what it means to be human, to build civilization, to face mortality, to seek meaning in existence. These stories survive because they addressed questions that every generation must answer for itself. Where did we come from? Why are we here? How should we live? What happens when we die? The Sumerian answers, preserved in cuneiform on clay tablets, may not be our answers, but they deserve respect, attention, and accurate understanding. They represent one of humanity's first systematic attempts to answer these fundamental questions, and they did so with remarkable sophistication, creativity, and insight. That's what really happened after the Anunnaki came to Earth, according to Sumerian texts. Civilization happened, with all its complexity and contradiction, and that civilization left us texts, thousands of clay tablets pressed with wedge-shaped marks, carrying stories and ideas that still resonate 5,000 years later. Thank you for joining me on this exploration. Thank you for caring enough about ancient history to spend time learning about it. Thank you for helping keep these ancient stories alive by listening to them and thinking about them. If you enjoyed this deep dive into Sumerian mythology and Mesopotamian civilization, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. There's always more to explore in these ancient texts, more stories to tell, more insights to discover. Until next time, sleep well, dream deeply, and remember that we stand on the shoulders of countless previous generations, building on foundations laid thousands of years ago by people who looked at the same stars we see and asked the same questions we ask. The Anunnaki may be mythological, but the human quest for meaning that created those myths is as real as it ever was and as urgent. Good night.